Good morning, and we are delighted to welcome you to day 2 of the 2021 Head of the Charles Regatta, live streaming on the internet, bringing the world to this fall rowing tradition here in Boston, Cambridge, Massachusetts. My name's David Wyant, and I am joined this morning by 2008 Olympic gold medalist Lindsay Shoup. And Lindsay, we had day 1, we had our Legends Day yesterday, about 9 events that went extremely smoothly. One of the things that we've noticed is that the weather has just been outstanding so far.
What a fantastic way to start the weekend and to be welcomed back to the Head of the Charles after being off last year. I can imagine that every single one of the rowers that are going to be able to go down the race course this morning are just excited to be back on the water, but also that it's not that cold, that it's just a beautiful fall day up here in Boston.
It is, and we're ready to get going. We have 33 events today. It's day 2, Saturday at the 2021 Head of the Charles Regatta, and I already see boats coming through the start line chute, and our first event is the Men's Master and Senior Master Singles. The Master category is ages 30 to 40. The Senior Masters category is ages 40 plus, and these are single scull rowers. And looking at the picture, looking at that start chute, you see the yellow triangle buoys at the very tip of the dock there, the BU boathouse. That is the start line. And so these athletes are getting into the race.
A great shot there of the bow crossing that start line, how they get going. You know, what you saw in the previous picture was everyone starting in kind of a zippered fashion. That way they have this great stagger because, you know, in head racing you end up with, rather than side by side, you're going kind of in a leader style the way that you would with Formula One racing, and then you're coming down this incredibly curvy course, you know, all the way down. But to be able to start the day here with all of these singles, I'm sure these guys are just ready to get out and have their great race, but also get to line up against one another. I know quite a few of them know one another, and they're not just competing within themselves, but hey, you might be competing with someone who's 10 bow cards ahead of you.
It's a great point, Lindsay. Yesterday we were talking about just in these Masters events and doing commentary for them in the past, just how familiar with each other so many of these athletes are. You know, some of them even know each other from their high school days. You know, they race in age categories, so they're racing against the same individuals kind of over and over again, year after year. And, you know, it's hey, Joe beat me last year by 5 seconds, but now I know, you know, he set the bar. I'm going to come back and I'm going to be more fit and I'm going to beat Joe this year. So it's that's what you're seeing here. As you see bow card 1, Greg Solibahare of Penn AC, and he is setting the pace early. So one of the things that we wanted to sort of convey is the bow card numbers and what they mean. So in most of these events, well, really all of them, the lowest numbers are the athletes that are returning that, you know, either won or did very well the previous year. Previous year to this year was 2019, actually, because we didn't have a regatta last year. And they are somewhat seeded by their speed and their past results. So the first boats that you see coming off are the ones that have experience and have done well in this event. And as you see them come through the BU bridge, Lindsay, I'm sure that they're very pleased with the water this morning.
Yeah, and as you'll see, you can see multiple bow cards on your picture here. And from the very beginning, the boats will maintain probably a pretty consistent amount of spacing. But as the race unravels, they'll become closer. They'll start overlapping with one another. So when it comes to head racing, it's not always just about the one that goes faster. It's a race strategy. If you're on the inside or outside of a turn, you're getting a shorter course. You know, you might have to slow down or speed up intentionally at a certain part of the course to be able to pass somebody. Also, sometimes you're going to follow the person ahead of you. So if the boat that started just ahead of you in the race takes a great course, that's a great line to follow, a great rabbit to follow. Whereas, on the other hand, someone takes not such a great course, you might have kind of a bad course ahead of you for yourself as well.
And you see a shot there of Jamie Coven, longtime national team rower. In 1997, he was the world champion in the single scull. And Jamie won this event in terms of the Grandmaster singles, or excuse me, Senior Master singles at our last regatta. And you can see he's going off at bow 6, and he's going, he's starting behind some younger athletes. So you can see Jamie getting into that powerhouse stretch. We've got just beautiful camera angles. We've got 8 cameras all over this race course. As you see, that single sculler right on the buoy line there, Lindsay. And one of the things that we were remarking about yesterday is just how proficient some of these athletes are at understanding this race course and understanding how to find the shortest course from the start line to the finish line.
Yeah, and this is not a straight course like you would find on a 2K. You're going to have many turns, so the conditions will vary as you come down the race course over these almost 3 miles that this head of the Charles Regatta is. So you might need to come off the outside of one turn and then cut it to cut a direct line, straight line over to the next turn. Seeing bow card 33 come through the bridge there. That's Patrick Johnson from 612 Endurance out of Minneapolis as he rows on Lake Nokomis out of Minneapolis. So coming all the way here from Minnesota to compete. These rowers are coming from all over the country. You know, you mentioned earlier that they know one another. This is a reunion row for a lot of people. This might be the one time of year that they see each other, one time a decade that they see each other.
It is, and there's so much camaraderie in this sport. It is really something that comes with the sport. It's always been there, as you see just a great side-by-side, bows 16 and 17 in front of us. In the red boat, bow 17, that is Christopher Storm of Union Boat Club here in Boston. Bow 16 was Shane Madden of Undine Barge Club in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And in this event in particular, if you look at the biographies of a lot of these athletes, many of them in these 2 categories, the Masters Single and the Senior Masters Single, have national team experience and have international racing experience. But it's a lifetime sport, so their age is accelerating as it does for all of us, and they're still finding a way to get out here, to come to the head of the Charles, and to try their mettle on our 4,702 meter race course. And this is one of the best shots in my mind that we get on the whole race course of this powerhouse stretch. Look at all these singles coming at us.
And you can see there bow card 3 out of community rowing. Greg Benning there. He's putting some pressure on bow 2. That's Brian Weddick, who from that perspective in the race will then put pressure on the bow card number 1. But as the race unfolds, you'll start to see different rowers making moves, making pushes, eating into that kind of staggered start that they had at the beginning. So that's going to create a little more of an interesting turn situation as the race unravels, because there's only so much room through these arches for all of these small boats. And these boats are blind. There's no coxswain to steer them, so they're racing. They've got to turn around and make sure that they know their course. Definitely the local crews would have an advantage having practiced here plenty of times. But no matter how many times you practice, if someone's in your way, someone's in your way. You have to change on the fly. So
this camera angle, I was talking about it with Colleen yesterday about, as coxswains, kind of the anxiety of watching so many boats so close together, side by side, as they come into this Weeks footbridge, the big turn to the port side, as you see Greg and Solobaher coming through with his single scull, and he's just checking every once in a while. He's looking back. So he's trying to row a single, which is not easy to do. It's not easy to even row a single and feel comfortable at a race pace. And to add to it, he's having to figure out what his race course looks like. And he's taking that turn very nicely as he comes through the Weeks footbridge. And we're going to see that footbridge just be full of even more people as this weekend progresses. This is just the first race of our Saturday.
Yeah, and going through Weeks is a point where the course starts to get narrow. So you can hear more cheering at that point. People tend to watch more from there. You could hear some spectators hollering in the background. Yeah, it's early, but people are out watching. People are out cheering. They know that this race is happening.
They do. That is bow 33 as we go sort of back up to the camera that's at Cambridge Boat Club, and you've got a good shot there of bow number.
That's Patrick Johnson again, out of Minneapolis, out of Minnesota, 49-year-old in the senior master category, taking a look around him here, keeping a nice long stroke. That's a different style that you'll see in head racing than you will necessarily in sprint racing. Is your rate's going to be a little lower. You know that this race is going to be 15 to 20 minutes long, depending on the boat category that you're in. It's a much different race than a 5 to 8 minute 2,000 meter piece.
Right, that's a straight line, and that you've got a frame of reference the entire time on a straight 2,000 meter race course of buoys on both sides of you, as we still see this powerhouse stretch just full of men's singles. Again, it's the master and senior masters singles kicking off our Saturday at the 2021 Head of the Charles Regatta. Beautiful weather, maybe about 60 degrees this morning. It's going to warm up into the 70s, I think. And you can see just flat water, exactly what single scullers are hoping for this early in the morning as we come back to our Weeks footbridge camera to see on the turn side or on the other side of the Weeks footbridge how these athletes are setting themselves up to go through that Anderson Bridge once they make the turn.
You can see there bow number 9. That's Nathaniel Kelly at a Maritime Rowing Club. He's competed at the Head of the Charles every year since 2005 and has 2 course records here, 2 golds, 2 silvers, 3 bronze medals over the course of that time. So has performed very well in this event and thereby would know this race course pretty well. Don't know if he's been on the course since, 2 years ago, the last time we ran this regatta, but he definitely has experience out there navigating and racing. And the fact that he's ahead of bow card number 7 bodes well for his potential positioning. It's very encouraging from an athlete standpoint to take your bow card that's a little bit later in the line and get it past people. When you pass people, that's incredibly motivating.
So that is bow card 7. That is David Duchenne's, who is rowing unaffiliated. He started rowing in his late 30s about 8 years ago, so a little bit newer to rowing than some of the athletes in this event. And you saw the course that Nathaniel Kelly was taking from Maritime. It was really about as textbook as you could hope for as he came through the Weeks footbridge, and he sort of set himself up by aiming his bow right at the next bridge arch, which is the Anderson Bridge. This is the camera that is on top of the Anderson Bridge, and it is showing our rowers sort of going away from that bridge. They've already come through it. And if the timing graphic wasn't there, you would see that they're trying to aim then for the apex of what we have been calling the big turn, which is a big port turn. It's sweeping. It's about a half-mile long, and it ends sort of at the Elliott Bridge next to the Cambridge Boat Club boathouse. And you're seeing these single scullers try to find that line that is really the straightest point from A to B, as opposed to trying to follow those buoys.
There is a great Charles video out there that kind of gives you some points to navigate on, but again, that is something a little bit more geared toward coxswains because they can see those perfect points of connection, like those connect the dots. What you see out here, the connect the dots, are the buoys that are more for safety, honestly, than anything else, to make sure that boats heading upstream on their warm-ups don't collide with the boats coming downstream, but you don't necessarily want to hug the buoys in every situation. And what happens, David, if you miss a buoy?
If you miss a buoy, you get, I think what they call adjudicated. You will get a penalty, and they will add to your overall time. So we were talking about yesterday that you are fully within your rights under the rules to hang your blades, your oars over these buoys, but the moment that your hull goes on the incorrect side of a red or green buoy is when one of these amazing volunteers, who you will probably never see because they do a great job of disguising where they are on this race course, they will see it and they will dock you that penalty. We should remark that there are over 1,500 volunteers here at the Head of the Charles, which has to be, we were talking about it yesterday, it's got to be one of the biggest volunteer events, sporting events in the entire nation.
And sporting events of this nature, of this scale, of this magnitude, you have to have volunteers. They don't run without these people. So if you happen to see someone wearing a volunteer shirt, thank them, because there's something that they've done that has helped hold this regatta together.
So another good shot there down the powerhouse stretch. And it really is one of the widest points in the race course is the powerhouse stretch. You see boats kind of all over the different areas of those arches as we see our single sculler from Minnesota navigating this turn, this big turn at the Weeks footbridge. It's actually a bit easier to navigate in theory in a single than in some of the bigger boats that we're going to see later on. It's not real easy to sort of torque around an 8 that's going full speed, as you see bow number 1, Greg Ansolabaher, trying to find the end of that big turn at the CBC boathouse, and he will go through that Elliott Bridge, and he will know that is the last bridge that I'm going to go under in my 2021 Head of the Charles race.
And he still appears to have a decent amount of spacing, if not more, that he's pushed out on the second bow card there of Brian Weddick out of Union. So he knows by making sure that he's pushing away, even if it's just inch by inch, that he's taking a lead on that next person. The one thing he doesn't know is, where's bow number 41? Is that person moving incredibly well? And so even when you come across the line, having moved well against the few people that are in your view, you still don't know how you've done. You get your unofficial time, and then there's this lag until the adjudication process is done and you get your official time and know how you actually fared.
And until each one of these, approximately 50 boats finishes. So this staggered start head race style that we have here at the head of the Charles, as you see our first shot of the day from the Windsor dock. So on the finish line side of the Elliott Bridge, and you see Greg and Sullivan, he really, I would suspect, Lindsay, that his left side is a little bit sore at the moment because he had to go around that turn for so long. But now he's able to sort of find his rhythm, pick his straight line to the finish from coming out of that Elliott Bridge. And he looks really in control.
And this is one of those locations for those iconic head of the Charles shots with the Elliott Bridge in the background. It's the last 700 or so meters of the race. And when it comes to turning, the biggest thing that people forget is it's not about powering up on your outside. If you're already maxed out, how do you go more than max? Go a little shorter on the inside or go a little lighter on the inside, and the boat's going to turn so much more quickly that way for you. You even get to catch a little breath. Jamie Coven here in the picture, no stranger to this race course, no stranger to rowing, certainly. Fun fact, I actually got to row his single when I first started rowing. At the time, I thought, who is this person? So it's been fantastic to get to know Jamie over the years, just a phenomenal contributor to the sport over the last several decades.
And really especially in the single scull boat class. That's really where he made a name for himself. And as you see, a great shot there of, what was that, bow card 10 coming, no, excuse me, bow card 4 coming through
David
to
Brigham
the finish
there.
line.
Yep.
And the finish line is on the right side of the picture, as we are now even also getting our timing graphics today. So we're going to have timing that's going to help you at home sort of understand on a real-time basis where these different boats stand relative to one another. Obviously not taking into account any adjudication that might happen as they come through. And you see, look at that single sculler, just how close that hull is right on the buoy line with the blades over. As you see there, that appears to be bow card 15.
Richard Connell out of Middlebury, Vermont. He's the head coach of Middlebury Crew.
And we saw a lot of coaches yesterday. I think we saw the BU boatman and the BU men's head coach in the same race yesterday. So there's probably some bragging rights. I don't know that I ever saw where that shook out between the two, but it's great because the Middlebury coach, Richard Connell, probably has some of his athletes here, and he's going to have some boats in some of the later races with his college athletes.
Coming down to the finish line here, you can see the triangular buoys happening. Once they cross, the athletes, the rowers, should continue to row, A, for cool down reasons, and B, there are 58 other people coming right after you in this particular event.
Yeah, and the officials at the finish line will tell you. I mean, I distinctly recall them telling us to continue to row. So that you're not taking up some space with somebody coming at full race speed through the finish line. As you see, we're seeing some of the higher bow numbers in this 57 boat race to kick off our morning of day 2. Looks like bow 47 on the left is Zev Ruder, from who's rowing unaffiliated. On the right is bow 51, Lee Greathouse of Gentle Giant from Somerville, local rower. And they are side by side. Lindsay, one of the things that we were remarking about yesterday is, in my head racing career, I remember the races where we got side by side with another crew. Sometimes you'll find yourself out here with a staggered start. You may not pass anyone or get past the entire way down the race course. I've had that happen. But it's the races where you're in a battle with somebody, either to pass them or they're trying to pass you, where you really recall and it sticks in your memory.
Especially if they yield or they don't yield. There are rules out here. There are rules of the road. If you're overtaking someone, they're supposed to yield to the outside of the turn. It doesn't always happen. So you might end up in their wash, which also makes it incredibly awkward to row because the water isn't clean. It almost makes it difficult to really grab the water with the oar. So that's, again, part of the race strategy. Again, here we are heading toward the finish line, the last few strokes for bow number 9, Nathaniel Kelly out of Maritime. Again, I'm sure he's pleased to be crossing the finish line here live instead of virtually as it was last year.
And you've got two local boats there. It was bows 20 and 19. It's Cambridge Boat Club's Ken Ichrado and Igor Belakovsky of Riverside. So those two probably see each other out on this river a fair amount, given that their boathouses are about a mile from each other on this stretch of water. And they are coming through Elliott Bridge, and you can see there Igor is looking back over his left shoulder to try to find exactly his course and where he wants to go, because you can pick up a straight line out of Elliott to the finish line. So that's his best course, is to find that straight line, sort of hugging the shore, and to go as straight as he can.
He almost seems to have a get out of my way sort of look on his face, knowing the last 700 meters are coming up for him.
So it looks like bow 15 coming through the finish line.
That's our Middlebury coach, Richard Connell, again coming up on the finish. I'm sure his team is here, you know, cheering him on either virtually through the feed or here on site. You know, at this point in the race where the trees have closed in, it's cut down on the wind, this is that feeling where you get that surge of adrenaline. No matter what the previous 10, 20 minutes has done for you, you are getting a little bit more. You're digging a little deeper here, knowing the finish line is right ahead of you.
And that was Jake Watkins from Maritime finishing up in the senior master single category, just ahead of a couple of other rowers who are finishing their pieces. You can tell that the pace obviously picks up in that final stretch from Elliott to the finish line. You can see even higher stroke ratings out of a lot of the athletes as they come through. That's bow 34 coming towards the end of the big turn, and coming around and trying to find that Elliott arch, and knowing that he's in the final stretch is from Mexico City and rowing for España, Luis Prado, rowing in the senior masters category. He's a former Mexican national team rower, and this is obviously a very international event ahead of the Charles. Maybe a slightly fewer, as you see, Lindsay, we see possibly some adjudication happening right on the camera with a slightly missed buoy on the wrong side of that one.
And you could see the referee sitting on the dock taking a note of that as they went by. So the referees are out there to make sure that they, you know, can tally up the points to make sure that this is as fair as possible. That will come into play. You see the timing on the right-hand side of your picture. But what you'll find is that when those penalties come into play, that will change all of that. So you have your bow number in, you know, but then depending on how you place this year, that can give you a better position next year. It also, depending on how you place, will give you a guaranteed entry or not, rather than having to go through the lottery. So doing as well as you can, no matter where you fall. If you're not in the top 5, doesn't matter. Do the fastest that you can possibly go, so that you can earn yourself a spot, maybe a better position to put yourself in even better contention for those higher positions moving forward.
Yeah, if you can finish in the top 5% of the winning time, you can automatically qualify for next year's regatta. This is a very selective regatta. It changed slightly this year, and only simply because there are fewer international entries because of the state of the world. But so we're going to see even like 100 youth 8s in a youth 8 category tomorrow. As you see a couple more rowers coming through. That's about 37 is Pablo Zabro, rowing for RC Energia, which I think is, if my memory serves me correctly, I think it's maybe like a Ukrainian club.
Ukraine, yep. And bow number 32, Thomas Shoemaker out of Jackson Hole. This is his 9th head of the Charles. He was taking a moment to take a breather, to take a better line. He's obviously moved up in the line on bow 37, so he was looking strategically to give himself a better position to pass him as he comes toward the last finish, 700 meters or so.
And just looking at the timing graphics, there's so many boats, you know, over a 18, 19-minute race, finishing within a couple seconds of one another. And as Lindsay was remarking, you know, when you're out here and we're looking at bow number 44, when bow number 44 from Union Boat Club, Samuel Batchelor, who was captain of the Yale heavyweight crew in 2000, when he's out here and he's rowing bow card 44, he has no clue what bow card 2 did. And we're going to give you some graphics at home so that you can sort of follow along with the timing to some extent, as we see our first single sculler of the women's race come through, and it is our 2-time Olympian and probably the most well-known woman, 3-time Olympian, most well-known woman rower in America, Jevi Stone, as she comes through the start chute. The next event that's going to be on the race course is the Women's Master and Women's Senior Master Singles, Lindsay.
We're going to see a lot of experience in this women's race as well. There are tons of Olympians, never former, never past, simply retired or potentially continuing to train out here on this race course. So if you are here in Boston, come and check it out. You never know who's going to pass. There are retired Olympians, current Olympians from decades, spanning decades, that are coming here to race this race, to visit one another. We have athletes from numerous Olympic Games. Jevi, for instance, is local here. She's kind of the hometown hero, why she's so well known in this area. She's also won this race, at least 10 times? So she certainly has experience here on this race course. That's her quintessential Jevi Stone face, breathing, relaxing, but also going for it. I can't imagine she's not going with everything she has, knowing how much of a racer and a competitor that she is.
For sure. There is bow 23 coming through the start line, which is Atomic Rowing out of Oak Ridge, Tennessee's Alyssa Nalen, as she comes through that first bridge, which is the BU bridge. We also have the shot from the other side, which shows us that big reunited sign, as you see bow number 6, which is Potomac Boat Club's Samantha Houston. It's the 5th time that she has rowed in a single scull at the head of the Charles. And, you know, Lindsay, one of the things that we noticed when we were reading the biographies and sort of adding the color that has been supplied to us is just how many athletes are just so excited to be back here for the head of the Charles. Obviously, it was virtual last year. It is now back in person. This is typically, I know it was for me, it really is kind of the crown jewel race of the fall. It's kind of the Super Bowl of rowing to some extent, and it is the biggest rowing reunion that exists in America. And everybody is just so happy to be back, and the enthusiasm of the athletes really has been palpable this year.
I can't help but give a shout out here to bow number 28 with the pink hair. That's actually a University of Virginia old teammate of mine, also local, working on her degree in physical therapy here in Boston. Libby McCann, bow number 28, coming through that bridge. It's, even though she's raced here a bunch of times, it's her first official race in the single, which I know from my experience, I've never raced the single out here. I've raced the 8 and the 4, won both, you know, numerous times, but never the single. It's a whole different ball game when you're out there by yourself. You know, something else I love about these bios that we have, the background information that we know about a lot of these athletes, is that there are people out here who just came off of training for the Olympic Games, competing with and against women that have 3 or 4 children, people that took time off from rowing, people that came to rowing late in life. You know, bow number 3, Catherine Infantino of Union, this is her 23rd consecutive entry, including the years she gave birth to her children. So this race unites everyone that loves rowing, and it's this fall rowing festival that is a display of the love of this sport. It is just this incredibly life-changing experience, and coming out here and being surrounded by people that come to the sport for various reasons, whether it's for fun, fitness, or friends, or to go and win the Olympic Games. You know, this huge range of things. And to be honest, to go for winning the Olympic Games, you do it for fun, fitness, and friends. It's all the same, no matter what level you're at.
Well, we had a shot of Lori Criado of Occoquan Boat Club in Fairfax Station, Virginia. And her biography let us know that her child, baby number 6, is on board with her today. And that is the type of information that we are able to pass along to you because of the incredible volunteers that have put it together for us. And we are just the conduit. We are hoping to give you the best broadcast experience that we can from our studio here near the finish line. As you see Jevi Stone, again, the silver medalist at the Rio Olympic Games in this boat class. If you go back and watch that race, if it had been about 50 meters longer, we might be talking about a gold medalist in the women's single. She almost tracked down Kim Brennan of Australia. It was just a crazy, just super fast last 250 meters for Jevi as she comes around the Weeks footbridge turn. And you see just on the graphic, just want to point out that we're seeing that Greg Ansolabaher won the Senior Masters singles unofficially in a time of 15:42. You're going to see those graphics come through from time to time, so we just wanted to point it out. But you are looking at a woman who just rode in Tokyo. She rode with Christy Wagner in a double, and they finished 5th in Tokyo in the women's double. And she's also a physician. She's an emergency room physician, a resident here in Boston. So a multifaceted Olympic rower, and yes, she knows this race course better than anyone.
You know, when it comes to that last little snippet, that 250 meters, you know, that you laid on the best race you have on any given day. I had a coach back when I first started rowing said, never run out of room to go fast. You know, and when you do enough head races like this, it gives you enough strokes. There are so many more strokes taken. You really have to be in it mentally and go, I will go now. This is now. Every stroke is now. It's not about, oh, what's happening in 10 minutes, what's happening in 5 minutes, this is long. No, it is now. And you can't fake this race. You have to be trained for it to a certain extent, or at least know yourself well enough to know what your pace is. You know, as Jevi's coming through here, we still have her in the picture here, bow card 1. She's put some decent spacing between her and the next competitor in this event. Knowing her own speed and knowing the speed of those that are right behind her does bode well for her. We do also have other Olympic athletes in this category a little bit farther down in the pack that we haven't seen in the picture yet. So again, just like the previous race, you don't know what bow 14, 15, 16, 18 are doing. So again, until you've rowed all the way home, packed up your boat, and found the result online or posted, you still have no idea. You hope. You come off the water going, I had a great race. Hopefully that was what I needed today. But you don't have that instant gratification of crossing the finish line next to your competitor.
Yeah, Jevi really has opened up a lead. You saw her, we had the camera on her coming through the Weeks Footbridge, and you didn't even see bow 2 for quite a while. It seems like maybe the Boston police should be checking Jevi for the Vermeer stolen from the Isabella Stewart Gardner Museum, because she is just kind of rowing away from those boats behind her at quite a clip. As you see a picture again of bow card 6. We saw really bow card 6 and 7 were pretty close to one another as they approach. You can see at the top of the screen those two women approaching the Weeks Footbridge. It's Samantha Houston of Potomac and Laura Corbett Brown of Sarasota Crew. As you see from the top of Anderson Bridge, and you can see down into that single scull. That is Jevi Stone rowing away from Anderson, and you can see her rhythm is just really what she's probably done 10 times to win the Head of the Charles in the past. She sort of knows what she needs to do.
And it looks like she's got a bit of a headwind against her right now, but based on what we've seen previously in the day so far, the conditions do change as the race comes down to its final meters. And if that time that we saw for the potential winner of the men's singles race, these could be some fast times even with this little bit of a headwind in this direction. Because of the orientation of the race course, your bow will be facing north-south, not necessarily east per se, but you'll be facing, or west per se, you'll be facing all sorts of different directions. So even if the wind comes from a prevailing direction, you're going to feel it as a head, a tail, a cross at lots of different points in the race. It's never really the same twice. So it's rare that you're going to have a headwind in the beginning and still have it at the end. So speed, you never know until you cross that finish line.
And that's a great point, Lindsay. When I was at Coxon and we would come here to practice, and I had, you know, presumably some new athletes in the boat each year, whether I was in high school or college, that is one of the things that as a coxswain I was trying to point out to my rowers is, look, when we come around this turn, you're going to feel the wind. You know, the wind's going to change, and they need to sort of know that because the boat feels different as you come around. And in a single scull, it feels tremendously different than it would in a 4 or an 8 that's going a little faster, has a little bit more weight to it, both human and otherwise.
So the single's easier to turn, but it also gets blown around a little bit more by the conditions.
Without question, without question. And for those of you who are not terribly well-versed in rowing or haven't gotten out in a boat before, you're not going to have a lot of fun going out in a single if that's the one, if that's a boat that you decide to choose first. It looks beautiful and it looks great, and it looks like these women are doing it very easily because they are very proficient. It is not easy to get into a single scull and go fast.
Do not be fooled. It is your best teacher, though. If you get out there, the first time I got in a single, it was a racing single. It was not a training single. It was tippy. I rode circles with one arm for an hour. But over time, got a lot more proficient at it, and it taught me the most because it responds to everything you're doing. It'll respond to the wind, it'll respond to every move that you make, and so it really teaches you to find that relaxation point and to find that elusive boat feel that we're all in search of, because it gives you those nuanced sensory little bits of feedback. Can I float? Can I relax? Or am I just going to work really hard the whole time?
I actually have a similar story. When I was in college, I took rowing as a sort of an elective class, and my coach put me in a racing single to start.
Yeah.
And I found myself swimming in the Connecticut River about 3 times that morning. And for somebody
I've never taken a swim.
For somebody from Florida, that was kind of a rude awakening. But let's just say it's not easy, and it certainly is not easy to go at a race speed for 16 or 17 minutes down a course where you're turning left and right constantly like the head of the Charles. But that's what makes the head of the Charles the head of the Charles, and it's what makes it such a memorable regatta for everybody that gets to participate in it, as we see some side-by-side racing coming through the Anderson Bridge. And
this is a great shot of you have your best laid plans. You know the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, but if someone's in your way, someone's in your way. And you're either going to have to pick on the fly, in a moment, you know, if you're going to make that change. That's a great shot again of Jevy Stone, our current leader and bow number 1, cutting it very close to those buoys coming around that corner.
She is, but she knows the race course, and that is experience right there that we are watching as she finishes the big turn and she heads through the Elliott Arch. It is Jevy Stone. You can see on the timing with a fairly commanding lead, but your former teammate there, Karen Davies, is doing finding some speed out of bow 14. So again, what we've talked about in the past, it's a staggered start, and you have really no understanding necessarily until you get to the finish line and the times come through where you stand relative to anyone else.
To have a lead, if you're in bound, if you're first athlete out there, first rower out there, to have a lead and be in no man's land with no one is challenging. So it's completely internal. Whereas to be in Karin's position coming out of bow 14, you don't know if there are fast people back there that you can really pace yourself off of necessarily. Plus you have more people to navigate around. So that makes your position more challenging, which is why year after year, it really is important to see if you can climb yourself up that ladder, because the cleanest line is the easiest one to take. You get to choose your course and that's it. You don't have to make those adjustments as you go along. So,
well, and as somebody who has rowed this race course, that was a question that I had for you, Lindsay, is what does it feel like to pass a boat? I mean, maybe you're starting bow 1 every time, but I'm sure there have been some head races where you're passing boats. I mean, what does it feel like from an athlete standpoint? I know what it feels like from a coxswain standpoint, but what type of feeling are you getting when you're passing a boat in a head race?
I mean, this is really a fun race for coxswains, I'm sure. And you can really tell the difference between really skilled coxswains and less skilled coxswains in head races. Because the really skilled coxswains are going to set you up so well. You know what's coming before it happens, and you can make the adjustments for what the coxswain is asking of you and explaining to you in a moment. It doesn't take a long time to make a turn. It doesn't take a long time to pass someone. They put themselves in a position and go, okay, I need gas now. Whereas trying to pass somebody on a curve is probably the hardest thing you could do, because you're having to navigate and go fast at the same time. And when you're pushing physically more, you don't have the mental capacity to go, oop, I need to go a little to the left or the little to the right. So you kind of have to go maintain, now's my time, and slingshot yourself out of those turns. But again, even if you're rowing in someone's wash, a little bit of clean, messy water because you're close to their hull, the disturbance that their hull creates in the water, it is fun. Like, that gives you, even if you start to bounce around a little bit, that gives you that amped, that there's something fun about to happen and that you get to pass somebody. On the other hand, I've also been passed, and that's not so great.
A little bit deflating. You had a picture there for a while of Shannon Kaplan, bow number 2, rowing for JL Racing out of Philadelphia. As she comes through, and she will be the second athlete to cross the finish line behind Jevy Stone. On the picture now, you have Laura Corbett Brown of Sarasota Crew with the pink hat on the right side, and it looks like she's been in a battle with bow 6, Samantha Houston of Potomac Boat Club, but has gotten past her there at the end of the big turn.
And was able to take the inside of it because of that.
That's right, and is able to take the preferred course through the Elliott Bridge and setting herself up, Laura Corbett Brown, for the finish line as we see Jevy Stone come across that finish line here at our 2021 Head of the Charles Regatta. And you see that camera have to pan back to find the next competitor in the lineup coming through. As you see again, Laura Corbett Brown, who has gotten in front of that PBC rower who held her off for most of the race, for 2 miles of our 3-mile race course. And now Laura's probably got a shot of adrenaline knowing that that she thinks probably that race is over, and now she can sort of focus on her distance from that athlete.
Push away 1 stroke at a time. The water's getting a little cleaner. You're getting a little bit of a tail push right here. You can see the water flowing from left toward the right just a little bit, whether that's the river or the wind helping you out. But again, as the water cleans up, it makes you feel like all of a sudden you're rowing better. And what better time to feel like you're rowing better than at the end of the race when you're tired, your mouth might be a little bit dry and sticky, and your whole body is just ready for that surge of adrenaline, but also ready for whatever it is that you plan on doing after the race to recover, either race again or go hang out with friends.
Well, and they're enjoying this flat water that we have for the singles in these first 2 events this morning. We had the men and now the women. This is Shannon Kaplan rowing for JL Racing. And Shannon says, like we've seen this exuberance, she's just really excited to be back racing at the Head of the Charles after last year's hiatus.
Also no stranger to this event and this regatta.
And you can see the rowing extremely proficient, very clinical, down to the water with the blades as she comes across the finish line. And then we head back up to our camera at the CBC Boathouse to watch the big turn again. And you can see there bow number 16, which is East Bay's Caroline Cahill. And she is ahead of the aforementioned bow card 9, Lori Criado from Occoquan Boat Club.
Out of the Occoquan, this is Lori bringing baby number 6 on board along with her. So coming down this race course, just managing the race itself, putting some meters under her belt over the course of this 4,702 meter race.
So it's 4,702 meters. I've always kind of wondered how they measure that, given the fact that most of these athletes are going to row more than 4,702 meters, unless they took the exact course that they measured here.
Military submarine, perfect point to point.
But it is right around 3 miles. And just to give you some perspective, if you watch the Olympics, the Olympic race course in Tokyo was 2,000 meters long. So this is more than double. It's almost 5,000 meters. And so it is just a different animal. As Lindsay was talking about, you're finding a pace that's generally lower in terms of the strokes per minute that you are taking, because physically your body cannot handle going as high a speed as you would go for 2,000 meters over 4,700 meters.
Otherwise, you would just go faster for 2,000 meters.
That's right. Great picture there from going into the finish line. As you see, our PBC rower, bow card 6, that is Samantha Houston from Potomac Boat Club in Washington, D.C., as she finishes her race. And the wind picked up yesterday, Lindsay, so by about 11 a.m. there was a bit of a headwind in that final stretch. Right now it looks to be pretty flat, and that's kind of what we're seeing with these times that are coming through, the winning times, is that, you know, there's not so much wind that it's really affecting the timing. As you see bow 19 coming through, and that is Casey Kelsey, rowing unaffiliated.
Also a rower and coach coming around here. You mentioned the conditions a little bit. It does look like there's a little bit of a crosswind here at this point, which coming around a turn, if it's a port turn and there's a wind coming from basically the rower's right toward their left, that would make that turn a little bit more challenging, and these smaller boats might push them out a little bit wider. Whether it was intentional or not, you could see how a lot of the athletes coming around this particular turn here were pushing wider than, say, the course that Jevy Stone took, where she overlapped, put her oars again, because that's allowable in the adjudication process. The boat itself simply can't cut the turn or go inside those buoys. The oars can, the riggers can, shoot the rower can, but the boat cannot.
And so that was Heather Moon Vogels of Rudovern, Austria, in the senior masters category coming across the line. As you see, about 23 and 28 coming through. 28 obviously must be having a big race. That was your former teammate and the pink hair that stands out to us. Always helpful to the commentary booth when you've got something like that going on. As we see Bowcard 10 coming through and taking her final strokes. That's Molly Watkins of Cambridge Boat Club. And she's a part of the head of the Charles Race Ops.
For more than 10 years now.
So she is one of the individuals that just helps this regatta be what it is, which, like we said, is really the best oiled of the head races. And even though it's a challenging race course, you see that everybody remains extremely safe throughout, as you see Bow 20.
Out of Florida, Treasure Coast Rowing Club, Michelle Weiler. This is her first time. She's been rowing for 16 years, first time on the single here, but she's been in the bow of the Director's Challenge Quad before, which that's a fun event if you've never done it. It's fantastic. Make sure you dress in costume, though, David, if you choose to do it. It's all for a good cause.
So she's been in the bow of a quad, so she's navigated this race course, so it's first hat for her in a single, but she is old hat in terms of understanding where she needs to be on the race course, as you see her come through the Elliott Bridge. And then right behind her I saw Bowcard 29, which is Vesper Boat Club's Melissa Hilton, rowing in the senior masters category, Vesper Boat Club of Philadelphia.
President of Vesper Boat Club.
There you go. And that's one of the old boathouses on Boathouse Row in Philadelphia on the Schuylkill River. As you see Bow 13 coming through and taking her final strokes, it's Sarah Richmond of Community Rowing. And as this event finishes up, there is no rest for the weary here at the head of the Charles. And I'm looking at the camera, there's already another event on the race course, and that will continue to happen throughout the day. So the next race that's going to be on the race course, you're seeing some of the boats come through, is the men's club singles event.
You know, when we switch over to the club singles here, it's important to note this is one of those events that's no longer an age group. This is people who are in their teens, maybe 20, racing against people who are 40 over and plus. So this is a whole mix of generations, technically, of athletes racing one another here. So it's throw it in the hat, see how we do, who comes out on top with the club singles, of course, the champ singles and those sorts of things coming down the line, racing later in the course of the regatta.
So that is Bow 3 from Three Rivers Rowing Association in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. It's Eric Grasso, and he is doing what he can to set himself up for that turn at the Weeks footbridge. And which means that he is starting to think about maybe going, as you said, a little bit shorter with the right hand there for a few strokes. And that is Bowcard 1. That is Michael Dostal rowing for Hydro. And he is competing to help fundraise for Mass General Hospital and Brain Center research. He says check out ourcommonthread.org to donate. And so he is rowing for charity. As you saw Bow 2 also come through, that is Andrew Voorhees of Narragansett.
Narragansett, I believe, one of the oldest in the country in terms of rowing clubs. That's in Rhode Island. A lot of people are familiar with Narragansett.
And coming through the Weeks footbridge, that's Bow 5 from Riverside. It's Graham Calloway. And he is a former Dartmouth rower. As we get our shot back down the powerhouse stretch and into the Weeks footbridge turn. And that is Bow 12.
Zach Petronik for competing with the University of Pittsburgh, representing, I guess, school. Finished 5th in the double at this past Olympic trials back in, what was that, February, March, April? Back in the spring.
It was. And he is now in the single and coming into, again, that turn, as we're seeing sort of what we saw yesterday, which is that the wind is pushing these athletes just a little bit over to the arch that the abutment maybe they don't want to be as close to if they're rowing
to the
a course
outside of those turns. Yeah.
Right. If they're rowing their the course that they have decided they want to row. Probably they don't want to be over there, but I think a lot of these singles are not having much of a choice when they get sort of hit by the wind at the moment that their bow comes through.
And you could see back there in that last screen that it looks like some of those guys are moving on one another already early on in this race. So as we go back to the women's, the final of the women's previous race, we'll cut back to the men's shortly.
So that was Crystal Mullis of Dallas Rowing Club that you saw there, bow card 25 coming through Elliott. As we have our picture here of the men's singles coming through the Anderson Bridge. You see on the left side that is the Harvard Men's Boathouse. And one of the things that I used to tell the coxswains that I coached is you don't want to find yourself very close to that boathouse because then you're definitely adding meters to the 4,702 out here at the head of the Charles. What you want to do is what you're seeing from these very proficient single scullers, which is you're going to try to find the apex of the big turn and sort of go straight for it as you come through Anderson. Point to point, connect those dots. It really doesn't take much. You turn your point off just a little bit, and it adds a lot of extra meters, a lot. If you were in a swimming pool, just diverting from lane line to lane line can add a body length 5 or 6 feet just from that width. Think about how wide a lane is in a swimming pool. So imagine your bow diverting the rowing version of that just for a short period of time. You're adding a lot of distance to your race course. So you're sort of seeing that on the left side there in terms of that single sculler being a little bit closer to the buoy line than some of the others that come through. But this is also one of the points in the race course as we go back to the Weeks turn. That is one of the points after Anderson where you really can go for a straight line for a long time. Yeah. It's one of the only straight lines that's available for any considerable distance here at the head of the Charles and on this race course. That is about 20. It's Brenton Molesbergen of Bachelor's Barge Club in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And he rowed at Drexel and also for Conestoga when he was a youth rower. And he's setting himself up to come through the Weeks Footbridge. And looks like a young athlete. He's 21 years old, so Lindsay was talking about the range of the athletes. They're as young as sometimes maybe 18, 19, and then we're seeing some much older ages. It's really a wide open category, the men's club single. You know, with this head racing style, when you know what your bow number is, and if you see a bow card that is, even if they're not approaching you specifically, but you see them taking, steps on the ladder from behind you, it does. When I was a young rower, you would start to think like, oh, they must be doing something better. And as you age, as you have more and more experience through racing, you gain confidence through the preparation that you've put into your racing. That gives you the confidence to stay in your own head and in your own race. But when you're young, it starts to make you question what you're doing. And sometimes it does take you out of your own headspace, which negatively impacts your race all the way down the race course. Getting back to what you're doing, no matter what anyone else is doing, is incredibly important, especially because of the distance and the amount of time that you're going to cover here. Yeah, and just another sort of, to expand upon that point, when you're a coxswain, one of the things that I set myself up with was understanding who was in front of me and who was behind me. Mm-hmm. And when you're at the youth level, the uniforms are pretty consistent. So even if I couldn't see the bow card number, maybe I see a green uniform and I know, oh, okay, that's Green Lake coming, and they started 2 bows behind us and now they're really hot on our tail. It gives you some sense when you're in race of maybe what's happening or where you stand relative to others. But by the same token, in these single scull races, oftentimes the uniforms change quite a bit. There is no sort of rule on uniforms at the head of the Charles. Especially in a single, it's just you. A lot of teams come out with special uniforms that they wear just for this race, so yeah. As you see the Anderson camera and you see these single scullers coming into that big turn that will take them around, you see that is bow number 1 coming through, and that is Michael Dostal rowing for Hydro. And again, raising money for Mass General Hospital and the Brain Cancer Research. Mass General is a tremendous hospital, in fact, saved my life. So it is great to see that he is raising money for Mass Gen as he comes and finishes the big turn and comes through the Elliott Bridge. And hot on his tail where it looked like bows 2 and 3. Bow 2 is Andrew Voorhees of Narragansett. Bow 3 is Eric Grasso of Three Rivers Rowing Association. And that was an opportunity there. I believe Jeffy Stone is the only rower that we've seen so far overlap oars over that big turn. And with that turn being so large, someone that might not necessarily be moving as fast meters per second wise
could cut into that lead simply by overlapping the oars. So that would be a strategy that someone would want to practice and bring out, particularly on that turn of the race course in particular.
Yeah, without question. I will tell you that practice days and practice times out here on the weekend don't always
you and
give
5,000 of your friends.
Yeah, they don't always give you the opportunity. It's about the most congested possible water that you could be on if you are out in any of these holes on practice day. But you're exactly right, and Lindsay, and to the extent that you've practiced it, you know, you're going to set yourself up for it. Sometimes when we were practicing, if I saw that there wasn't going to be space for me to practice what I needed to practice, I'd just stop and wait for less congestion on practice day. As we see that these single scullers come around the big turn and finish, as they come past Cambridge Boat Club there, which you don't see in the picture, but that's where the camera is stationed. Excuse me, there is an announcer there, and that has been a tradition at the head of the Charles for a very long time, that the announcer at CBC will call you out by name as you come past. As you see, a really close to the Windsor Dock course here for bow 5. That's Graham Calloway of Riverside, and the horizontal blue and white stripes of Riverside Boat Club. Clearly he knows this race course, and he's really showing it.
Sure does. He passed the fourth bow card number 4 there. Bow 4 is 20-year-old Michael Kiselev. That again just speaks to bow card 1, 43 years old, bow card 4, 20 years old. You'll notice in some of the timing graphics that we have bows 10, 11, 12 looking like they're moving pretty well down the course. So this event, no matter where they started this year, it looks like there's going to be some movement on the ladder for consecutive years after this.
Yes, and you know, sometimes that's the other thing that we didn't really get a chance to remark a ton about yesterday, but if it's your first year and you've been accepted, you're never going to start in like the first, 20 or so numbers, no matter if you're the Olympic gold medalist.
It's a lottery system, correct?
Right. So, so you're going to find yourself, somewhere in the 20s, 30s, 40s, depending upon how many boats are in your event, and you have to work your way into those. It's almost it's not only a tradition, but it's also sort of, it's like if you're playing golf and you have honors because you birdied the last hole. That's the same thing with the head of the Charles and with how they seed these numbers and how you get your numbers. It's based upon past results, and you have to have those past results to get these bow card numbers and to have, for instance, bow card 1, as Michael Dostal does, as we see him approaching the finish line. This is the men's club singles at the 2021 head of the Charles Regatta. And coming across the line there and just enjoying the flat water, and we'll start to see the time sort of catch up with each other, as you see there. Bow 15, which is another Occoquan rower,
yeah.
William Meeker.
I've rowed on the Occoquan myself many years ago, having come from the University of Virginia myself. It was a very easy trip up to that location.
And he was really kind of put the pedal down as he came through Elliott. Maybe trying to put some distance that he can try to hold as he moves all the way kind of straight line to the finish line.
Whenever, and I imagine in a blind boat, whenever you have a straightaway, that's when you go for it. You take care of the turn, and then as soon as okay. Because the other thing about being on a turn, especially in these smaller boats, is they do tip a little bit, right? They're going to lean into the turn depending on how fast you're moving. You don't want to fall to the outside of the turn. But that also offsets how you're pushing. It's not going to be perfectly level. You're not going to necessarily, you're pushing into a curve, so it's not going to be the perfect jump or the perfect leg press that you're doing there. I shouldn't even say leg press. I don't compare rowing to leg pressing at all. Do not get me wrong there. But it's when you can take your mind off of having to navigate and just push yourself, that's when you can hit a rhythm in a sweet spot.
That was a shot of Jack Reed from Craftsbury, bow 11, finishing his race. Jack says he went to Trinity and he can throw hay bales farther than anyone else out here.
Earlier in the race, it looked like he was trying to throw some hay bales by moving himself up the line, having a pretty good row.
Without question. That's bow 18, which is Graham Mink, rowing for Minnesota Boat Club.
He represented U.S. rowing back in 2012 with the junior national team in the men's single. So has a little bit of single experience over the years.
And those uniforms stand out to me, the Minnesota Boat Club. It's that bright red, as you see there. That is bow 7, which is Daniel Knorr of Oars, a newer rowing club out of Oakland, California.
Apparently happy birthday, happy 22 it looks like. So happy birthday, Daniel Knorr.
And he went to your alma mater, the University of Virginia. Really, really a lot of speed in the Bay Area these days, especially at the youth level. Really every team in the Bay Area, it seems like, Marin, Oakland Strokes, Oars, all these teams with just tremendous speed. And that is as good as head racing gets here at the head of the Charles. 3 boats side by side.
On a turn, bridge coming, all the variables.
Right, so you find yourself in that situation, and I know I haven't been in it in a single, but I can tell you that the adrenaline is pumping. And for that single sculler that was sort of out ahead, it's like I've got to get a little bit more distance because I want to hold my line here at a minimum as we come through, and I don't want to have to yield to those other boats when I'm under a bridge. I've got to get that line.
It's a completely different sense of urgency. I have to go now, or I might hit the bridge, or someone might run into me.
And that was about 29 who was doing that. That's Stephen Rupp of West Side out of Buffalo, New York. And he was side by side with, it looks like, bow 30. And bow 30 is Georgia Tech Rowing Club's Jerry Harrison. And again, that's probably a battle that those two are going to remember because they probably, starting in successive bow cards, they have been right next to each other all the way down the race course.
Maybe that was a plan. You know, you take the lead, we'll push one another, and then we'll go from there. As we saw a moment ago, bow 30, Jerry Harrison, his dream is to compete in Paris at the 2024 Olympic Games. So you have a few more years, keep using the single, figure out what you got. If that's what you want to do, put the work in, keep the right attitude.
And early in the cycle, coming to the head of the Charles and trying yourself in the single is a great way to start as Graham Mink from Minnesota comes across the line in the men's club single here at the 2021 head of the Charles Regatta. And bow 26, it's Morgan McCarty, rowing unaffiliated.
Another relatively young athlete here, 20 years old.
And he goes to Northeastern. He is a computer science major. And he rows outside of the college program at Northeastern. And, you know, he very well may have to do that if he wants to be rowing a single. With, you know, the collegiate programs really focusing on sweep rowing for the most part.
Turn there, I'd say a lot of athletes probably spent, definitely, not probably, spent a lot more time in singles this past year. I know a lot of people ask me those questions, gosh, what do you think it'll do, especially on the sweep side? Well, when I started rowing with the national team, it was all singles. That was your option. Figure out how to move the erg, get faster on the machine, and figure out how to move the single. If you can move the single, you can move any boat, especially if you realize, A, you understand how to row better because of rowing the single, but you're also willing to follow the person in front of you once you get into a team boat. That'll only help make you faster. It's very humbling, but also very exciting when you figure out how to make it go.
Okay, and when you're looking at some athletes from our next event, which is the women's club singles, it's event 13, and that is bow card 6, Mackenzie Evans of Hydro. And she's a hydro athlete, so if you have a hydro at home, you may be very familiar with Mackenzie Evans. But it's her first time racing the single at the head of the Charles. And Lindsay was referring to some of the news that U.S. Rowing has sort of put out in recent weeks in terms of a focus on some of the smaller boats and making that the focus of potentially this Olympic cycle for U.S. Rowing. And there are a lot of teams that I know of, Lindsay, that come into head racing and fall racing, and they really are pretty much only rowing in small boats for almost the entire fall. In fact, I know some teams that select even bigger boats for the head of the Charles from results related to smaller boat racing in the fall. And I think we're going to discuss that to some extent with Casey Galvanic, who's going to come on the broadcast later, the head coach of the junior national team, as to how he sees that as part of the plan for the United States moving forward and getting ready for the Paris Olympics. As you start to see some of the times come through, and we have our shot down the powerhouse stretch, and these women are rowing for the Peggy Hawes Trophy, and there are 27 competitors in the women's club singles this year at the 2021 head of the Charles Regatta. And you're seeing those first couple of bows come into the picture in that powerhouse stretch and approach the Weeks footbridge.
And you can see the different courses that some of these rowers are taking on purpose or on accident. That will either give them a better line moving down. You know, if you're taking a really good course early on in the race, it's going to save you energy for the end of the race, which will only help you go even faster at that point. Because if you have just enough mental to say, hey, I'm not as gassed as I thought I might because I rode 100, 200, 300 meters less than I could have, that's a big distance. That's a lot of time saved. You know, if you're talking, let's see, you know, just over 7 minutes over 2,000 meters at world record speeds in a single, you know, 200-300 meters, that's a lot of time that you are saving.
Yeah, at least
Or
a minute,
minute
and a half, 2 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a huge amount of time. As you saw, we had a picture there from the Riverside Boat Club dock, Riverside Boat Club camera, and you saw a bunch of single scullers kind of, and we talked about it earlier, following one another, even though, fortunately or unfortunately, it probably wasn't the most efficient race course that was happening. And when you're coming through the powerhouse stretch, you can go through any of those arches, so they are available. But really, the shortest course is going to be to gradually move over to the middle arches. And you certainly want to be there by the time you get to the Weeks footbridge. As you see, bow 23 of the Women's Club singles. That is Megan Northey of Lake Washington Rowing Club in Seattle. And she is a multiple, looks like 3-time NCAA Division II national champion.
And she's climbing herself up the ladder there, passing bow card number 18, Nicole Saradenko out of Sagamore. So moving yourself up like that, especially this early in the race, whether you're halfway or not, that bodes well down the line. It also gives you that confidence just to kind of clear people out of the way, give you a little straighter line, fewer competitors in front of you to potentially get piled up on as the arches of these 7 bridges unravel down the race course.
So starting her turn, getting ready to come through, that's bow 2, Mary Kaleda of 612 Endurance in Minneapolis, Minnesota. And Mary says that she fell in love with rowing in college at Marquette. And it will be her 10th head of the Charles, 4th time in the club single event.
Taking a peek over her shoulder there to make sure she's taking that turn that she wants, or at least getting a little closer. You know, being able to make those adjustments as you go. If you started a little wide, you can make a correction on the fly and make it a little bit more narrow. You just got to make sure it's not so narrow that it cuts you right into that abutment, because whether you hit it with the boat itself or your blade, that's going to be distracting. It's going to be disconcerting, not including the fact that it's going to just slow you down because you hit something. She's already passed bow number 1 at this point, so now she's going to have that clean line coming down toward the finish of the course, so she can really take whatever line she wants at this point. Set yourself up, find your point, see the finish line, and just go from there. You're not going to find any wash in front of you. You're not going to find any other boats in front of you. You're going to just be able to bring it down and potentially push an extra inch, an extra foot, an extra little bit of space between you and the next person behind you.
So we see them coming through the Weeks footbridge. It's the first couple bow numbers of the Women's Club single. Bow number 1 is Helen Samaniego of GMS in Connecticut. And we keep getting a picture here of Mary Kaleda at bow number 2. Helen is a former U.S. lightweight sculler, and I believe she went to the University of Virginia. And she won the event in 2019, so that's why she's out there at bow number 1.
A little bit of ambient sound. It sounds like there's more happening down on the race course now as the morning is kind of waking up. You see the bigger boats getting out on the water. That means there might be fewer entries, but there are more people on the race course.
And this really, I have to be honest, this is my favorite shot that we have, which is down the powerhouse stretch.
All the boats.
And you can see, what, 15 boats in the picture. And look, we were going to go 3 wide into Weeks with bows 12, 13, and 17. Obviously, 17 has passed several boats. She's having a great race so far. That's Megan Goodman of Orion in Saratoga Springs.
A great kind of upcoming high performance center there with Orion. They've had several athletes come out of there this past year, competing at all the levels, going quite fast. It's nice to see more clubs coming up that are producing high-level athletes, more opportunities for places that athletes can go to compete at a higher level, to train at a high level. So to see her kind of threading that needle there at bout number 17, Megan Goodman, makes complete sense knowing where she's coming from, the type of coaching and potentially coaching she is also potentially doing.
And on the picture, we're seeing Elizabeth Douglas of Orleans Sweep and Sculls out of Orleans, Massachusetts. And she is rowing in honor of her late teammate Grace Rett from Holy Cross. And she is, you can see, in a great rhythm. And that boat is just not knocking around, as we would say.
You can see the GR on her back there, representing her former teammate. You know, it's also great to note that she has an MS in nursing and worked in a pediatric ICU during the pandemic. So definitely someone out there giving back, thinking about other people, and that right there, that's quintessential rowing. You know, it's about everyone. It's about all the people. It's not about just you, even when you're in the single.
That is a picture of the front of Sarah Bulbul of Istanbul, Turkey. She went to Yale. She's class of 2019. And she has quite a lot of racing experience, but she is rowing for her rowing club out of Turkey here at the head of the Charles, but she's currently training out of Potomac Boat Club in Washington, D.C. And you can see she's kind of gradually making her way over, which is sort of what you would hope to do. She's gradually making her way over to those orange buoys, which will be on her port side as she comes into the big turn. That's our camera on top of the Anderson Bridge. As again, we
Favorite
see
shot here.
yeah, as again we see some boats coming into Weeks and trying to find the line that they want coming into that Weeks footbridge. And Lindsay was talking about, we're hearing some ambient noise. You're going to hear it at home. You're also going to hear a lot of cheering at some point because the banks are going to fill up, the bridges are going to fill up, and we have some microphones out on the race course.
Got bout 18, Nicole Saradenko out of Sagamore, Oyster Bay, New York. There in your picture, passing a few boats herself as well pretty early on in the race. Again, taking a nice clean line, had a bit of clear water around her. As opposed to this shot here, where we have a little bit of a pileup starting to happen.
And you can see the Potomac Boat Club sculler on the right side. You can see her blades. And she's going to be able to make up some distance on some of those rowers that are in front of her. As you see, one rower there missing a buoy, unfortunately, but this is what happens, as we talked about multiple times this morning, especially in the single scull. You're trying to sort of, you're somewhat rowing. Well, first of all, you're rowing at race pace. You're trying to row well, and you're trying to figure out where you are on the race course. And if you're looking back and you're saying, oh, well, you know, I think we're in the right place, or you don't have a ton of experience on the river at this head of the Charles, you might find yourself in those situations where you're sort of going and adding a little bit to your race, but it's because you're trying to sort of piggyback on somebody's race course.
And it's much easier to spot another boat than it is to spot, say, a marker like, oh, that tree over there, oh, that building, that's where I need to go, especially if, as you mentioned, you're not familiar with the course. At a glance, I mean, from a rowing standpoint, if you're the rower bowing this, you're obviously in a single, you're bowing it. You're taking a stroke and peeking over your shoulder. I prefer peeking at the finish. It doesn't throw off your stroke. The boat's gliding out there. Peek at the finish, go back, take a stroke. Peek at the finish, go back, take a stroke. So you get that momentary split-second glance, and if you see a bunch of people migrating a certain direction, it's not unlikely that you're also going to migrate that way. But if the leader of that migratory pack is going the wrong way, as we saw a moment ago, we had an athlete miss a buoy, a rower miss a buoy there, which again is not just, you know, for timing, it's for safety. They came pretty close to those other 8s that are heading upriver to start their own race. So knowing the course, staying safe, staying within those buoys is really important here, not just for your time, but for safety. #1 rule of any race.
And you know, a good portion of the 1,500 volunteers that we have here at the head of the Charles are focused on safety, and it is, despite sort of, you watch the race and you say, oh wow, that is a huge turn, and oh wow, this is nothing like what I saw when I watched Tokyo 2020 and I listened to Lindsay give me the color calls. It is a very safe race because of all of the volunteers that are out there, both on the water and off the water. There are a bunch of, even for instance on this turn, there are a bunch of volunteers on land that are sort of letting you know when it's clear to go, letting you know if there are any issues. As you see bow 2, that's Mary Coletta coming past CBC, and she will come through the Elliott Bridge and start to think about finishing her race. This is a women's club singles, which is event 13 of day 2 of our 2021 Head of the Charles Regatta.
And bow 2 here. This is her 4th time competing in the club singles event, so she has the experience. The fact that she's bow number 2 tells us that she did pretty well. Last time she competed as well. So being out in front, having now cleared the former champion in this particular event, that's probably giving her more and more confidence. She's probably going a little faster than she might have otherwise had it been the other way around. If she had started bow 1 and then gotten past, it might be a little bit nerve-wracking for her, but right now she's just, I bet, feeling that adrenaline, knowing this is your, again, iconic picture of the Charles with the signs in the background, with the bridge in the background, hearing more people, the hustle and bustle of being on the race course. She's out there in the single, but she knows exactly where she is at this point.
Yeah, and we didn't see her pass bow 1, but we know she's in front of bow 1 at this point. And I think you're right, Lindsay. It seems like she's kind of turning up the heat there, and she's going to make sure that she uses all of the tools in her bag to find the most speed possible between that point and the finish line. And she knows that she's there. She's almost there. As you see, Erica Sloan of Middlebury College Alumni rowing coming around. Erica's rowed for 3 buries, she says: Simsbury High School, Middlebury College, and Craftsbury Sculling Center.
And now Coach's lightweight is one of the lightweight assistants at MIT, wishes there was a berry in MIT as well, because then it would just, you know, be a handful of berries in her life. Rowers are full of jokes.
Yeah,
that's what we do.
Without question. I mean, some of these, I read some of these biographies, and as I'm reading them, if you saw the camera on me, you would see that that I am saying it through a smile. And there have been some chuckles too.
Ask a rower. We're full of them.
So Erica's coming through the Elliott Bridge, and that camera is stationed on the Windsor Dock, which is right there. And the best racers are going to be right near that green buoy that's at the bottom of the picture. Although you really can take almost a straight line. There is a bit of a turn there, and then you can really find the finish line and go straight from there. Erica's in good position to be right, almost dead straight from about that point through to the finish line and to finish up her club single piece this morning.
The many times that I've rowed this regatta, every time I come through that last bridge, I always think, even racing it year after year after year, I think, oh, 250 meters. No, it's a good 700, 750 meters to the finish line. So it always catches me off guard. You just go, okay, last 20 or 30 strokes. Like, wait a minute, last 20 or 30 strokes, last 20 or 30. So, no matter how many times you race this course, sometimes you still forget where you are on the course because you are just going.
And really a lot of bunched up rowers here, as you see bow 10 in the red boat.
And 17 again, Megan Goodman out of Orion, threading the needle again, plucking her way through, even though there are all those still managing to find a way to take that shortest course.
And that boat is called the Notorious RBG. Love it when we can pick up boat names. We'll be able to do that quite a bit more as the boats get physically larger. As you see bow 2 coming through the finish line, that's Mary Coletta. And as we have remarked, she had quite the piece, passing Helen Samaniego. And we'll see how the times end up stacking up as they start to come through. And
did we catch a volunteer there?
We did. We caught one of our 1,500 amazing volunteers at the head of the Charles, as you see some bows coming around and finishing the big turn. That is bow 23. And then panning back to the Elliott Bridge, that is bow 13, Sally Machen of Stonington Community Rowing Center in Mystic, Connecticut.
Coaches for Stonington High School in Connecticut. So another coach out here. See a lot of coaches rowing those singles.
Yeah, and we saw it yesterday as well. Even some of the older aged coaches out on the river rowing at the head of the Charles, and you know, coaches that have athletes most most of them in the Head of the Charles. Most of them are going to be racing tomorrow in either the college or the high school youth events here at the Head of the Charles. So you would think that their athletes, if they were here, were probably somewhere on the race course giving their coach some
in the
grief.
hotel with their feet up. Hydrating.
I know
and
I
resting.
would have been out giving my coach some grief, because it would probably be the only situation where I could ever do that.
Catch it on camera.
As you see again, Balfour Erica Sloan of Middlebury College, Alumni Association. And yesterday you didn't see a whole lot of spectators up there where all the vendors are at the finish line, where most of the boats are launching from for our Head of the Charles Regatta. And I was talking to Colleen yesterday, Lindsay, about how I'm such a dinosaur that the last time I was here, we were all still launching from Magazine Beach, which is right after the BU Bridge,
yeah.
and which coincidentally is the camera shot that we're getting right now, which is right at Riverside. And you're seeing our first doubles of the day. That is event 14, the women's masters doubles. So 40 years of age, average or older. And
early on, I was going to say early on here, we already have bow 7 overtaking bow 5. So Rowan Carroll and Kelly Dent out of Upper Valley Rowing already overtaking Susan Sales and Katie Caulfield out of Pelham Community Rowing Association. Rowan there, it's fantastic to know, and fantastic to note that bow 7 that we have in the picture in this double, in the Masters doubles here again, 40 and over. Rowan rode in the 8 for Team GB Great Britain in Sydney in 2000. So again, if you don't know about this regatta, it is loaded with decades of experience in rowing at every level that there is. Shoot, in the previous race, we had a Rowing Canada Next Gen athlete in there. So the next generation on the water with some of the women in particular, for here we are right now, since we're looking at a women's event, some of the women that were pioneers in the sport as well. So it's a beautiful thing to see. We have rowing happening of high caliber, and we have rowing history unfolding as well.
yeah, the amount of experience that we saw yesterday, and that's why I dubbed it Legends Day, was just unbelievable. I mean, I was reading through lines and lines of biographies of individuals who rode in those various Masters events yesterday, where you know, Olympian in 84, 88, Olympian in
76,
right?
70, you know, yeah, 2020, 2021, you know, the whole array of rowers and competitors out here, coxswains, rowers, everybody coming together for this historic event.
So that is bow 12, Port Jefferson Rowing Club from Port Jefferson, New York. It's Dodie Daniels and Laura Starr.
You know, the double as an event looks like it would be an easy boat to row. You know, you don't have to sweep. It should be more stable. But if you've never rowed a double, it might be easy to row, but to row it fast is an incredible challenge. It might be one of the most, if not the most challenging boats to make go fast, because it's not two scullers in the boat together. They have to match and move together. And yes, you have to match in every boat that there is, but it's a much less stable boat than you might expect. It's very fast because you have more oars but fewer people, but because it's a small boat, it makes it pretty unstable. And so since we're talking about the conditions and the turning and all of those sorts of things, it responds more to conditions than what a bigger boat might.
And so you see bow card 1, that's Riverside Boat Club's Alexis Sneff and Tina Vandersteel. And
they like pina coladas and getting caught in the rain.
That's right.
Love that.
Maybe Buffett fans, but either way, they are setting themselves up, and you can see their course is very tight there. They know the river. They're rowing out of Riverside, which is just behind them. They can probably still maybe see it as they come into that Weeks footbridge turn to port, and they hold that nice line just at the abutment as we start to see the other side of the race course. By the way, is athletes that are headed to the start line. So you're seeing these aids go by. We're going to see every boat class today in our Saturday here at the 2021 Head of the Charles. But right now, still a great picture of bow card 1, and they were second place last year, or excuse me, in 2019, but at our last Head of the Charles regatta.
And since they're locals, we should expect them to take a pretty decent course coming around each of these turns, which for the boats that are behind them that might not spend as much time out here, that could be very helpful if they can keep them in their spot, in their picture, to give them that rabbit to play off of. See where they are. Let's say you're 2 or 3 bows behind them. You might be at one turn, and then they could spot you out the next turn. They could be at that apex that you mentioned, where if you have a bigger dot at that apex, you can go, okay, that's where they were, and go straight toward it. If you have the mental awareness and ability to do that.
That's right. Being able to be savvy and so mentally sound that you can understand how to do that after, you know, a mile and 3/4 into a head race.
45 seconds in, let's be honest, people. 45 seconds is where it hits you. It's a good idea until you're 45 seconds into this race, and then you go, oh shoot, this is really hard.
As we see our Riverside Boat Club Women's Masters double. Again, it's Sneff and Vandersteel. And they are rowing their way to some pina coladas, Lindsay.
And they're not getting caught in the rain because, again, the weather is beautiful today.
It really is about as perfect as we could have ever imagined for day 2. As you see, bow 6. Again, this is the other entry from the Port Jefferson. It's Gulinski and McDonald from Port Jefferson. And they are, you can see as they're coming through into that Weeks Footbridge turn, they're trying to hold off bow 7 that you can see in the picture there, which is Upper Valley Rowing from Hanover, New Hampshire's Rowan Carroll and Kelly Dent.
When you're in a situation like this, I know from a rower standpoint, you know, I would want a coxswain right here, because the coxswain would remind you, we're on the outside of this turn. Hold for a minute, this is all we need, and then we'll get them as soon as we're out of this way. Let's not add meters, let's not waste effort, let's strategize for it.
Right, and that turn is not, I wouldn't say severe, but it is enough of a turn where what Lindsay says makes sense, that if you're on the outside but you'd rather be on the inside and you know that you have more speed than the boat that you are coming up on, maybe you just take a pause. You take the course that you want thereafter. You let that boat clear in front of you and you go straight, and that's actually going to be quicker than taking the wide turn all the way through.
In that previous shot, you had the Cambridge Boat Club entry of Yvette Martz and Roberta Turri-Weiss. That's Roberta, the current president of Cambridge Boat Club, in bow card 2 with the blue. Now we're seeing bows 3, 4, 5 come through the picture. In bow 3, you have a couple of American Olympians, retired, also coaching, one a graphic designer. You have Hillary Gaiman and Kelly Salco. This is their annual reunion row. They live far apart, and this is what they come together for. They spent a lot of years in the past rowing together, know each other pretty well, and certainly know how to scull. But they come together. So you might find that some of these boats are people that row together 3, 4, 5 times a week on this very race course. And then you might find that there are boats that are here that row together once a year. They rent, they rig, they get on the water. Their practice is the 45-minute row up to the start line, or 20-minute row up to the start line, depending on where you launch from, and then they race. So you don't know what you have leading into this, but it's fun for every single person that enters. That's why they do it. Fun, fitness, friends first.
And that's really what the head of the Charles Regatta is all about. You walk through the competitor launching area, and if you've been involved with the sport of rowing for any period of time, you're going to see somebody that you know.
Yeah. I always forget it. I always say it's kind of like the Wizard of Oz, and you were there, and you were there. It is. Don't get us wrong, though. It's incredibly competitive. Incredibly competitive to be here. And whether you row together every day or not, everyone is out here to have a fast race.
So this is bow 11. It's Row America Rise, Katrina Schmicker and Marianne Bennett. And they are representing Row America Rye, and they're giving us some jerseys and hats that are very helpful.
Beautiful color.
And that's a shot of bows, looks like 8 and 9 that are side by side. 8 is Spy Coast Rowing out of Stockett, New York. It's Sarah Yop and Rochelle Germana. And then it's Quinsigamond out of Shrewsbury, Mass. Quinsigamond Rowing Club, Amy Mayer and Jennifer Devlin.
Amy Mayer, currently the co-race director of the head of the Charles. Something to mention about bow card 8 here of Spy Coast Rowing is a club that caters exclusively to masters. I personally don't know the stat on how many of those are out there, but that seems rare. A lot of times masters are smaller contingents within clubs and don't necessarily have the ideal times on the water or for equipment. So that's a nice unique feature to Spy Coast.
Yeah, and to add on to it, they're named the Culper Spy Ring. Excuse me, the Spy Coast rowing, it comes from the Culper Spy Ring, which is during the American Revolution, where Caleb Brewster would row across Long Island Sound to deliver information to George Washington in Connecticut. So there is really a lot of history and American revolutionary history behind the name of that club.
And here we are showing, we're back up to the start for the men's master doubles. That's 40 and over. About 10 different entries in this particular event. The course record was set back in 2003. Back in 2003 at 17, just under 17 and a quarter minutes. So I'll be interested to see if any course records happen today. Haven't got any official times to really kind of gauge off yet from where we are sitting here in the studio, but that's a long-standing record to have been out there for that long, since 2003.
2003, you're not going to find too many records at the head of the Charles that stand for that long, just given changes in conditions, weather, and wind and otherwise. And there is a kind of a big rivalry in that men's masters doubles with the bow cards 1 and 2, Michael Ferry and Greg Kaplan, and bow 1 for Jail Rowing and Riverside, who won the event last year. As you see, that's bow 1 of the women's masters doubles coming past Cambridge Boat Club. Again, it's Alexis Sneff and Tina Vandersteel representing Riverside, and they're going to again get through that final bridge, Elliott, and figure out what they want to do in those last 700 meters to the finish line. But what I was getting at is that Ferry and Kaplan won in 2019, just slightly ahead of the local crew of Morelli and Sean Wolf, Peter Morelli and Sean Wolf of Riverside. Sean Wolf with a rowing podcast, that the Rowing Wolf podcast that I know I listen to, because he gets great interviews in the rowing world in the United States.
For a bit. He's a great interviewer too. So yes, great questions, guides a great conversation. That is fantastic when it comes to podcasting.
So he's out here trying to turn the tables on Ferry and Kaplan in that bow 2. As you see, again, we're finishing up with the first couple of bow numbers in the women's masters doubles. Again, masters category, 40 years of age or older, boat average age.
Athletes in this particular hull, 39 and 52.
So you can be under 40, but the boat average needs to be at least 40 is how it works in the masters category. And there were only 12 boats in the women's installment, and there's 10 boats in the men's installment. We're going to see, there you see bow 6 of the men's masters doubles, which is Sherman Knight and Jason Hughes of Potomac Boat Club. So coming from Washington, D.C., and it looks to me like these two have rowed together a fair amount, because it really looks very proficient. The body's moving in sync, and the blades doing likewise.
Average age 46. You know, being out on the Potomac is another busy river, so having experience out there, right where Potomac Boat Club, if you've never been there, is right under the Key Bridge. It's a very busy, large part of the river. So knowing how to be safe, knowing how to navigate is incredibly important. So even though they don't, even if they don't have experience on the Charles itself, they know how to guide themselves down a river and make sure that they're staying safe in a big space that they share with large motorboats, to be honest, when they're out there on the Potomac.
Well, and they have the opportunity to also go far enough to be near national monuments and otherwise.
Yep. Beautiful, another historic location.
It really is a wonderful rowing location. I mean, I know that I've been near some of the monuments, and I've looked out and seen rowers near me. So that is a great, one of the great places in America to row is Washington, D.C. As you can see bow 7 coming through. And again, that's Upper Valley from Hanover, New Hampshire. It's Rowan Carroll and Kelly Dent in the women's master double.
And again, cutting back toward, you can see this duo here in this double, bow card 1. They've picked up their rate. They're racing it a little bit more like you would race a 2K through the middle of it. They're sitting up a little bit taller, knowing that the finish line is coming. You see the looks on their faces there. They've exerted themselves. They're ready for the finish line.
And they do cross the finish line. That was bow 1 of the women's masters double. The duo from Riverside. And as you see the camera sort of pan back, we'll see if anybody, what type of distance they had. Okay, here we go. This is the matchup that we were talking about and that I sort of set up. On the right side is bow card 1. It's that composite boat. And you see that it looks to me like Greg Kaplan of Riverside is in the bow because you see his Riverside unisuit. And then on the left, that is Sean Wolf and Peter Morelli, also representing Riverside. But again, and this is where I'd like to point it out, their uniforms aren't telling us anything there because I'm not seeing those Riverside horizontal blue and white stripes out of that Riverside entry.
Whereas you are seeing it with the composite, which is also a composite with Riverside. So, but again, for a lot of people who run the Charles, it's you have your special uniform that you row at this particular race. We're close to Halloween. It's fun to be in costume. It kind of cuts the tension of race day, and to be able to compete against and race to be bows 1 and 2 in that particular race. You know who you're up against. You know that you might want to push a little harder if you're bow 2 to kind of eat into the confidence of bow 1, spend a little bit of energy early on to make it some side-by-side action as you come down the course. They're out there sparring and having fun.
But also, what is it with athletes and superstition? It may not simply be that they have a special uniform. They may have literally a superstitious uniform from a prior win or something that they pull out on head of the Charles Day.
I wrote this in my book actually, I'm not superstitious, but there are things that I do on race day that help me go a little faster.
It's a good way to put it. It's just it's amazing to me how superstition plays into athletics and the human mind, and how certain things make such a difference from a mental perspective for so many athletes in every sport.
Here we are back to the combo in the women's race. From Upper Valley, Rowan Carroll and Kelly Dent. Rowan Carroll with Olympic experience. Kelly Dent having learned how to row at Upper Valley with the Masters program. So the combination of people coming together, someone newer, learning from someone with a little bit more experience, or different experience, I should say, not necessarily more, depending on time in and out of a boat. You know, someone that starts a little later in life might have more meters under their belt, different coaching, different types of boats, all of those things come into play.
So you see the final 5 bow cards, or 5 of the bow cards of the men's master double coming through the powerhouse stretch.
A great mix of numbers here. So this shows us right here that some boats have already passed one another. Some are taking better lines. Some are taking slightly wider lines on the course. Again, scooting back up to the women with one of the final 2. That's the Row America Rye with those jerseys that you mentioned. That really does stand out here on the Charles. Sometimes you'll find that crews will paint their blades a different color that's much more brightly colored. That helps spectators know who they are coming down the course. Some will wear a brightly colored hat or something that matches, that stands out in some way. Because again, the majority of racing, the main racing for some of these crews is in the spring. That's your sprint racing. This racing, head racing, is designed to fold in with the type of training you're doing this time of year. And it's also designed to break up the monotony and throw in that fun and remind you really why you do this. Depending on where you're coming from, some crews are coming from Florida, some crews are coming from Minnesota. Very different weather in those 2 locations this time of year. So you might be heading into the erg sooner than other, different places. Whether Southern California, you're going to spend more time on the water. Again, northern states, you're going to spend less time on the water. So again, this breaks up that potential monotony of the training that you're going to see.
It does, and as we see sort of the middle bow numbers finish up here in the women's masters double, we're going to take just a quick break. You will still see the action going. So we have 2 races on the race course. It's the women's masters double and the men's masters double, and we will be back to provide our commentary shortly.
Drones are like...
Chris Camel and Michael Cameron. New pairing new lineup for them, but they both have decades of running experience. And those are joining us from Trailer Coach Club in Palm City, Florida. It's nice to see Trailer in the Alumni too.
aren't hearing.
Welcome back to day 2 of our 2021 Head of the Charles Regatta, along with Lindsay Shoup. My name is David Wyant, and we are on the race course with the first 8s that we've had so far of the regatta, Lindsay, and we were looking at it. It's like a who's who of men in rowing in this one, with just some tremendous rivalries, it looks like, in a lot of these boats.
The men's senior masters 8, that's 50 and over for these guys, but a lot of them have trained together in the past, never former, never past, retired Olympians, retired national team athletes, racing in various different boats, a lot of them coaches today, all of them staying involved in the sport, and now they get to go out on the water, and there are a lot of bragging rights up on the table in this event.
Oh, for sure. And if you look at it, the average ages are very similar. So I don't know how they select these boats, because some of them, for instance, Balcards 1 and 2 are both former Harvard alumni, making up each of those 8s. But they definitely are going to want to beat their former teammates.
I'm not sure if at this point in the senior masters if they do have erg tests to make these boats, but a lot of these crews do. I know that University of Virginia alumni, University of all the different alumni associations, a lot of times when you get more than 8 people that want to race, they'll lay out, okay, this is our training plan, you have to do at least this, are you interested, and you might have to go at least this fast for 6K.
Well, that's because they want to win, right? You want to enter to win, and that's the name of the game. And
bragging rights.
You're seeing bows 5 and 6 come through. Bow 5 is 87 Gold Rowing Club out of Houston, Texas, the 1987 World Championship crew. And bow 6 was North Dakota Indoor Rowing Team. And that's the state's only rowing team in North Dakota.
Fun fact.
As you see, that's bow 8 coming into the turn at the Weeks Footbridge. It's Marin Rowing Association. And they have already passed bow 7, which is Narragansett.
Again, oldest boat club in America, founded 1838, up there in Rhode Island, not too far.
And again, my favorite shot, you're watching all these boats come into the picture, but again, between yesterday and today, these are the first 8s that we have seen on our Head of the Charles race course. Obviously, it's 8 rowers, each of them with 1 oar. It is sweep rowing, and they all have coxswains, so they have a driver in there that has control of a rudder, that can make the boat go left or right as necessary. And obviously that is extremely helpful in a race like the Head of the Charles. We've talked about with all of the turns and everything that's going on, to have a coxswain in there to be able to take over some of those responsibilities is great for the rowers, as Lindsay certainly knows.
These guys, I was just going to comment on bow 24 here, they call themselves the Crimson Death Barge. Conceived during a reunion row, forged of the original 4th boat, nicknamed the Crimson Death Barge 30+ years ago. And here they are, they train together virtually, they come together here to enjoy the sport, because it's not just a boat, they say, it's a state of mind.
They have their own motto. And again, not only is this a fall tradition in terms of everything we've discussed, it being a reunion for rowers in America, with over 11,000 athletes competing at the Head of the Charles on an annual basis, but it also breeds traditions like, for instance, the Crimson Death Barge. And they come together once a year, presumably, and they get in the boat and they pretend that they have been together all year, and they come out here and they try to win themselves a medal at the Head of the Charles. As you see, another 8, that is Balcard 8. And Balcard 8 is Marin Rowing Association.
And you could actually see there, I was about to comment on how clean they were as they were coming straight, but right as the coxswain started to turn and they made the call for the turn, the boat started to tip a bit. So that's something where these turns do come into play. You might hit a rhythm, but then it changes a little bit as you need to turn, or if the coxswain makes a call. During a head race, the coxswain tends to typically, it's a longer race, so there's more time to make calls, but the coxswain will probably make more calls during a head race than they would during a straight 2K, simply because of navigation.
As we saw Sammamish, Balcard 16 come through. That was Ann Arbor, Balcard 15. And they were on the Huron River in Ann Arbor, Michigan. And then we're seeing really a lot of boats stacked up and side by side. May go almost 3 wide coming into the Weeks Footbridge Looks like with bow 17, the Navy Masters. They're all former officers of the United States Navy and Marine Corps. And they are trying to hold off bow 21, who's having an early good race. That's Riverfront Recapture out of Hartford, Connecticut.
And bow 18 as well. They looked like they wanted to go around 17. Not the best decision from a course standpoint, especially if you're moving well and then you go off and take a longer, slightly course. But it looked like the coxswain was making a correction and choosing a better path there strategy-wise. And
bow 14, that's Cambridge Boat Club. And their bio says many Head of the Charles volunteers in this crew, making up our fleet of volunteers of nearly 1,500, making this thing run as it does. And you can see they're very familiar with this river, and it's a chance for them to get out there in an 8-man shell. Often they probably aren't out in 8s, given everybody's own professional and otherwise schedules. But they get to come out here and row an 8.
This Anderson Bridge shot that we see really is beautiful because it gives you an idea. If you're a coxswain at home, you haven't gotten to race this Charles yet, but you're here watching, take a look at this shot. What type of angle might you take coming out of that particular turn? As David has mentioned numerous times, picking that apex of that next turn. That bird's eye view is a much easier line of sight than what you might get if you're coxswain a 4 or an 8. So take advantage of these camera angles that you're getting on this incredible footage here.
And that is really one of the most important stretches. As you see, that is bow 2, which is one of these Harvard alumni boats. They're calling themselves Ex-Nemo Rowing Club, and they say they're old but relatively fit Harvard grads.
And in the first 4 or so, 5 entries here in this event, you're going to find retired national team and Olympic athletes. Bow 5, when you get to see them in your picture, they're the 1987 Worlds crew, and they row this race every year. The likes of Ed Hewitt from Row 2K is in there, Brian Volpenheim, that's a notorious name in rowing circles, many Olympic and national teams, Bob Kaler. You've got all sorts of athletes hiding in these boats. So again, come on down to the Charles and take a look at what's going on here. In picture here you have bow cart 2. Again, the relatively old but relatively fit. Bite your tongue, right? Chronological age is different than biological age. If you keep doing this and you're training and rowing, you're going to stay younger than you would otherwise.
That's not our commentary. That's theirs. So
that's true.
So don't hold us to it.
Exactly. Not your tongue, their tongue.
They provided us with that biography. As you see, bow 6 coming around the big turn. And it looks like they have gotten past that 87 World Championship crew of bow 5. Bow 6 is that North Dakota indoor rowing team.
Most of their water sports are on ice, they say, but to be around the 87 boat, to be around bow cart 5, and in the position that they're in, going through that bridge is great. They're going to continue to push away from them, little by little, taking advantage of the clear water that they'll have ahead.
That's bow 1, and they are about to finish up. That's the other Ex-Nemo Rowing Club entry. And
names like the likes of Peter Sherriss hiding in that event. If you know Y Quad Cities, then you know the name Peter Sherriss. Not in that event, in that boat, bow cart 1.
Also Chris Swan and Adam Holland, who are former U.S. national team rowers, as you see again, bow 8, as they come into Elliott, and that is Marin. And the rowing is just very proficient in that 8, Lindsay. I wouldn't be surprised if those guys do sort of train together a fair amount in the 8 in the Bay Area.
Out in California.
Probably not every day, but I bet you they get in that boat from time to time.
And sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. The timing system that we have going on here, it shows that we have a couple of boats that are just a matter of seconds apart. And as we look at this Marin boat, they do seem to be climbing the ladder a bit in terms of the start position with the bow cards. So knowing that they're only a few seconds apart, 3 seconds is about a boat length, and an 8, they could move even farther up as the last 700 meters of their race comes to a close.
And just a great line. You're going to see really good lines in these Cox boats. These are the first of the Cox boats that we have had this weekend in your moving pictures here, streaming on the internet to the world from Boston,
moving pictures
Cambridge,
on the internet to the world.
from Boston, Cambridge, Massachusetts, at the head of the Charles. That's bow 4. That is Diesel Athletic Club. They actually have 2 entries, both bows 3 and 4, and they are just packed with former national team
You've got
members.
Wyatt Allen, Akil Abdullah, Garrett Klug, guys in there that have a lot of experience sculling and sweeping at was going to say U.S. national, no, world championship and Olympic level experience in there. Coaching, hydro athletes, the whole spectrum.
And some good competitive racing, very close. 3 boats there going through Elliott. I think one of them was bow 13, the Cornell University alumni. That includes members of the 1984 and 1985 head of the Charles Cruise. And you see them on the left side with the big C's. That's the Cornell boat. You also see a Riverside boat there on the right, just sort of going out of the picture. And then in between them, looks like maybe a Northeastern boat. It doesn't look like they have a bow card, so they're trying to throw us off a little bit. But maybe it's Fat Cat, bow 12. But either way, you can see just how close these boats are to one another. And there's a lot of mass in these boats, really moving very briskly, so they have to be careful.
And you could see a moment ago, bow 13 there, the Cornell alumni boat. They did take a couple of strokes off. The coxswain had to make a call because the 2 boats were in their line. The coxswain didn't want to have to take the wide turn, knowing that they were going to have a starboard turn about to happen. So they powered down for a few strokes, which could either help them take a breather and get going, motor it back out for the finish, toward the finish line, or maybe break the rhythm up a little bit. Either way, it was the right decision to make to avoid a collision and to avoid the longer course.
And we talked about it a little bit yesterday with Colleen, you know, when we had our double coxswain commentary, which you will have again through the middle part of the day as Colleen joins me later on. We talked about the fact that if you're a coxswain or any crew out here and you are looking for a better line and you clearly have more speed, that you can actually ask for the crew in front of you that you're trying to pass to yield to you, and if they don't yield to you, they can be adjudicated as well for that. So
assessed a penalty that will add time to your overall time, right? You have your unofficial time. It unofficially took me this long to get down the course, but if you cheated, then you have time added. No, I shouldn't say cheat because it's not always on purpose. Sometimes you miss a buoy, sometimes you forget where you are, sometimes you don't want to yield because you're about to get where you want to be, but that again is up to the referees to decide, to tally.
And I think these are the Grandmaster 8s, so this is actually the second event of Masters Men's 8s. This is the first event probably finishing up as they come through Elliott. So we have 2 men's Masters 8s events on the race course, the first one being the Senior Masters 8s, and the second one being the Grand Masters 8s, and the difference being the age groups that are represented in these boats. That looks like the familiar Navy crew on the right side of your picture. It's a Navy Masters Rowing Club, and just behind them is bow 18 East Bay Rowing Club out of Barrington, Rhode Island.
And that is the biggest difference between this and then the 8s that are back up at the start line at this point is a decade of age in their averages. So again, the average age of the crew for this particular event has to be 50 or over. The next event that we will see upcoming that you caught a glimpse of is 60 and over. All of these gentlemen in the picture here, bow card 17, are former Naval and Marine Corps officers, all from the Naval Academy. Back to our Cambridge volunteers as they cross the finish line.
They do, and they finish up, and they'll probably take off their unisuits, congratulate each other, and get back out to volunteering.
Hop on a bike, hop on a... Getting back up to keeping this show up and running.
A very proud city is Boston, and a very proud community is the rowing community, and they bring you this unbelievable regatta, this sort of Super Bowl of racing in America, the head of the Charles Regatta, as you see bow 19 come through, and that is Upper Valley.
Overtaken by the Crimson Death Barge.
That's right, the Crimson Death Barge is bearing down on Upper Valley. You'll see them in the picture there in a second. You see those familiar Harvard blades that are trying to look for the better line potentially.
Coxswain taking a peek to be fair, make sure that they're doing their due diligence as a coxswain for safety reasons and for adjudication reasons. Keep using that word, throw that out there. I don't use it enough in my daily life, so I'll get it all out there on the table today.
Well, I'm a lawyer, and so I actually hear that word more than any other type of civilian might. But you see the Crimson Death Barge on the left. and Upper Valley going out of the picture. And these are the first couple of bow cards of that next event, which is the men's Grandmaster 8s. It's 60 years of age or older on boat average. The red boat is University of San Diego Alumni, and the yellow boat in your picture is the 1980 Rowing Club, which contains several members of the 1980 Olympic rowing team.
John Chatzky, Pete Kermond in there. I've actually raced this regatta with John Chatzky.
And they are still showing that they are proficient at rowing no matter the age, and it really is a lifelong sport. Yesterday we had our Legends Day. We had our oldest athletes out here on the river in singles and doubles. As you see, also bow 3 really getting into the mix. That's another boat from Marin, and Lindsay, you know, to my eye, it looks like they might be able to get past both of them by the finish line. They've got 700 meters to try to do that.
And bow number 1 and 2, they need to figure out a way to yield appropriately. The coxswain there in bow 3 out of Marin needs to be smart here because they were moving faster than those two crews. You could see by how the hulls were tracking on the water. They're out of picture right now, but you can see how they're reeling them in one by one. They are rowing in wash, which doesn't make it easy. If seasickness were to occur in rowing, this would be the scenario because it almost feels like the boat is swirling around side to side a little bit. Like it's going perfectly straight and level, but also creating a circular motion at the same time. So being smart there in that situation is exactly what the coxswain needs to do. Guide the crews, get them across the line safely and quickly.
That is some insight that you are only going to get on our Head of the Charles broadcast.
Wax on, wax off, that kind of swirling is weird.
Because I'll tell you, from my coxswain seat, you kind of don't feel it quite as much as the rowers do. The part of it is that they're dropping their blades into puddles of other rowers, and so that also feels extremely weird for them because the water is already sort of doing some swirls and is ruffled. As you see bow 6 coming through, bow card 6 is the Etas Unis Rowing Club. It's 5 members of the 1980 U.S. Olympic team: Tom Hull, Steve Kiesling, Chris Alsop, Dan Sainer, and Paul Priolo as they come through Elliott. And you can see they're rowing with Harvard blades, but they're rowing with the familiar red, white, and blue uniforms. And a great straight line out of that Elliott Bridge for that coxswain. And
you're some sound there on the course.
Yeah, you're getting the microphone that's near the CBC boathouse. You're hearing that announcer. That announcer calls out each of the crews as they come by. And
there
it is Marin.
Yep, there you go. Bow 3, the coxswain had a strategy. We don't know exactly what happened in terms of who yielded, but they got the better of the line. You can see them that they were moving faster. They took that better course. They earned it, so they took it.
And they finish up, that was Marin finishing up just ahead of the University of San Diego Alumni 85.5 and the 1980 Rowing Club. As you see in the picture, that is bow 9 in those Volt green unis. That is Team Attiger, which includes 13 winners of the Head of the Charles. And it includes our head honcho here, Fred Schock, is in that boat. And if we get a good picture, maybe we'll call out his seat, but he's in that bow 9 as they come through Elliott. And they think about what's going to happen in this fairly straight last 750 meter or so stretch.
Fred Schock hiding there in plain sight in those very, very low, no, high-vis colors there in bow 9.
I absolutely love the Masters 8s. We've talked about just how multifaceted it is, not only with the experience of the various athletes. You have so many internationally experienced athletes, but just the idea of it, the idea that, you know, 8 men or women of somewhat advancing age are going to continue to row, and they're going to come out here and they're going to compete against one another and go as fast as they possibly can over 4,702 meters in an 8 is not only inspiring, but it's also just really exciting when you think about it.
You know, something our national team coach said years ago was, after you're retired, people are going to ask you to race the head of the Charles, and you're going to think it's a great idea because the Charles is always fun. I always forget how many people come to this race and how fun it is to see everyone. And all of those memories, they just come flooding in, new ones, old ones, everything. And you're just excited to be around this many people that love this incredible sport. But he said, remember, it's never going to be a great idea. So you're going to get a couple minutes in. I've discovered almost every single time, unless I am incredibly prepared for this race from a training standpoint, it only takes about a minute to realize, 45 seconds to realize, oh, yeah, right, this is a hard thing. It's going to be another 15, 18, 20 minutes before you're done.
That was Motley finishing up. Motley Rowing Club from Craftsbury Common, Vermont, and they've rowed in close to the same lineup since 1979. Lindsay.
Peter and Dick Dreisegak are in that boat. Those are familiar names in the rowing world. More people hiding in plain sight as they come down the head of the Charles.
And some more colorful unis or uniforms. Corvallis Rowing Club out of Corvallis, Oregon is the boat that's in your picture at the moment. They row on the Willamette River in Oregon, and they have won the men's 60 plus this event, or they won it 12 years ago in 2009.
Man, 12 years ago in 2009. Where have the 12 years, let alone the last year, gone? Love that uniform, though. That stands out very well. The boat itself, the yellow, red, and blue, that definitely sticks out. Bulldog Rowing Club, Yale alumni crew, around the late 70s, early 80s.
Bow 16 Prince William Rowing Club from Lake Ridge, Virginia. And look at this, coming around the turn with bow 18 holding that tight line. Bow 17 coming in a little bit wider, but maybe able to take the turn a little bit easier with less rudder. Bow 17 there being the boat in the red from St. Andrews, Alumni, Delaware.
And this is that type of situation where bow 17 would need to yield to 18. 18's clearly on the inside. They're about to overtake them and overlap them. They cannot squeeze them out. They also need to stay safe through this arch that's about to happen through the bridge, right? The bridge doesn't move. The bridge always wins in this scenario.
Without question, and we have seen very little carnage. Sometimes they refer to the head of the Charles as like the NASCAR of rowing regattas, because those bridges always win, but we've seen very little of that so far, knock on wood, that we don't see much of it moving forward. As you see, good side-by-side racing, those two, as Blood Street Skulls in bow 18 in the blue boat on the right side is starting to find speed. If I'm that coxswain, I'm looking over and I'm saying, okay, get me level. And then once they get you level, then I'm going to say, okay, now we're going to take a little bit of a power move. We're going to try to take a little bit of distance. You know, those are the things that are going on from the coxswain. It's not simply steering. It's not simply calling the race, letting the rowers know where they are on the race course. It's also executing a plan.
Mm-hmm. And these guys need to give it, right? So you have this bow now coming into the picture as well, making something, putting a little bit more action in here, a little bit of sense of urgency into what is happening. But if you come through Elliott and you've made a move, you've taken ground, now when the river goes back the opposite direction, you need to put some pedal to the metal there from the rower's standpoint, knowing the race is coming to a close and knowing that you just earned it. So don't give it back up, right? Keep the line that you earned rather than giving it right back.
As we see Corvallis taking their last 10 strokes to the line, Corvallis Rowing Club out of Corvallis, Oregon. They are easy to see from the shore with those very distinctive tops as they finish up.
You'll notice sometimes that you won't recognize the crew rowing the hull. You'll recognize a blade and go, ah, that's interesting. Well, there's a lot of sharing of equipment that happens here, a lot of renting of equipment that happens here. So it's a great symbol of camaraderie. You come from Oregon to come to this race. You're not necessarily going to truck a boat all the way over here. That would take days and someone to drive it here. So then you call up CRI, it looked like Community Rowing Blades that I saw there, and say, hey, can we borrow something for this particular race? And then they make it work somehow.
That was bow 8 going by. That was Chinook Performance Rowing out of Millington, Maryland. And look at these boats finishing up side by side, 3 across. I feel like Daryl Waltrip talking about
21
this.
and 18 that we saw coming through Elliott, coming around the turn and then through Elliott. And like I said, bow 21 snuck in there with the inside of that turn. Maybe they had a bit of clear water on the big turn and then came through here. They're dividing these two guys. So they've clearly moved a bit faster down the race course. When you see a situation like this, 17 and 18 have stayed together. 21 is clearly going faster, not just because they are overtaking, but because they have clearly knocked off bows 20, bow 19, and now they're about to knock off 17 and 18 as well.
And we haven't called them out, but bow 21 is Purple Rain Boat Club, the purple being from Williams College. Purple Rain is a Williams College alumni boat from 1981, and that year they competed at the Henley Royal Regatta, and they won the U.S. Rowing Championship in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Did that crew, and they are reunited here on the Charles, rowing as Purple Rain, and really showing some speed in between two boats.
They've also would like to note that they have some reconstructed hips, knees, and a pacemaker in that boat, but they're still making it happen. Back up to the start line here, coming out of the basin, that zipper that we mentioned earlier, even in odd numbers starting on opposite sides of the start lane, that helps with the stagger. But when you're at the start line, especially in these coxed boats, you're supposed to maintain a particular distance. And it's almost like this aggressive thing that happens with the start and the coxswains, because the starters know that the coxswains want to shut down as much of that distance as possible and maybe jump the start a little bit. It's a strategy to get some free speed out of your crew early on in the race. So even though it's supposed to be 10-ish seconds between boats, they might actually cross the line with 7, 6, 5, 4.
And I wanted to talk about that. I'm glad you brought it up at the start. There was always strategy involved as a coxswain at the start. There's all kinds of things happening, but it's typically, there's so many different ways that you can handle that. So in a perfect world, these officials are trying to get a boat to cross the start line every 10 seconds. Mm-hmm. And you can play chicken a little bit, has been known to happen, where you're going to go in not at full speed and go to full speed only in like the final 2 strokes into the start line, so that then you're forcing the boat behind you to be slower than they'd like to be coming through the start line. You're also gauging the speed of the boat in front of you, because you can't pass through that first bridge. It's actually an infraction to do so. Mm-hmm. So you got to make sure that you can go full speed and you're not going to catch that boat in front of you. So there's just so much strategy involved that comes into play there at the start line, and really gamesmanship. As you see bow 18, this is the event, the women's senior master 8s. So 50 plus average age of these women rowing in these 8s. The first women's 8s we've had at our 2021 Head of the Charles, that was East Bay in the green in bow 8. On the right side of your screen, you see the boat from Texas. I know that without even looking at my information because of that Lone Star flag. So those are the women from Texas Rowing Center in bow card 3, and they're headed there on the left side of the boat with bow card 5.
Chinook, which if there's no 4 in between, either they're both moving pretty fast and they're being pulled up there, but you have Chinook Performance Racing, pretty well-known crew. They have a ton of fun. They come together. Various athletes are going to have different people in those boats at different times. Leslie Wright is the coxswain in there. Lots of Canadian experience. I believe she made her first Canadian national team at 16 back in the 70s. Lots of experience there, but again, started as a rower and then said, hey, not so sure if this is going to work out. You're a little smaller. Go use that competitiveness to be a coxswain.
Yeah, also Cass Cunningham and Sherry Klein and Terry Gilmartin all in that boat. So again, it's a who's who to some extent of women's rowing now in this women's installment of the Senior Masters 8s. That was, I think, bow 28, I want to say. So that bow 28 Ann Arbor as they start to get into the powerhouse stretch. And that's bow 24 on the left side of your screen. That is Prince William Rowing Club.
Another Virginia crew over at the Aqua.
And coming through the end of the powerhouse stretch and into that turn at the Weeks Footbridge, that is bow 12. Looks like they're rowing with maybe Radcliffe blades, and
sure.
It is. It's Radcliffe Alumni Rowing Association. And for anybody at home who's not aware, that is the Harvard Women's Rowing Program. very long tradition of rowing, and it turned from, I guess, Radcliffe College, but they kept the name for the rowing program. As you see in the red boat, that is bow 9 community rowing from just up the river from even where we are sitting right now, not too far. But distinctive in those red boats, they always help us out from a commentary perspective.
Yeah, if you're local to the Boston area and you haven't ever given rowing a shot, truck on down to CRI, Community Rowing. It's just up the river from here, down the river, past the finish line, whichever direction you call that. I guess it's downriver. They can help you out.
That must be Baltimore. I can see that flag come through, the checkered gold and black. As that bow 11, it is Baltimore Rowing Club. And they qualified in 2019. So, you know, you have these crews that are even just trying to qualify to row at the head of the Charles. It's something we talked about earlier, that you have to often be selected to even row here for the first time. And then if you do particularly well, you can qualify yourself for the next year's regatta. And that's what everybody is trying to do at a minimum when they come out here at the head of the Charles. So
I was just going to say, along with that, David, you know, the important thing to note here is whomever comes across with bow card 1 isn't necessarily the winner from 2019. We have a lot of teams that aren't here if, you know, you can't travel internationally, things like that, or people that just maybe raced a different event, went from champ to club, or went from a club to an age group or something like that, moved around a little bit, some of the merger of some of the different races, those sorts of things. But needless to say, if you have a pretty low number, which I guess would be a high placement, right? I always say that backwards, then you did decently well the last time that you had entered this race.
Right, so bow card 1, College Club Seattle, they actually finished second in 2019. The winner was Victoria City, I believe, out of British Columbia, Canada, and they're not here for reasons that have to do with the state of the world, unfortunately, this year. I'm sure that they will be back when it's a little bit easier for them to do so. But that's why College Club Seattle has bow card 1. It's a great example, is what's happening in this event. They have bow card 1 even though they finished second in 2019. As you see, it looked like bows 17 and 18 come through.
17 is Rock Creek Rowing, which is a Masters Club. There you go. There's another one on the Potomac in D.C. So if you're a Masters rower in D.C., go check out Rock Creek Rowing is one that caters to Masters.
And they're rowing in the Rock and Row.
I don't know that I would want to rock in a boat, but I would certainly want to row it.
Okay, so we're seeing a boat really cut the corner there, Lindsay. Some of those blades were over the orange buoys, and we're going to see that a little bit more in my estimation with these Cox events as they come through. You're going to see that a little bit more when we get this shot from Cambridge Boat Club.
2 boats back might have been really hugging it with the hull. That's what you want to see. Put the hull on that buoy line. And then if your rowers, if your crew pays enough attention to you, that right there is a great turn for a port to hear, right? Because you get to go power way down there. There in the stroke seat, I do see what appears to be Ann Browning, I believe, in bow number 1. She has national team experience from the past, has trained with the U.S. national team. We overlapped a little bit, Harvard alum. I'm not a Harvard alum, but she is a Harvard alum, and we overlapped a little bit in training with the U.S. Training Center, coming through toward the home stretch of this race.
And just really a great course out of that bow card 1. You see bow card 2 in the picture. You see these other crews coming through and navigating the end of the big turn on the left side. As we watch our silver medalist from 2019, they're trying to turn it into gold, is College Club Seattle. Average age of 50 in this boat for these women from Seattle, coming from as far away as they could possibly come in America, other than maybe Hawaii or Alaska, to try to take a gold medal back to Seattle with them in this women's senior Masters 8s at the head of the Charles.
Bow 4, you have some Cornell alumni out there on the course. Coxon sitting back trying to get a glance, staying close to those buoys before they go through the bridge here. Again, you don't want to be too close to the buoys, though, because that would lead you into the arch, and you don't want that to happen.
What's interesting, you say that they're Cornell alumni, which they have given us as their bio, but they're actually rowing out of New Canaan, Connecticut. So this is an interesting example of, they have found 9 women who went to Cornell, who are Cornell alums that want to continue to row later in life. just simply in the New Canaan, Connecticut area. And that's what this crew represents, this bow 4 that is coming at your picture, going alongside the Windsor dock and thinking about those last several hundred meters straight to the finish line.
A couple of boats so far have clipped that buoy a bit. If from a coxswain standpoint, you either want to be a little closer to it or a little farther away from it. Yeah, you don't want to put the oars.
Blades.
Yeah,
keep the blades off of the buoys is the goal.
It's always a surprise. Sometimes in a blind boat, when you cross the finish line over 2K, boom.
When you've
done that a time or two.
Yeah, you found that large buoy at the finish line with your oar or your blade. That was we had bow 6 there in the picture, which was Masters Coaching out of Brewster, Mass. On your picture right now is Sammamish out of the Seattle, Washington area. As you see that bow 1 finishing up and trying to lay down a time and hope that it sticks to win that gold medal. They are going after it. They are really finishing this piece up. Fairly high stroke rating there to finish with whatever energy they have left.
And across and through the finish line they are.
So this is a picture from Anderson Bridge.
It's a great shot of what you see entering before they have to set it up. We keep talking about that big turn with overlapping the hull to get the hull as close as you can to the buoys without putting the blades in the buoys. You can see, as David, you've already mentioned, how the coxswains will create. So you can, there's more of a line here. There's less variability in the courses that these coxswains are having their crews take around this turn, unless we see a little bit of a stack up there in the back, as we see now entering into the turn. Who's lined themselves up well? Is there a hull on the buoy line? Are the blades away from the buoys themselves? And how do we set ourselves up for the last 750?
And that's a boat from Radcliffe, Harvard alumni. And you can see, you actually saw the coxswain if you were watching there. She actually moved her eye level up a couple of inches to make sure she had the point that she wanted going through the Elliott Bridge. So obviously a lot of experience on this stretch of river, being very close to the Harvard boathouse. And that was a great example that we caught on camera of just exactly what comes into play for these coxswains. See Baltimore on the right.
Two boats, this is what you get, right? This is where you start to see a little bit of interaction of blades potentially coming through the arches when they're close like this, because both coxswains, as we saw in the men's race earlier with bow 17, 18, and 21, this is 11 and 13. Where 12 went, we don't quite know, but they're close. This is closer than you would be to another crew if you're racing 2K with a lane in between. You might actually find some interaction happening as you come down the last turns here in the race.
Yeah, and I don't know how you felt as a rower in terms of whether you would want side-by-side in a head race. I always wanted it at some point in a head race as a coxswain, because it is the easiest way to mentally motivate athletes is when you're playing off of a boat that's alongside.
Speaking of the blade interaction on the turns, that's what we're getting right here, starting to see piling up. You know, from a coxswain and a rower standpoint, you want to put distance between the next crew on a turn. The last place you want to find yourself having that side-by-side action is on a curve.
And that was Bear Island, bow number 20 with the tighter course. And they came together with a North Suburban crew out of Skokie, Illinois, which is bow 15.
That could potentially be a non-yielding infraction there, depending on what happened. Obviously up to the referee on the course to make that call.
And there's sort of a set of guidelines, but it is ultimately up to the referee, just like you see in many other sports that you watch on TV or otherwise. There is a human element to even the adjudication of penalties. As you see bow 14 coming through the Elliott Bridge, that's Annapolis Rowing Club.
A lot of these women have been rowing together for over 20 years. Amazing to hear. You know, to go back to your question about side-by-side action, honestly, I would love to come into this race with bow guard number 1, no one in the way. And then if you do have someone in your way, it means you're going very fast because you caught up to the race ahead of you, and that would mean great things. I personally like to have clear water on head races simply because it does allow you to have the most free space. You know, it really does. And when you have a fantastic coxswain guiding the way, then that's just even more fun for them because they're not distracted. It makes for a very simple race. One of my most fun race memories out here was the Champ 4 with Mary Whipple as the coxswain. Our responses to her, what she would ask, it would take us a stroke or two to clear a turn because you could respond that quickly and that readily. Almost as if it was like, and we're going to do this, done, and that, let's carry on and have some fun, you know, rather than dealing with clashes and whatnot.
Point well taken, for sure. For sure. I just think from the coxswain seat, you know, having to motivate some athletes through 15 to 17 minutes can sometimes be challenging. And so I think my preference to have at least one sort of side by side, assuming it's not going to throw off my course or, you know, hoping that I'm the passer in that situation, is where I was coming from with that. But you make a good point about being out in front and being able to basically take your preferred line all the way down with no distraction whatsoever.
Unless my eye caught it incorrectly, I believe that was Bow 27, Atlanta Rowing Club. They won the Women's Club 8 at Masters Nationals, finished second in the Women's C Masters Nationals, but they're ahead of 23 and 24, which means they've gone quite a bit faster than both of these other crews that seem to be pacing one another at this point. Obviously, Bow 24 there out of Prince William Rowing Club has caught up to Bow 23, the aging Aggies, but they aren't continuing to overtake them at this point. So they made up some ground early on. For those of you that have access to the splits at the different markers down the course, you'll get split times. So you might see crews make moves early, so take space early on, and that's maybe where they, quote, win the race, versus others that continue to take more and more ground as the race unravels all the way down the course.
And that Atlanta boat, you can see the coxswain really hugging the green buoys there on the Cambridge shore as she looks for her straight line. Coxswain looks very young in that boat, so they're going to have to offset that from the age of the rowers. But what she's looking ahead, she's seeing that those green jerseys of that boat ahead of her, and she's going to say, well, we're starting to gain on them as well. Let's see if we can at least end with an overlap or use that overlap to help us finish our piece.
You mentioned the age. You said she looked young. It looks as though she's about 22 years old, but the range is all the way up to 69, so their average age is 51. So that's where those averages do come into play.
Right, and sometimes it depends, but sometimes the coxswain is maybe picked last. So if they realize that they have some room to work with the ages, and they say, hey, you know, our best coxswain is a little bit younger, let's put her in the boat, and we can still come through and qualify from an age perspective. As you see Bow 15 coming through the finish line, that's North Suburban crew from Skokie, Illinois, and they're a new team. They started 5 years ago on Chicago's North Shore.
So it's in 2017.
And that team, 22, Hudson River Rowing Association.
Out of Poughkeepsie.
And that was Bow 2 on the top of the picture. That was Marin Rowing Association. So obviously they've dropped back. I don't know. Oh, actually they may be from possibly even
race.
from the next event, which would make a little bit more sense.
That's Tatsunis.
Yeah, unless there would have had to have been some sort of kind of major snafu for Bow 2 to be sort of there with Bow 28. So you're starting to see some of the boats from the next event, which is the Women's Grand Master
Which is the catching up. I said that does bode very well. If you can catch up to the next event ahead of you, that's fantastic. Bow 2 that you saw with the stars down the side in the moments ago is from the Women's Grandmaster 8s, now average age over 60. Bow 2, the average age is actually 64, but they are celebrating the 40th anniversary of the 1980 Olympics. The club name derives from the fact that they raced and all the commands were done in French. These are Olympians from spanning the eras in that boat, so it makes sense that they would be up there. Bow 5, the 1980 Rowing Club, also has several members of the 1980 Olympic rowing team, which for those of you who may or may not know, that was the boycott year. So interesting history piece. People that made or would have made the Olympic team, but did not compete. The United States did not compete that year.
So you're seeing, Yep, you're seeing, there's bow number 1 of the next event that is right there with bows 26 and 28. So bow 1 is Long Beach Rowing Association. And as we have seen so consistently, their bio just simply says we are happy to be back on the water.
They're also Long Beach, though. They definitely have a history of performing in this event. They train together. I actually, Helen Frickman, I know from many years ago, they actually hosted us for an event when we were training in San Diego one year. So they're very involved in the rowing community. Take their speed very seriously out there in Long Beach.
And Long Beach has been the site, was the site of the rowing in the 1984 Olympic Games. And it may end up being, I don't know that they've decided, but it may be the site of the rowing in the next Olympic Games in Los Angeles coming up. As you see bow 8 coming through the Elliott Bridge, that's Martha's mom's.
A great story on this one. 1984 at the Lakeside School in Seattle, a group of moms cornered Martha Beatty, who coached the juniors program then, and said that, hey, teach us how to row, and thus began Martha's Moms. And so here they are, based out of Lake Washington, and they compete locally and internationally. So a lot of rowing I'm sure that they're doing out in Seattle, but obviously they're here in Boston. Don't know where they go internationally, but great little story. Hey, you're teaching our kids, can you teach us too?
And it's a great name for a club. It's definitely a memorable name and a great one. So bow 12 coming through, that was Old Glory Boat Club from Melrose, Mass. And in the blue, that's Penn AC Rowing Foundation out of Philadelphia and on Boathouse Row in the Schuylkill. Just behind them, Masters Coaching out of Brewster, Mass. with bow card 9. And they're actually in the veteran category, Lindsay.
Yes, as bow 9, the woman in the bow seat wearing the 9 on her back is a very strong 88 years old.
Pretty amazing.
8 years old.
Pretty amazing. So the veteran category is 70 plus. So the average age of that boat is 70 plus. And as you said, the bow woman, Barbara Smith, 88 years old. Pretty amazing. As they come through, Elliott Bridge does Masters Coaching.
I'm sitting here speechless because of that. It just puts a smile on my face and goes, keep doing what you're doing, Shoop. Take care of yourself, because this is incredibly inspiring.
Without question, and maybe even going to try to get back at bow 10, who passed them at some point, Penn AC in the blue.
And they are rowing in honor of Ruth Bader Ginsburg, another Notorious. That's why you see Notorious on their backs.
There you see, starting to finish up, it's bow 4 and bow 6. They are side by side racing. Bow 4 is Conibear Rowing Club out of Seattle, Washington. And bow 6 is Three Rivers out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Conibear there formed in 1984, active ever since. 1984, of course, being the year that the U.S. women won the Olympics at 1,000 meters. And a lot of the women in the bow card 2 of this very race were in that Olympic 8. So if you get back to bow card 2, with stars down the side, you'll see at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of the women from the 1984 crew, Olympic gold medal crew out there.
That's bow card 5, Vesper. I can see because of the V's, the distinctive maroon V's of the Vesper Boat Club, also on the famed Boathouse Row in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, as they come through Elliott, and they return after the pandemic and the dredging of the Schuylkill, which happened pretty recently. And Vesper is really a national power in Masters events, and also sort of like pre-elite and elite rowing.
Long history there. Saugatuck. We have Saugatuck here in your picture right here, coming around the big turn, having come off of that straight stretch where you want to pick your point on the apex as they come around it. Not overlapping the blades per se, but not hitting the buoys either, which is a great thing to see.
Saugatuck really has become one of the preeminent rowing clubs in America. Their youth program, I think the women winning the Youth 8 like 5 years in a row. The youth program, both the men and the women, both extremely strong, and the Masters program. This is another veteran boat, so average age of 70 or older. as they finish up. That's actually bow 16, the final bow of our Grandmaster 8s for the women. And then the next event that will be going off will be the Senior Masters 4s. So it will be the first 4s that we have seen on our Head of the Charles racecourse out here in the past 2 days.
6 of the women in this Saugatuck crew are 70 and over. Again, with the average age that we're talking about, their average is right on 70. Many of the women that are in this particular 8 actually won their age group at Masters Nationals, so racing experience out there. Masters Nationals, obviously a different distance than the Head of the Charles. Instead of 4,702, it's going to be 1,000 meters, correct? Yeah. So it's different approach to the race when it's 4 or 5 times the distance of the race itself. But again, to have more than a handful of these women over 70 years old. Yes, rowing is for everyone, all ages, all levels. People always say to me, isn't it hard? And I say, well, isn't running hard? It's as hard as you make it. Right? It's a beautiful fluid motion. It's a way to be out in nature with your friends, something that you can do for a lifetime.
It really is sort of a lower impact sport. Don't get me wrong, it is very difficult and it is very grueling and it will work your whole body, but it is a little bit lower impact than other sort of athletic activities that could be happening.
I always like to say in rowing, if you push yourself to the point of passing out, at least you're already sitting down. Right? You're not going to run, you're not going to fall off your bike, you're already sitting down. It's a much shorter fall.
That's bow 15, which was that boat that started just in front of Saugatuck, the boat from Vesper finishing up. And then Saugatuck will finish up, and then that will conclude our Women's Grandmaster 8s event.
was pretty much it.
But I liked.
Welcome back to the 2021 Head of the Charles. My name is David Wyant, bringing you commentary with my partner this morning, Lindsay Shoup. And Lindsay, we're looking at the men's senior Masters 4s that are on the race course, the first 4s that we have had over our first 2 days of the 2021 Regatta. And one of the things that I particularly like to see in the 4s is the fact that the coxswains, as you're going to see in the picture, are mostly laying down in the bows. Which gives them somewhat of an advantage in terms of watching and seeing the race course that they want, but it's also a little more dangerous.
A little more dangerous because if they were to hit a bridge or something like that, the coxswain is the first thing to go, but it does, you know, versus the 8 where you're sitting behind, and this is the mystery to me. I'm much taller than the coxswain is, right? A foot taller almost than a lot of coxswains. To have to try and figure out where you're going, knowing that someone is like a foot taller than you, standing in your line of sight, like sitting in your line of sight because of where the coxswain is in the 8. I can only imagine what that would be like to actually try and steer something that's 60 feet long with like a couple of inches of rudder to do so. You have well over 1,000 pounds in the boat, 2,000 pounds in the boat. Whereas the 4, it clears up the space. They have a clear line of sight. But also, by the same token, you have that clear line of sight. You can't see who's doing what from an oar standpoint. So I can imagine that provides new challenges.
And that's really what I was getting at, is that if, for instance, a boat is approaching, really the stroke man or one of the rowers, the bow person, is going to have to tell the coxswain what is occurring behind the boat, because the coxswain laying down in the front from an aerodynamics perspective is not going to continue to get up. It's also going to throw off the boat. It's going to make it kind of go side to side if the coxswain is shifting their body weight to look back. So it doesn't happen and shouldn't happen. It may happen occasionally, but the rowers are going to have to tell the coxswain what's going on if there's going to be a situation where they need to yield.
I was going to say the yield would become much more interesting with the change in the position of the coxswain as well.
So you're seeing bow 2 come through the Elliott Bridge. That is the Cornell University Alumni. It includes members of the 1984 and 1985 Cornell Head of the Charles Cruise. And just behind them, you see more red blades. That is Marin again. And they say they're ready to be back on the Charles, but another entry from Marin, you know, just a tremendous club from Green Bay, California.
And it looks like they've overtaken the third entry here from Riverside. So Marin moving well, obviously. Again, like you said, ready to be back on the Charles and showing up in great fashion to do so.
And that Riverside boat is pretty interesting from an age perspective. So these are senior master 4s. It's 50 or older. And actually that is a picture of the next event after this one, which is event 21, the men's Grandmaster 4s. That is bow 1 Cambridge Boat Club. That includes Greg Stone, Jevy's father. It says Sampson, West, and Wilkins are past winners of the Senior Masters 4. And they are out there in bow number 1 because of their experience and wins out here.
And with Greg Stone here, for those of you who don't know, because not everybody knows Boston history, Jevy Stone, a 3-time Olympian. Greg Stone, her father, also was an Olympic athlete, but also coached Jevy over the last several Olympic cycles. So well known here in Boston rowing circles for sure.
And Jevy rowing in scull events, so an oar in each hand, but Greg here rowing in a sweep event. In the 4, you see the coxswain in their boat laying down in the front and steering from there. I will tell you, as a former coxswain, that having your eye level about 6 to 8 inches off the water makes you feel like you are going tremendously fast.
Yeah.
It is really, really fun. If you're somebody who has a need for speed, you want to be in a bow loader 4.
Did you have to put a ball down in there to keep yourself up from
Well,
sliding?
I fortunately am one of the taller coxswains, so typically I actually fit almost like a glove. I was like the perfect fit
There you go.
in these 4s, but they are really a lot of fun from a coxswain's perspective. But it totally changes the head race, like the head of the Charles, because like I said, in the event that there's something going on behind you, you can't see it. So the rowers are going to have to keep you attuned to what is happening. That is bow 2 of the senior master 4s coming to the finish line just ahead of that bow 4 Marin Rowing Association boat.
And bow 2 being the Cornell Alumni crew coming down toward the finish line.
And so the coxswain laying down in the bows of these boats, they still have a steering mechanism. Back in my day, it used to be sort of like this lever that you kind of moved left or right. If you wanted to go left, you moved it left. If you wanted to go right, you moved it right. Now, some of them are a little bit more advanced. Some look like boat throttles in today's rowing world with the different equipment. As you see bow 12, obviously the very distinctive community rowing unisuits. Just ahead of bow 13, which is Pelham Community Rowing from New Rochelle, New York.
And they're pushing up on them. It looks like they've made a little bit of ground up on them. But they also seem to be patient here on this turn, not trying to overtake them. The coxswain playing it smart, making sure that they don't come to any collisions, because even if you're moving faster than someone, if you collide or you have to take that longer course, it makes no sense to do that. Just bide your time. This is enough. This is all I need. And then, you know, turn on the afterburners once you come through that last of the 7 bridges, being Elliott, toward, and then make your
Right,
turn
and
toward
it's a
home.
little tight from after Elliott past the Windsor Bridge, and there's a little shore that comes out to meet these shells if they're hugging the shore, but then it opens up and gets much wider. So it is kind of, there are various sort of narrow or kind of pinch points on the race course, that sort of being one of them. But if you can navigate it properly, you know, if you're a coxswain, you can say, look, we're gaining on this crew, but I really want you to be patient and do the work when we have space. That's the type of strategy that comes into play. As you see bow 15 coming through, that's Pelham Community Rowing Association and Mercer. That's a composite boat. Mercer out of Mercer, New Jersey, one of the premier rowing race courses in America, along with Nathan Benderson Park.
Taking a lot of strokes on both of those courses, actually.
As you see Rockland, that's Rockland Rowing Association from Nyack, New York, coming past the camera.
Swan Creek.
I believe that's a Masters only program, Swan Creek, out of Lambertville, New Jersey. As they get past those gold triangle buoys that are the finish line of the head of the Charles. That boat is called the No Mercy, great boat name, and that's about 23 Atlanta Rowing Club, Atlanta, Georgia.
Average age 52 in that hull. They won the D men's 4 at Masters Nationals this past summer.
And D just connotes the age category at Masters Nationals. It has nothing to do with something else that you would see sort of at the international level, ABC finals or D finals even. It just has to do with the age of the athletes. So these 4s, let's talk about them in comparison. We just saw a bunch of 8s. So the 4s, obviously, there are only 4 rowers as opposed to 8, and only 4 oars. But what, you know, explain some of the differences. I mean, realistically, the big difference in my mind, not only that it goes slower than an 8, is that it is a little bit less stable because you have only 4 oars. You don't have quite as much from a physics perspective to keep the boat level. And if, you know, a rower or 2 rowers on one side are particularly doing something, it may really throw off the set of the boat, which is how level the boat is. And obviously, even if you are new to watching rowing, you can understand that it's very difficult to row a boat that's not level.
Being that it's a coxed 4, we should say coxed 4 because there's a straight 4 category, not here at the Charles, but in rowing generally speaking, the coxed forward has the coxswain, the straight forward does not. So because you have the coxswain, it's moving slower than a straight forward would. So it's a little bit more stable because it literally sits a little bit lower in the water. It's a little bit less responsive than a straight forward would otherwise be. It is a bit slower, but it will be a little bit tippier, and you will feel it if the coxswain moves around, as you mentioned, if they're trying to adjust their course or keep an eye on things if they move around too much. They're fun, though, because on this race course, I've actually only gotten to race 4 one time on this race course. They are more responsive than an 8 would be. You can take a turn more quickly, take 2 strokes off where one side completely powers down to make a turn, and you will make that turn in 2 strokes, if not 1. For me, if I'm a rower and my coxswain says, hey, take it easy for a stroke on this race course, I'll go, that means off. Okay. Because really there's no, they don't know what 50% is. I don't know what 50% is. I'll give you off and on. That's what you get. You get off and on when it comes to racing.
There you go. More insight into the rower's mind, the Olympic level rower's mind from Lindsay Shoup.
Just trying to make it easier on the coxswain.
You're seeing something, we're seeing something interesting here, Lindsay, which actually I have some experience with from my high school career, which is you have some boats from the prior event that are kind of the highest bow numbers, or the last ones to go through the start line, and you're seeing bow number 1 of the next event coming into them and starting to pass some of those boats from the previous event. And I will tell you that there is probably nothing more motivating in a head race, especially as we were talking about earlier. You know, if you start with bow 1 and you're not seeing anybody for a while, if all of a sudden the coxswain can start saying, we're catching the next event, that's going to send a charge into the minds of the rowers to know, wow, we must be doing a pretty good job here.
Yeah, as long as the next event doesn't interfere with the line that you want to take, it is very motivating because you can hear the other crews. You know, you hear what's going on, you know that and you can put yourself in that place because every rower out there, no rower on the water right now has never lost. Losing is a big part of learning how to get better, you know, and so being passed in a boat or being caught up to, being in that boat, you've been there, so you can kind of eject that mindset and go, oh yeah, I know what I've thought in that position before, and that's not happening right now because I managed my controllables, I prepared, I got better, and now I'm in this position. Yeah, that's great. For me personally, inside my head, I literally say, yeah, that's what happens. It's very simple. Yeah, and the coxswain knows how to build off of that, keep the confidence going.
So that is bow 2 coming through Elliott, which is the Cambridge Boat Club, the second entry from Cambridge Boat Club. They actually were the winners in 2019 with one rower change in their lineup. And they started bow 2 behind bow 1, which is their teammates from Cambridge Boat Club, the boat that we talked about earlier that contains Greg Stone and Greg Wilkins and Tom West and Richard Sampson. And so those two are, you know, they know each other. They're athletes that row out of the same boathouse, as you see some boats finishing up from the prior event.
Yeah, as we flip back to the finish line here with those triangular buoys, those conical buoys, I guess is what it is. Finishing up the previous event, Gentle Giant, and what looked like Western Reserve rowing there. Again, final turn here for these 2 fours as well, coming down the final stretch for the previous event that started the Senior Men's Faster Fours, which is the 50 and over category, before we get into the Grandmaster Fours, the 60 and over category. A beautiful view of fall here. Colors starting to change. Up here in Boston, the sun's starting to peek out now rather than that cloud cover that we've had for the most of the morning so far.
And you can see those.
The inside boat here on the left is really motoring. They're overtaking quite a few crews here. They know the finish line's coming. They're giving it a little more leg, which is allowing them to send the boat along. Might look like they're yanking on it with the arms, but really that's happening because they're just pushing more with their legs.
Right, and that is that bow card 1 from Cambridge Boat Club in the distinctive blue of Cambridge Boat Club. And then just behind them were their teammates, also in blue, as they finish up alongside some of the boats from the previous event. That is about 30.
The NIAC, the NYAC. They say that they're the NYAC old timers, but they're out here still having fun. Again, another reason why once you cross that finish line, it's important to keep rowing because these boats will row down continue to row down the river a little farther and then come to another buoy, spin, and head back up. Depending on where they've launched from, if they're local, they'll head home. If not, they'll head to the parking lot, which is very close. The singles that we saw earlier might end up rowing 8K to get back home, to get back up the river.
Yeah, you've you've used all your racing energy, and then you've got 3 more miles to go back to where you started. That is Narragansett, bow card 11 in
Looks
the
like
gold
the
boat.
bow guy invented the water rower. That's an interesting fun fact in there. If you've ever tried Orange Theory, they use the water rowers out there. So the bowman in this boat invented the water rower.
And the 3-man coaches at, looks like BB and Ant. So you've got a coach in there. You've got the inventor of the water rower. And they are they have passed, looks like bow card 9, who's also in the picture. That's Yarmouth Rowing Club out of Yarmouth, Maine.
Not Cape Cod.
Not Cape Cod, Yarmouth, Maine. And you can see just a great rhythm out of Narragansett. We've talked about them quite a bit, and typically they scull, but this is a sweet boat for these Grand Master 4s. As you see, Yarmouth. Great courses by those coxswains, hugging the shore there. As you see, that is bow 13 in the red Sammamish out of Redmond, Washington.
Average age 61 for these guys. These 4s do seem to be taking, if they start a little wide, it does line them up to be a little more narrow, a little closer to the buoys from the coxing standpoint as they come around this turn. That could also be a product of someone on the inside of the turn powering down a little bit, maybe turning the boat a little more than what the coxswain might have wanted, which puts them closer to the buoys than they might have expected. Again, to go back to my off or on, right? Don't play around with the power that you give off or on. That helps the coxswain out a little bit.
That is San Diego Rowing Club, bow card 7 in the distinctive uniforms of San Diego Rowing Club from San Diego, California.
Mostly Cal alumni finishing the race there.
Except for the Scottish bowman, it says. Bow 12, St. Andrews Alumni Racing out of Middletown, Delaware, and they are trying to hold off. It looks like the Ancient Mariners Rowing Club from Seattle, Washington. And that crew just coming across the finish line. You can see some of the officials there. Those are probably the officials, as I said, who are going to tell you to keep rowing and to sort of clear the way for the other boats that are finishing up.
We have Detroit Boat Club in a picture here out of Detroit, Michigan. Average age 71 for these guys coming around this final turn before they go through that Elliott Bridge on their straight stretch. They've come this far in the race, 15 plus minutes at this point, and now they know they have a few minutes left. Condition and they're energy dependent, but their coxswain is going to ask them for more because they know that they're coming to a close. I've always found, David, that no matter what the distance is, it's about 3/4 of the way. That's kind of the toughest point. 45 seconds into a 1-minute test, the third 500 of a 2K, there's that lull. 18 to 22 miles of a marathon, there's a lull, but then that last little kick that you get, that last little bit, you're finally close enough to the finish line that no matter where you are, no matter how tired you are, you find a little bit more. And
yeah,
when
we're talking about
Elliott, off you go.
That's right. I mean, the third 500 comes up so often when we're talking about these 2,000-meter races. But the same thing is happening in these races. Coming around that big turn in particular, that's really the point in this race course ahead of the Charles where, you know, the rowers are starting to their mind wants to check them out, meaning their mind wants to sort of shut off and say, why are we still doing
Past
this?
halfway, but not close enough to the finish line to smell it yet, and that's that no man's land point.
The Good Shepherd is the name of that shell as it comes past from Detroit Boat Club. Bow 16 in the men's Grand Master 4s here at the 2021 Head of the Charles Regatta in Boston, Cambridge, Massachusetts. And I'm looking at the water, Lindsay. It still is just great.
It really is. And with the sun coming out, I wonder if it'll start to lay down even more. Just keep a few clouds, keep the wind down, and just make it a little bit warmer too. Maybe perk up the temperature a hair.
So that is bow card 1 of the next event, which is the Women's Senior Master 4s. That's Cambridge Boat Club in bow card 1. And they won in 2019, which earned them bow 1. And East Arm with bow 2, they finished second to them in 2019. So both crews are back after a couple of year hiatus. So
that's Linda Murray there in 3 seat. recognizable little pigtails that she carries. Well known from the referee community, well known in the rowing community, well known in the coaching community. Actually just finished up coaching, teaching some actors how to row for a movie that's coming out here shortly. Heart of the Champion, I believe it's called, something like that. So keep an eye out for that one. Linda had a hand in that one, well known in this local Boston community as well.
So your shot is of the Weeks Footbridge, and you're watching some of the crews in this Women's Senior Masters 4s event. Again, that is average boat age of 50 or older, come through that Weeks turn to the port side. Really a tight turn there by that white shell that just came through. I can't get a bow card on them, but really nice tight turn around that bridge as we start to see it fill up with spectators. And like I said earlier in the commentary, you're going to hear some spectators because we have a couple microphones out there, and you can kind of hear a cheer ambient behind or anytime that we stop talking.
I was about to remark that there weren't any other boats. It was just probably first and second. The first two leaders from this particular event were kind of out there. They put some distance between them and the rest of the field until potentially number 3 came around that corner. We'll find out once we get a new angle here. But this goes back to one of your favorite views. You got all these boats in picture. You can see some of the different courses that coxswains are taking on purpose, on accident. Not completely sure from this angle. Either way, need to be making that port turn and to get ready for that bridge that they're going to come through in this no man's land kind of area of race.
So that's Stay Classy is the name of that boat from San Diego Rowing Club. San Diego, I don't know.
San Diego.
As they come through the Weeks Footbridge and they take that turn, does San Diego. I think you were exactly right, Lindsay. I think those two boats were sort of out in front, the first and second place finishers, and then there was a considerable gap back to bow card 3, as we saw just now, 7 going through the Weeks Footbridge. And again, this is the shot from the Elliott Bridge, which is the bridge after the Weeks Footbridge on our race course. And that coxswain doing a great job of just sort of gradually making her way over to the apex of the big turn.
This is a great shot to also see the trail of the boat itself. You can see the track that the boat is making, which also gives you feedback on the coxswain's steering, and not just the coxswain's steering. The coxswain's steering is, what's the word? It's slave to the rowing of the rowers. If the rowers are together and clean, then that makes the steering much easier. If the rowers are not together and clean, it makes it much more challenging from a coxswain standpoint.
Well, you're looking out for all the coxswains who are going to be on video this weekend with that shot, Lindsay, by acknowledging that it's not simply the coxswain that is making that straight or not straight line.
I always say the best coxswains should go with your most novice crews and vice versa, because you can learn so much from there. A truly great coxswain can really shine when they get with less experienced athletes. They can bring them together.
But does that coxswain want to go with the less experienced
Well, maybe
athletes?
for practice reasons, you know. And then, of course, when it comes to race day, everybody that's the cream rises and you put them all together. But for practice reasons, training reasons, potentially racing reasons, potentially testing who actually is the better coxswain reasons, always helpful. Back with San Diego Rowing Club.
Rowing about 30 strokes a minute is San Diego Rowing Club down this head of the Charles race course. And coming into the picture there is bow 13, which is Minneapolis, and bow 15, which is Hudson River Rowing, just behind them.
Yeah, possibly Hudson River having taken a slightly straighter course on that, maybe made up some ground. Again, you could be the faster crew, but if your line is longer, it's going to take you longer to get down the course. Something I'm glad that you brought up, the stroke rate there, specifically about 30, usually down a head race, because it is so much longer, your stroke rate will be slightly lower than it would be for a much shorter race. You might even start with a strategy where you go for this portion of the race, we're going to be at this rate, and then increase your rate as you come down the course. That helps with pacing. For long races, you do pace. Sprinters don't necessarily know what pace means. And when I say sprinters, I mean if you're running the 100 or something like that. Rowers, if you row at 2K, 4K, 6K, 30-minute, you know the word pacing. You know what that means.
That is Sammamish. I just love saying Sammamish. That's Sammamish out of the Seattle, Washington area. My good friend Liza Dixon coaches, and they are approaching the Anderson Bridge in that famed stretch in between Weeks and Anderson, where a lot of the spectators will be this weekend, Lindsay, and are already, as you can kind of hear them in the ambient noise in the background. This is our 2021 Head of the Charles coverage, and this is the Women's Senior Masters 4s category, event 22 that's on the race course, as you watch Sammamish navigate this race course in their Women's Senior Master 4.
Average age 50 and up. This particular boat, 54 is their age average.
And that Sammamish boat is approaching the bridge that they will go under and then be in this shot, which again is this overhead shot where we're watching these 4s row away from the Anderson Bridge in really what is one of the longest stretches of straight water that they will find, or should be straight water, on this 4,702 meter race course. As you see the course happening for this boat, Cambridge Boat Club, and as they are coming around these buoys, and you can see they're just hugging them very, very close and right where you want it to be. So it's not it's not under the rigger, it's under it's where the most room is, and you're keeping the blades off of those buoys so that they don't affect any of the strokes taken by these women.
This entry out of Cambridge Boat Club. Cambridge has the course record for this particular event, set back in 2017 at just under 19 minutes. That's 45.4. They row here. A lot of them coach here. They've seen this race course from a lot of different angles, but I can say these buoys don't stay out here all the time. These, 350 or so buoys that are placed every 20 to 30 meters down this race course, that's not in all year round. So they don't necessarily get to practice on a buoyed Charles course, even if they do get to practice here in general. And as we've mentioned, if you're here to practice, you don't really get a full practice because there are so many boats out on the water trying to practice over the course of the weekend, leading into the Head of the Charles once the course is in place.
So Cambridge Boat Club, bow number 1, your defending champion from 2019. The last installment of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Their boat is called the 1974 National Champions. Looks like a Boston University shell. It's in red, and very nice through the water is this 4, and the power is being put onto the blades primarily with the legs and the back, and they're in their final stretch, and the coxswain is probably saying something like, look, we're into our final 400 meters, so you know what that means, and I want you to make that boat behind you look smaller and smaller and smaller.
That's about the one thing, is that perspective of, do they look smaller? Even if by an inch, it's motivating. If you're out there, number 1, there's no one behind you, no one to catch up to, but you can continue to push them away, and that is something that you definitely pay attention to from a rowing standpoint. It's all you can see.
So the pink jerseys, that is Alexandria Community Rowing out of Alexandria, Virginia, and they were ahead of Sammamish, which was bow 3. So obviously having a nice race, having passed a couple of boats, or at least a boat there in bow 3 as they come through Elliott, does Alexandria Community Rowing. And particularly, so under the bridges, Lindsay, for anybody who hasn't been under a bridge, and particularly in a coxed race, it can get very loud under those bridges. There's not a lot of space, and there's quite an echo. And if you got a couple of coxswains kind of, yelling or certainly giving their commands over speakers that are projecting up into that bridge, it can be kind of a crazy echo chamber.
It's a beautiful sound though when it's silent, when there are no voices, just the sounds of the boat. If you're not passing, if you're not, in a position that you need to be giving your crew feedback at that point, being quiet through the bridge is also a really nice experience, because then you get to hear a little more about, like, are we moving together? It just changes the pace up a little.
So that is your Cambridge Boat Club, bow number 1 of this Women's Senior Masters 4s event, and they are taking their final strokes across the line in that red Boston University equipment. And finishing very, very strong there, it looked like, taking the stroke rating up in the last couple hundred meters. Probably from the previous picture, I could tell that their stroke rating was up a little bit. So here's another situation where we're seeing it looks like a boat from the previous event and a boat from the next event in the same shot. That shot from the Weeks footbridge down the powerhouse stretch. It looks like you've got bow number 17 from one event, which is probably Greater Lawrence rowing, and then bow number 2 from the following event, which is North Suburban crew of Skokie, Illinois, in the same picture as they approach Weeks.
That's all right. I'm getting some great footage and I'm just happy about myself. I expect to see this on Instagram.
Somebody out there expects to see this on Instagram. Picking up some of the ambient noise there. The Nats out on the course. More people are out there having conversations, watching rowing.
And that's the end of the big turn. And so you're seeing the boats, what is that, bow number 17? No, 12.
I believe it is, yep.
So it's kind of the looks like another Sammamish boat, maybe? To my eye, at least from the uniform, it is
Yes.
Sammamish. Finishing up that big turn, and you're seeing these 8s. That's actually kind of a pinch point in terms of it being narrow, where the race course is most of the river there, and the warm-up side, or the side to take you up to the race course, is much more narrow, so you've got a lot of officials there letting those 8s know that they've got to stop and yield to the traffic that's coming around the turn, especially if those coxswains really want to be hanging the blades, for instance, over the buoys.
Yeah, and knowing the 8s that are going up, the ones that you're seeing in the picture for those of you that are watching, those are the Alumni 8s that are about to come up. So there's a lot of rivalry that's going to happen on the water. So there will be pinch points happening. There will be boats backing up. So expect to see that as we continue to watch the footage of these 4s come down the course at that particular angle.
So that's Sammamish coming through. And a couple more boats coming across, coming around the turn. It's bow 19 and bow 15.
Willamette having a nice course there, having passed Hudson County, Hudson River rowing. They have obviously passed 4 crews on their way, 3 crews to catch up with these guys, but also to take that line through the bridge. So they're having a good row. You can see how the hull is moving versus the other one, regardless of the bow card that they have. But also the fact that they have the 19, that it's past number 15, that they know that they are moving well.
So the green, that is bow 13, which is Minneapolis.
I love this. They're fans of both competition and baked goods.
So am I.
They have all sorts of jokes about the Great British Bake Off here, and I thought I've watched that show myself. I love it. I think it's hysterical, but I don't know all the inside jokes. But I love it. They love competition and baked goods. You combine those things, you get.
And apparently British humor as well.
True. Yeah.
That's bow 16 coming through past
Marin.
Cambridge Boathouse, which is Marin. So you're seeing a lot of the same names coming through in these Masters events. Again, you're seeing these programs that are just very large programs that have boats from the youth, sometimes middle school level, all the way up to Grandmaster and veteran boats at all of these big clubs that exist all over America for rowing.
Particularly since the head of the Charles is, like we mentioned, that big reunion for the fall. There are so many elements here combined at one incredible event. It's been here since 1965. That almost didn't make it past their first year for various reasons. Some great history that I'm sure that David and Colleen will continue to share throughout the weekend. But this event is something that people are drawn to for many, many reasons, which is why you see a lot of entries. But again, you have to earn those entries. They're not given, they're not handed out. You have to earn them.
And the regatta starting as basically a way to compete in the fall and break up the monotony of fall training, which especially in a place like Boston can become, hey, we're indoors again. Oh, we're on the erg again.
Yeah.
Oh, see you in the weight room tomorrow and the next day and the next day.
Yeah.
So that's why the Head of the Charles was founded, and it was meant to just be a couple of hours one afternoon, and whoever wanted to show up and race, come and race. But it was also an all-male regatta, and now we are 50-50 in terms of gender split, which is not only great, but it's the way that it probably should have been from day one.
More than 11,000 people competing here, and we go half and half. So it's a great growth over the last almost 60 years of racing this event. Having started with 12 events, now we're at 61. Having started with 80 boats, we're now, I think, over 2,500 boats, which is why they went from one day of competition, to 2 days of competition, to now 3 days of competition. I can't imagine they'll turn it into a week-long event, you know, but it's just a great thing to see grow over the years and continue to stay strong and interesting over the years. Hence, here we are, YouTube.
Well, I'm sure that the Regatta committee really had to use as much goodwill as they possibly had with the local authorities to get it even to include Friday yesterday, which was amazing.
Shutting down Boston is no easy feat. It's a rowing community, though. It's all behind. Fully supports the event. Back to one of your favorite views here from a coxing standpoint. It's great not to have the time card in there. You can see coming off of that turn, this is a view I don't get to see. You know, I'm not turning around and looking behind me from a racing standpoint. I'm just thinking, what did I get myself into? No, I'm thinking, push, here we go. I don't know where we are, but I'm going and I'm listening and I'm following. But this can help coxswains that want to learn, can help people that want to learn how to do this. Keep an eye on these camera angles. Learn where they are along the course and go, maybe I should have done that. Pick out a line that you'd like and screenshot it, or, you know, remember it. Draw it in your mind's eye so that you know what might come up the next time you have the opportunity to get out on this race course.
Well, that's exactly what I tried to do, you know, the first time I ever got on any race course, is try to visualize where things are, pick out, you know, points on land that make sense. Also, one of the things that coxswains often try to do is when they come through one of these bridges, it may not be like the next bridge that they are aiming for. It may be a building. It may be something that's on the shore. It may be a tree. It may be maybe a light pole. And those are the types of things that go into trying to figure out how to steer a course like this and how to navigate it and do it to the best of your ability. And, you know, if you're a coxswain, really your goal, as we say, this is really a coxswain's race. To a large extent it is, but your goal is to go from the start line to the finish line and have your rowers take as few strokes as possible. A
great shot here with all of these boats. There's definitely a pileup starting to happen. More races unfolded, so there's more opportunity for boats to take ground on one another. Bow 33, that's New Haven Rowing Club out of Oxford, Connecticut. They've overtaken a few crews. Bow 30 is East Bay out of Rhode Island, Barrington, Rhode Island. 29 in your picture, Riverside local. They're all starting to pile up there as we come down to the last 700 meters. On the right side of the picture, you see some crews warming down, cooling down after having already raced their men's fours. And then all the boats, again, are supposed to start the race with about 10 seconds in between one another. Every 3-ish seconds or so is a boat length. So imagine what that might look like in the picture. All of these crews have changed that margin from the beginning of the actual race. Unfortunately, with the silhouette, we can't see the bow number of that right there as they come across around this final turn toward the final straight stretch.
I think it was Greenwich crew, if I had to guess, based upon the colors.
The bright green.
But yeah, that is that was a great shot of several boats just kind of coming through in succession.
Probably
and
30, 31, 32.
Yeah, certainly I would say coming through with less distance between them than they probably started with.
And this looks like Pelham County, just outside of New York City, New Rochelle, New York, crossing the finish line.
And you can see just in the right side of the shot, just want to point out, that's one of the launching docks. And most of the boats that are out here at the head of the Charles Regatta that come from somewhere else, that is their launch point, meaning that's where they put the boat in the water and start rowing, and where their boat is located on land for this regatta. So most people are dropping in there, and they're having to row all the way down the race course the opposite way to get to the start line to even start their race. And as you see, bow 17 coming through and finishing the big turn, Greater Lawrence rowing. And that looked like bow card 6, which maybe is from the next race, the Grandmaster 4's Watercat Rowing Club.
Watercat, if that is bow 6, it says they've been racing the head of the Charles for the past 2 decades. Good luck to everyone out there. It's a joy for them to be here. With people out here just near and dear old friends, enjoying the sport they love.
And enjoying an event that they love. And that's really what this is. We've talked about it so many times. The head of the Charles being an event, and really the premier sort of reunion event because of how many athletes, how many boats are going to go down this race course all weekend long.
Looks like Watercat's having a great row if they've already passed Narragansett, who it says was a repeat lineup from 2019. So the winners of the 2019 of this particular event in 2019 have already been passed by Watercat, who started in the 6th position. They were the 6th women's Grandmaster 4. That's the 60 and over fours category, and now they've already overtaken boat number 1. So they've overtaken 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 to be where they are, and technically 17 from the previous.
Right, right. And that's not common.
That's not common.
To pass that many boats, even over 3 miles, is very uncommon. As you see bow 32 coming through, that's Rock Creek Rowing out of Washington, D.C. They row on the Potomac River.
Crossing the finish line there, to be compared with a different point earlier in the race. Here we go.
You can see bow 5, I think that's Chinook maybe,
It is Chinook.
as they come through. And you can see some of the timing. It does appear that at the last timing point, which was Cambridge Boat Club, that according to our unofficial time, Narragansett had the best time, but Watercat was sitting there in 2nd place, only 7 seconds behind. And obviously it's unofficial, the stuff that we have coming through onto the screen, but gives you some sense of, obviously Watercat is having a great performance out of bow 6 because they're at a minimum in 2nd place at Cambridge Boat Club.
And here we are, Saugatuck, the entry out of Saugatuck coming around that turn. You can see, again, in the background is the crews that are cooling down, going back upstream, up toward that start line. And these guys, bow number 9, coming down toward the race course, setting themselves up for that bridge.
So these are the women's Grandmaster 4s, average age of 60 or greater here at our 2021 Head of the Charles Regatta in Boston, Cambridge, Massachusetts. Everybody is probably and hopefully a little bit past their disappointment of the Red Sox last night, and they're coming out to watch the rowers come down this race course. You see Watercat out in front, and they're still out in front of Narragansett. Those are the 2 boats on the right side of the screen. The boat on the left side is a boat from that previous race that's finishing up. But you can see just to your eye that the stroke ratings have come up because these women know that they are very close to the finish line. And again, the pace comes up. The stroke rating meaning how many times you are dropping your oar in per minute. And we're seeing just higher pace.
Maybe it's because they're enjoying it, right? Watercat out here to enjoy the sport they love. The more joy, the more willing you are to go hard. I'm going to keep harping on this. Joy, joy. Know why you do this, enjoy it, and that makes the work so much easier.
As we see the shore filling up with all the vendors, all those athletes that have their boats on land, they're coming out to cheer on their teammates. There's so many more spectators sort of every hour as these pictures come through from all these various points on the race course. Our 9 cameras out here on the Charles River, as you see bow 11, and I can't tell the next one after them, but that's bow 11 coming through. Bows 11 and 13, so 3 Rivers Rowing and Saratoga, and that makes sense because I'm seeing those striped blades of Saratoga.
Also pretty well-known, identifiable crew out there, but again, it looks like then 3 Rivers as well. Their blades are identifiable. It almost looks like a CRI blade when it's feathered, but for those of you that know 3 Rivers, they tell the blue and the red on the actual board itself. It does look as though Saratoga, though, is moving well into that next crew, so they've already passed the 12th starter, working their way into the 11th starter, so they've made up at least 10 or more seconds on 11th place. Those are little things that the coxswain can tell you. You don't necessarily need to know from a rower standpoint. You know when you're passing people that it's gone faster than them at this point. The most important thing is have your race, enjoy it, put it together the best that you can, because you, like we've said earlier, you don't know what bow 20 is doing. You only know what the people around you are doing. So relative to those around you, you know how you're faring. But you might be passing number 1. You just won't know until we get all the results.
And that's what continues to be interesting to me about the format. You know, if you automatic qualify because of your result, and let's say you're bow 1 to 15 because of it, but maybe you're a tremendously fast crew that just wasn't in the event the year before, you get invited, and you start bow 30, and maybe you end up winning. And you just never know until you see the time and all the adjudication happens.
Adjudication, I'm going to say it
And
many
the times
times.
go official. You're just not going to know. As you see bow 16, that's Quinsigamond Rowing Club.
Another great word.
Yep, rowing out of on Lake Quinsigamond in Worcester, Massachusetts. Worcester, Shrewsbury, Massachusetts. It's kind of a mouthful of all of those names. A place that I raced many, many times in college.
You know, I have to say, we were talking about you might start at bow 30 and then end up winning the race. It kind of is a great talking point of pride for crews that do start back in the pack and then end up winning or doing very, very well. We ended up winning, and we started back there. Is always that kind of qualifier that you add to it that makes it seem even more of a feat, because you did have to navigate more landmines, so to speak, down the race.
And then the juxtaposition of what that's going to mean for next year when you start one and nobody's in front of you versus starting 30 and maybe passing 4 boats along the way. As we see, this is just a great picture. We're starting to have now our men's Alumni 8s coming through the BU Bridge.
And this shot right here, the overlook, is one of my favorite comments about the Charles. Is if you look at those bridges, the way they're layered, you could have a plane, a train, a car, and a rower all be pancaked, sandwiched on top of layer caked, I guess, on top of one another right there. Because if the plane flies over at the moment that a train goes by, when a car goes by and a rower goes by, you'll have multiple layers of people traveling in weird ways.
I mean, great point. And yesterday we didn't start the camera showing that angle, but we started to get that angle towards the end of the day. And these are the men's Alumni 8s now. That's Michigan out there. They are starting with bow number 1. Their bio simply says "Chow," and they won in 2019, so that's why they are bow number 1.
Not to be confused with CHOW. Chow, like hi and goodbye simultaneously.
Yeah, that's correct. I bet the men in there are going to chow down after they're done with this race. But they are saying ciao as in if
Sayonara.
I'm in Italy and I'm saying goodbye. But here we go. Next to them in the purple, that is University of Washington. As you see Navy on the screen. So let's talk about this event a little bit as Navy goes through the BU Bridge just after the start line. This is an event where you're going to find even a lot of Olympians sitting in these boats. These are boats typically that are alumni from colleges. And oftentimes, because the Championship 8 event is typically the current kind of varsity or top 8 for the universities, you will often see sort of the all-stars that are not currently on the team in these Alumni 8s. And that's exactly what we're going to see, a ton of speed in these boats as they come through this head of the Charles racecourse.
You can expect to see in a lot of these, you can absolutely expect to see retired national team, Olympic team athletes, potentially people that have come back from Tokyo to row with their friends from college. You are literally going to see some incredibly fit people, and you might see multiple entries for different alumni crews if they're able to qualify those entries. So then that's when you start to see the ERG tests happening, and you get to be in the A entry versus you get to be in the 30 and over entry or the B entry, So you'll see a lot of speed coming out of these crews, and they are viable in the champ events. It's just you can only have a certain number of events entered into the
Right, and on the screen, that's a good example. That's bow number 7. They're calling themselves the Butte Boat Club, but that is Harvard Lightweights, the Harvard Lightweights alumni boat, as they come by the Riverside Boat House where we have that camera station. And then you see that is bow number 18 coming through the start chute. That is the Purple Calf Boat Club out of Pittsfield, Mass. That's the Williams College alumni. And so all of these boats, I know because I've been getting tips from parents or some of my colleagues. They are all kinds of different boats. One of the Harvard entries is like the freshman from class of 2018 that won IRAs.
I was going to say about 10 here in your picture is the Penn lightweight alums. So you have lightweights, open weights, not current athletes, but recently graduated athletes racing in this event, athletes that have graduated 10 years ago, a whole mix of ages, levels of experience, current levels of training, potentially having rowed, maybe not rowed together, a whole array, all of it fast.
And looking at some of the times, and you see there that was a shot of bow 9, which is that Harvard boat I was talking about that was the freshman class from 6-7 years ago, and it has, you know, a couple of Olympians sitting in it right now. Alex Richards and Cole Durbin, I think, were in the Olympics in Tokyo. As you see, bow 2, that is Washington. They have passed bow 1, and you see that reflected in the times as they came through Riverside Boat Club. Washington was a few seconds ahead of Fat Cat, and also they have passed Michigan, who started bow 1.
You can see Brett Newland there in the 7 seat, who's a previous Olympian and U.S. national teamer.
That's what I'm saying. These are all-star boats usually for these colleges, and they're various ages. The ones where we have information on ages, they run the gamut. So unless it's simply this was my freshman crew or this was my, you know, IRA winning crew, you know, the ages really vary because it's sort of, and as you said before, sometimes they even have qualifiers for how you can get into these alumni boats because there's so much interest.
Here are with their shot from Weld. Looking back, and I can't quite see the bow here on the screen, but the this is still Washington. They've passed. They're picking a much better line here. Michigan trying to push back up into them a little bit, but obviously they've already been overtaken. So we know at this point in the race, this is not to say that Michigan couldn't come back and get them in the second half of the race here. But if they continue to push away little by little as they go down the course, this is going to be good for them. But again, the alumni event is often one that has a boat that comes for like bow card 30 and ends up winning. You know, so it's one that you can never know how you're doing until you get those final results.
So I have Washington rowing at 33 strokes a minute. That's a pretty high clip, but you're talking about current and ex-elite athletes in that boat, and oftentimes they're also athletes that this may be really the only rowing race that they compete in all year. You know, they've sort of maybe gone on with their lives, the ones that aren't, you know, still on the national team, but they come back in and they say, all right, well, you know, they figure out how to train enough to get into the boat and it not be totally miserable for them, and they figure out how to go 14 minutes down the race course as fast as they can. So that's Washington coming through Anderson.
Coxon here is the perfect opportunity to pick the perfect line and set it up for them.
And that's Michigan.
Somebody yelling for Harvard in the background there. Hopefully they were looking another way.
Yeah, well, I think we're going to see that Harvard boat come through fairly quickly. There's a couple Harvard boats. Bow 7 and I think bow 9 are both Harvard boats. It was the lightweights and then that heavyweight freshman crew that has those Olympians in it. That's bow 10 that you're looking at, just ahead of bow 11, so they're maintaining their distance on bow 11. Bow 10 is that University of Pennsylvania lightweight boat. Bow 11 is Evergreen Boat Club, and that is Dartmouth.
That's a second Dartmouth alum entry, the other one being bow 3, so you can keep an eye out for them farther up the course as well.
And to my eye, they look more like lightweights, possibly.
Sure do.
So there could be a lot of athletes in this Dartmouth lightweight boat that's on the screen that raced in college against some of the athletes in the boat just ahead of them, that Pennsylvania lightweight boat. You never know.
That's why I mentioned the trash talk at the start. Everybody knows everybody up there in this event. Honestly, the same thing happens at the Champ 8 as well, because you get a bunch of national team athletes up there. Everybody knows. In years when international crews arrive, you know everyone from all over the world that you've competed against, and it's no different. It's a similar sense of camaraderie, competition and camaraderie.
That's Brown going past. I think Brown has at least one Olympian in there, Anders Weiss.
And you can see the spacing among the crews, that there is mobility happening, that there are crews overtaking one another, that there are crews closing and increasing gaps. So there will be changes in the ladder from this year to next year.
Also, something to point out that's pretty interesting, and I'm looking at bow card 12. Don't necessarily see them in the picture, as you see that looks like a Harvard boat there. Maybe in front of them is possibly like a Drexel boat, but looks like St. Joe's Prep. So a scholastic program in Philadelphia has an alumni boat, and so you know these can be alums of anything. They happen to be mostly colleges, but you see the St. Joe's Prep school entry there, about 12. And their bio, I'm going to tell you, is pretty appropriate if you know anything about prep rowing. They say if you ask the guys in the prep boat, they never lost a single race in high school.
Here in the picture you have 29 Colby alumni. Messalonsky Rowing Club. Hopefully I said that properly, but it's Colby alumni. You can see that by A, their bio, and B, the uniforms that they are wearing. And directly behind them was another UPenn alumni boat. Wants to thank the current coaching staff at Penn for helping make the boat possible.
That's bow 18, which again is Williams College. Purple Calf Boat Club, and it's representing the classes of 2017, 2018, and 2019. So a mixture of pretty recent Williams alums in that boat. As you see Washington again, Washington finishing up the big turn, coming through Elliott, and they continue to physically lead this men's Alumni 8 race down the Charles here for 2021.
And they know it's the home stretch. That's your quintessential Charles picture. That's where you get all those great shots of action happening, you know, coming through the bridges, people taking their own photos on their phones, but also kind of the professional ones that happen. They know that they're coming into home stretch.
So you see the familiar Ys on the chests of those athletes coming through Anderson. That was Yale. As you get another picture of the Huskies from Washington.
Last 700 meters or so. A couple of minutes left for these guys. And the water just keeps getting glassier, and the blue in the background just keeps opening up. So it does look like it's becoming an even nicer day, just better and better conditions.
It is ideal conditions. You can see just how beautiful it looks from the CBC boathouse as those boats come through. Looks like Dartmouth on the left as they come through Elliott.
Yep, bow 3, that's the higher up entry there from Dartmouth alums.
And 4 has gotten ahead of them. That is the Cornell alums that are rowing as BMA, ahead of Dartmouth. And you just see on the faces of those athletes just how wiped out they are.
You could pick up the ambient from the coxswain as they went by as well.
It's like you've got Princeton there next to what I want to say looks like Northeastern.
They're being overtaken, so Fat Cat Rowing Club, having started in 8th, is being overtaken there by, I believe, St. Joe's University.
Oh, it could be St. Joe's Prep. Yeah, the athletes that will tell you they never lost in high school. No, it's about 5.
Correct.
Oh, St. Joe's University, and there's also St. Joe's Prep. So St. Joe's University alum, also from Philadelphia, not to be confused with St. Joe's Prep. Good race going on side by side between those two.
And this is a great spot to have side-by-side racing. Coming down, there's enough room for 2 boats to be side-by-side there without really impacting the courses. Once they get to that point, they race to the line. That's a great spot for
blades
side-by-side.
clashing against, and it's these 2 lightweight alumni boats that we were talking about, Penn and Dartmouth, both lightweight alumni boats, and they will remember that boat clash, or the blade clash that happened right in front of the CBC boathouse, as actually it looks like Penn is yielding to some extent, or may have some sort of equipment problem. I think they were just simply yielding, possibly to stave off some adjudication, Lindsay, based upon, and you actually see Dartmouth taking the inside arch, which is a legal arch on this race course. You just have to be very careful when you take that arch, because the buoys actually come out a little bit. You're just having to see the Dartmouth boat come out to make sure that they don't cut the buoy line there at the Windsor dock. So a lot of action going on the picture.
It sure is, and they were taking, I mean, they were overtaking on the outside of the turn too, so they were moving much faster and basically making it as hard as possible to pass the Penn lightweights at that point. But again, that's also a great point for adrenaline. Even if you do take a slightly longer route right there, as long as you don't miss a buoy, they're going to rev it up now for the last 700. And there you go, there off they go. They take a moment, off they go. It's a sprint to the finish.
Yeah, I wasn't hearing them because my
15 is the Old Dog Boat Club. That's a Yale entry, even though their boat says Drexel, trying to confuse us as they come through Elliott.
The Y's on their chest prove otherwise.
And their bio says a boat with a few actual Olympians and a few non-traveling Olympic spares.
Let's go, boys! Let's go, Navy! Let's go!
And I love getting that ambient noise now because we're really seeing all of the camaraderie on the shore, or hearing it, excuse me, as these boats come through Elliott.
You can even hear the breathing out there, right? Finish the stroke, send it off with a big breath. People always ask me, where do you breathe in rowing? When you're racing, it depends on where. If you are at the end of the race, you're breathing at both ends. Breathing out for sure at the finish, but if the rate's high enough, you're probably also breathing at the catch as well. Spit coming out, it's graceful from afar. It's a whole heap of sweat and mess inside the boat.
So that's Williams College alumni, as you see that Dartmouth lightweight boat, and just how much distance they put on that Pennsylvania boat that they had the oar clash with on the big turn. And Williams College, really a very proud tradition of athletics at Williams College. If you look at it for a D3 school, often winning championships is Williams College. There's quite an emphasis on sports. And just how close to that buoy they are, but not having the blades touch it. Looks like another Yale boat there, about 20.
Blue Cheese Rowing Club, they say, but it is Yale alums.
They have all these boats that say Drexel on them.
Is he talking right now?
That tells us that they were kind and loaning equipment or recently selling.
I don't hear anything. Tell me.
Reset.
I can't hear him.
Now, when we say lightweight, these are former lightweight athletes. They don't have to continue to be lightweights. We will have some lightweight events tomorrow, some championship lightweight events, but these are former lightweight collegiate rowers.
So at least 150 to 160 at some point or another in their lives. Where they are today, no one knows.
And these are all teammates here. This is a Yale boat. The next one's a Yale boat.
2 Blue Cheeses in a row, 20 and 21.
Good race there. Looks like Georgetown, 25, and 23 is Chocolate Lab, another boat from Williams College. Lindsay, I also love how they pick these names, right? So it's not just Williams College alumni. It happens to be the Chocolate Lab Boat Club out of Williamstown, Mass.
It says they represent old, grizzled Williams has-beens. Maybe that's what they think a Chocolate Lab is. It's some grizzled dog of some kind. There's always a name. There's always an inside joke.
I don't know that it's worth making a guess as to why they're called Chocolate Lab.
Right, they just peeked around the corner and was like, oh, let's call it that. Yeah.
But good side-by-side racing there between the two.
And at that perfect spot that we mentioned earlier. Once you get through this bridge and you have that straightaway and it's the finish line, that's the perfect time to have side-by-side action. Don't interfere with me for the first 12 minutes. Let's play at the last 2.
That was Holy Cross coming through. Holy Cross. Dan Beckham, who is putting together this broadcast and leading the broadcast, went to Holy Cross as a Holy Cross alum and walked on to the team there. And that's Holy Cross there, coming through Elliott. another purple team. You got Williams College, you got Washington, and you have Holy Cross that are all in purple.
Getting into the UPenn alums again, not former lightweights,
Okay, I
but
can hear now.
heavyweights. 6 different graduating classes in that crew, that's fun. Don't know which 6, it could just be 6 consecutive years, it could be multiple decades.
And it looks like they got past Colby, who's right behind them. About 29. I will say that the rowing is quite proficient for these boats that presumably contain a lot of athletes that really haven't been rowing a whole heck of a lot.
And possibly haven't rowed together.
True. This could be row 1 of most of these lineups. It probably is.
Oh, you know how to row starboard, right? That sometimes happens at this event as well. Or, oh, do you want to stroke the boat? You show up at the boat, you rig the boat, your practice row is your warm-ups at the start, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, I've never stroked the boat before, but I guess my teammates think that I can, so here's where I'll sit.
As we see these boats finishing up, I think that was Georgetown
Yeah, I
finishing
believe
up.
so as well. Crossing the finish line there. Is going to be Penn State alum. 35 Eagles alum, so Boston College alums.
Yeah, I think I saw 37, the DeWolf Rowing Club. That's the name of the boathouse at BU come through. Future colleague of mine, Andrew Marsh, in that boat. But you can see varying ages, probably 6 or 7 different classes touched in that BU alumni boat.
24 to 31 years old. It's like average age 26. Another great shot of the finish line, beautiful conditions that we're having, beautiful weather that we're having.
Another boat, Harvard boat coming through the finish line. And that looks like my alma mater, Wesleyan. About 36 coming around the big turn.
Spanning what appears to be classes of 2001 through 2010. Happier in the boat than on the erg. Again, back to our BC boat here, BC alums.
My invitation to cox that boat must have been lost in the mail, Lindsay.
But we wouldn't be here having this wonderful conversation about rowing this morning. I'm very thankful to have you here by my side with this mic on your head rather than that.
Well, and I thank you for that. And this has really been enjoyable to be here with you this morning. I think this is the last race that we're going to do together. And then we're going to switch up the commentary team. But the insight that you brought this morning has been tremendous. And like always, just really have enjoyed it. You've been listening to Lindsay Shoup and David Wyant. If you watch the Olympics, you heard Lindsay, so you know what her voice sounds like.
Go Who's. Shouldn't say that.
And
I appreciate that, David.
That's about fantastic. 34 coming through the line, which is another one of the Harvard boats, it appears. They're calling themselves Voice Rowing Club.
I'm surprised that we haven't seen more pileups happening. You know, the spacing has been relatively maintained. A few boats have passed one another, but we aren't seeing a lot of interference. Don't get me wrong, it's great to make sure that we don't see collisions happen on the course, but I'm surprised that we haven't seen more interesting steering happening, save for that one Dartmouth crew back at bow 11 coming through this final turn.
Yeah, agreed. We saw the one blade clash, and that's about it.
Yeah.
I think yesterday we saw one bow ball on a bridge abutment, and that was it the whole day. So I think everybody's been sort of holding their energy for this event
Staying
for 2
clean.
years, but they have also been thinking about what it may go down like and making sure that they have their course set up properly. As you see, bow 38, that was another Holy Cross alumni boat.
Here's a little bit of overlap that I bite my tongue now that I say it. Here it comes. A little more smushing, a little more bottlenecking occurring at this point. good correction by the last minute there on the coxswain to make sure that they came clean without taking an extra.
Yeah, 3 wide and Elliott is doable, but that's making it very tight.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to do it with blades across, potentially holes across, but not blades across. That was 43-40. You've got the Friends of Vanderbilt Rowing Club. Even though they're Vanderbilt alums, they're apparently based out of Charlottesville, Virginia, my hometown.
And right behind them and on their heels is another boat from Yale University, about 44, calling themselves Old Dog Boat Club.
Even though they rowed in classes 2016 to 2020.
Yeah, what does that make us?
Yeah. But again, that might be a sneaky effort on their part to get all the entries back, climb that ladder, move all the Yaleys all the way back up toward the front.
That looks like Wesleyan finishing up.
It sure is.
I think I see at least one former boatmate of mine, Ben Flynn, there in the 6th seat, finishing up for Wesleyan.
And then, so.
Beautiful shot of the line.
So left is in, right is out. Like here?
Do what we're doing.
I'll intro it. I'll introduce you guys.
Well, right now no one's shooting, so we lock them. So when you start, there, you're done. You don't do anything. It's just to start. And I turn off. You don't have to do that.
I'm okay. Yeah. Maybe some coffee. Good afternoon and welcome back to the 2021 Head of the Charles. My name is David Wyant and I'm joined by new commentary partner for the afternoon, Colleen Seville. And we have a special guest, Casey Galvanic, here with us for the next couple of races to give us some insight into his rowing world. Colleen, this morning was tremendous. It looks like the weather is great.
Yeah, it sounded really, really nice. Had a chance to tune in, and of course we were here together yesterday afternoon, so fantastic way to kick off the morning, and of course more exciting racing to come.
So we're starting with the women's Alumni 8s, and they're actually pretty well through the race. As you see coming past the Windsor dock, looking at the camera, is the Brown Alumni, so we're pretty well into this thing. The women's Alumni 8s, we were talking about the men's Alumni 8s and just how interesting that category is, because it's typically made up of any sort of permutation of alumni from different schools. We saw even alumni from St. Joe's Prep, the high school, had an entry in the men's event. And sometimes it's crews that rode together in college. Sometimes it's crews that have, you know, athletes in there from that graduated 10 years before the other athletes that are in the boat. So in front of you, that's bow 8. It looks like a boat from Columbus, so Ohio State Buckeyes entry. As you see now in the picture, and finishing up already is Dartmouth right in front of us. And maybe that's a good time to start talking to Casey here, because I think one of his athletes from the Olympics is sitting in the 7th seat. Molly Reckford's in that boat in the 7th seat for Dartmouth, bow card 2. And Casey, what was it like kind of taking that boat over to the Olympics and getting them prepped and ready, mostly in Sarasota, and taking them over there and just probably the craziest A final that any of us have ever watched on television?
Well, preparation was pretty easy. You know, it's really nice and easy to work with athletes that want to do well and want to work hard. So that's probably the easiest part. The most difficult part is exactly what you said. In the end, very, very tight race. 1 second between them and gold medal. Very tough racing. But that's the exciting part, right? It's kind of, the experience is great, but then you also want everybody to leave thinking that was the best, most amazing effort and best result. So it's kind of tough when it's tight like that and you don't come out on top. It's hard to see it, you know, hard to be there for the athletes when that situation happens.
So I probably should have properly introduced Casey. Casey is the U.S. Junior National Team head coach. He's also the CEO and head coach of Sarasota Crew in Sarasota, Florida. and he has had many other duties, including coaching the women's lightweight double that went to the 2020 Tokyo Olympics. As we see these boats coming around the turn in this alumni event. Colleen, have you participated in the alumni event before? What kind of,
Oh, I haven't.
Lindsay was talking about there's a lot of trash talk at the start
Yeah,
line.
oh, there's all kinds of trash talk. And, you know, as we've mentioned, a huge variance in terms of preparation and performance in the alumni event. And that's okay. You know, oftentimes what it's about is reliving the glory days for a moment and getting the team back together for a weekend and reconnecting with folks whom you were really close with in college and you still are today. And then other teams, you know, you have Fat Cat Rowing Club currently leading. They started with bow number 3. Other teams will have just graduated maybe a year prior and are a bit more serious about the event. For now, that's a look at bow number 14, Northeastern University, so no stranger to the Charles River with the inside line there. And certainly this is a place where it starts to get a bit sticky, especially in the Alumni 8s this last turn.
Did your invitation to that Alumni 8 get lost in the mail like mine to the Wesleyan Alumni 8 did?
You know, I have to say, I was very happy that to be asked, but I had commentary duties, so you know, sometimes you got to be in the studio, so it's.
So coming around the big turn, and we have seen really a shift. Obviously, we started yesterday. We had just singles and doubles, and so some of the older age athletes yesterday. And then earlier today, we had some of the smaller boats also that were on Cox. We're seeing a lot of really proficient turns in these Cox boats of athletes that have been out here, but also that coxswain really coming into play for these boats as they come around that big turn at CBC and they head into Elliott, and always looking for their point kind of coming out of Elliott and thinking about what the finish line is going to be like about 700 meters down the line here and along the shore past that Windsor dock. But this really is, you know, the amount of text messages I got about the men's and women's alumni 8s and, oh, hey, my son's in this one, and you need to call out my daughter in this one. It seems to be the events that really are some of the most look forward to events of our weekend here to kick off the afternoon Saturday of our 2021 Head of the Charles.
And that's another entry from Yale. That was bow number 25, Bula Bula Boat Club out of New Haven. Bow number 20 now coming just past as well, Friends of WPI rowing out of Worcester, Massachusetts. This is a boat of recent graduates, so again, a fairly big range in terms of age and fitness. And picking up that last starboard turn quite nicely. So as we've been saying truly all weekend, it's a challenging course. It's a difficult course for coxswains. Casey, what advice do you give your youth coxswains when they hop into the Charles?
Try to make as many straight lines as possible.
All right.
That's pretty simple. You know, I think they want to take corners like they do in their car, which doesn't really help a lot when you're moving this slowly. But straight lines, take as straight line as possible. Break the course down like that, and then think ahead. You know, most of the time, our biggest discussions come about after Anderson. Right? A lot of people like to, you know, they see the buoy line, they want to get to the buoy line, which adds meters. And we talk about being as straight as possible down to this long turn right before Elliott in Cambridge Boat Club. That's probably the #1 thing we discuss in practice, because everybody has target fixation. They really want to get to that buoy line.
Yeah, it's great advice. It's really easy to get sucked into that port buoy line and feel like you're being very compliant by following the buoy line, when in fact the straighter course is just to pick up that apex of the turn. This is bow number 30 then, just approaching Windsor. It's Stanford Women's Alum. The crew is primarily made up of the class of 2019, coxed by Lee Warner, class of 2018, and an Olympian in the shell as well for Canada. So a good mix of talent in that boat.
So we'd be remiss to have Casey here and not talk about some of the announcements that we sort of got from U.S. Rowing over the last couple of weeks, and specifically what kind of came to mind for me is not to give away any trade secrets here, but knowing that a lot of clubs, including sometimes Sarasota crew, are really going to spend a lot of time in some smaller boats, especially in the fall for training purposes and otherwise. And the idea that U.S. Rowing has sort of made a decision that they want to somewhat prioritize the smaller boats for the international events moving forward. How do you see that kind of coming into the junior team as well? Is that going to be a similar philosophy? I mean, it's harder, I think, at the youth level because a lot of your top athletes, you know, still at the youth level, it's really eights driven, and you don't always see all of the top athletes sculling or in some of the smaller boats unless they belong to a smaller club or they simply want to row the single. But is that going to come into the junior level as well to some extent?
I think parts of it will. You know, last year with the COVID issues, you know, and people having to row a lot of restrictions rowing the smaller boats really helped. It got people buying the right equipment and getting their athletes out into those boats. I think we'll see a payoff in a while. I think 1 year isn't enough, but we did see at youth nationals a lot of athletes, a lot of clubs that we hadn't seen before doing well, which is great in smaller boats. Getting sculling as a priority, which is great. I don't think a lot of the, you know, our selection for the junior team is it's a very short time period. We don't get to see the kids as much as the senior athletes at a training center at a camp. So our evaluations have to happen much faster. So skills put you in different boat categories for us. You know, we do selection. We row some small boats to see how skilled the athletes are. And then we do evaluate and put them in pools of which boats they'll be more effective in. So I think that is pretty much what's going to happen with the senior team. Will end up happening, but they'll have a lot greater time.
So it's kind of already been part of the junior process as much as it can be in that shortened time frame. And that makes plenty of sense as we're seeing some of these boats. Middlebury, I think we saw, I think this boat is the boat from Simmons. I also saw some other bows. They're really kind of, they're kind of varying speeds we see in the Alumni event. I was talking with Lindsay about how oftentimes you see a boat from like bow 29 ends up winning the Alumni 8 because it may be just a boat that has never rowed together, and most of these boats, or many of them, either have never rowed together or this is the first time they've been on the water together in this lineup or otherwise. So it generally makes for some pretty exciting racing. And we were talking about how we saw some blades clash in the men's Alumni 8, but that's about the only sort of noticeable issues that we've had amongst boats. We've seen plenty of boats have to yield, and people are really sort of seem to be doing the right thing, so to speak, here, at least within the rules. As you see, bows 35 and 37, Mercyhurst and Friends of Concord crew. So this is a great point in the race at the finish line where it really can go 3 or 4 wide, Colleen, and you can get some side-by-side racing. And we were talking about how it gets narrow there coming through Elliott, and you got to be careful, but then it opens up. So if you're kind of holding back at Elliott and you're in a Cox race and the coxswain's saying, you know, save some of the energy because we're going to do a whiplash around the corner here, and we're going to go side by side and try to get in front of some of these boats. But we've seen a lot of side-by-side racing, 3 and 4 wide coming into this last stretch.
Yeah, there's certainly points in the race course, a few where there's truly one line, one lane. Weeks is probably the place that comes to mind for me the most, where there's one line in an 8 that I want. Beyond that, most of these bridges, including Elliott, although of course you'd prefer to be tucked in on the starboard side, you can successfully fit 2 boats through. And then there are spaces, the Powerhouse most notably, where ideally that's where you'd be able to pass crews, have the space, have the water to do that. But a couple of areas that, yeah, it's a bit of a pinch to get through. And then once you get around this last starboard turn, truly setting yourself up for that finish shoot, you can breathe a sigh of relief and take a straight shot. For now, that's a look at bow number 39. So this is Wellesley College, local, of course. This is the entire class of 2020. All 9 made the promise to race together one more time at the head of the Charles when their senior season ended in 2020, which is really fabulous. So if you've seen the starting line, the Boston University Bridge this year, it's painted with reunited, and that's certainly a theme.
Yeah, so that Wellesley College crew, they lost their senior season, and it's really great that they made the commitment to come out here and race, as we see a little bit of a pile up there going into Elliott, and really a bunch of boats wide, probably not enough that should fit under Elliott. 4 wide coming through Elliott. That's the first time we've seen that all weekend in this Alumni 8. Several different bow numbers, and you saw one of the boats sort of just stopped rowing and kind of yielded, which was probably the right move. And Lindsay and I were talking throughout about if you cut a buoy and if you don't follow the rules, if you don't yield, as you see a crab there in the bow. So we've got all kinds of things on our picture here coming through the Elliott Bridge towards the tail end of this women's Alumni 8.
This Marion Mercer Academy bow 43 caught a crab, and you can see, and what that means is the bow seat, her oar is stuck under the water. So the shell is still moving forward, her oar is stuck under the water. It's not easy, as you can see, to always recover from that, to get it back out. And now their job will be to lock into a rhythm, to forget what's just happened, and to focus on moving forward. But certainly the past 30 seconds to a minute have been quite lively.
Yeah, all kinds of action from that Windsor dock camera as they approach the finish line and they get into sort of a pileup, and we've seen several boats have to stop. We saw a big crab, but you still have some side-by-side racing. It looks like about 35 and 37 are side-by-side, maybe a lane in between them, and 35 is, what was it? Mercyhurst, and 37 was Friends of Concord.
So Casey, what's your advice to youth rowers when something like that happens? Because it does.
One of the hardest things to do is get them to stop what they're doing so it can happen, you can fix it quicker, right? So you saw that athlete struggling getting the oar out because everybody originally wanted to keep going because nobody wants to stop. But one of those decisions, right, this is what David was speaking to before, sometimes it's just better to yield. Well, that's a time where it's just better to stop, check it down, lean away, and help them get it out, because that's a lot of hydrodynamic force on that oar.
Yeah.
For sure. As you see the next event coming through the start line chute, those are some of the men's club 4s. So we had the club 8s. The next event will be the men's club 4 as they come through the start chute. And we were talking about earlier this morning when we had our shots of the start line, how these officials they set it up with 2 different lines, the odds and the even bow numbers. And they send number 1, and then they send number 2, and their goal is to have them about 10 seconds apart roughly. And then in these cox boats, it inevitably is never that way because of the coxswains deciding, well, I want to be right on the tail of the boat in front of me, or I want to go to full pressure in the last 2 strokes so that I then pull away, and the boat behind me has to go to full pressure when they, quicker than they ever expected that they would. So there's all kinds of different strategies coming through the start chute that you see much more in the cox boats. But typically, it's hopefully roughly about 10 seconds as they come through.
Yeah, or you jump into an event and you're seated in the back of the pack, but you know that you've got a pretty fast crew, and you cannot pass before the bridge that we're looking at, the Boston University Bridge. So in that case, you might just kind of hold off, and then hit pace and try to lengthen out that 10-second gap. So it's a really critical part of the race for coxswains, and if you're in a coxless boat, for scullers to pay attention to and get right.
So Casey, the other kind of big, announcement from U.S. Rowing is that there's not really going to be necessarily a training center anymore. There are going to be various different training centers or kind of hubs all over the country, and Sarasota being one of them. Yes. And we're going to keep some of the ones that currently exist, but they're not necessarily going to function in the same way. It's not going to be like almost every sweep rower on the women's side in Princeton.
Correct.
And so has there been any talk about whether these different centers are going to kind of specialize in a boat class or anything like that yet?
Well, I think, the draft selection procedures that were released, I would say that there's still a training center. They're looking to have 12 females and 12 male athletes at the centers, which will be coached, and they'll be doing, I would assume, the same preparations as the other clubs. I think it just offers up the opportunity for these athletes, they have a job somewhere. They can go in club, row a pair. They can always come together. There are plenty of other systems that allow people to row a pair in their home club and then meet up once a month, once every couple months. I think it's a good thing. It gives a lot of people an opportunity. You're not locked out. Again, a lot of the training centers are full of the top talent, though. So I don't know if that'll change too much.
It also kind of opens it up to a lot of different coaches as well, though, potentially.
Certainly. You get to have influence, and coaches with this athlete selection or choice of coach is a big deal. And the way the procedures read, you go to trials for the pair if you're in the sweep group, and essentially the top 4 pairs are going to Worlds in some event, right? You're either going to go in the pair, one of those pairs is going to be in the straight 4, and 4 of the people that are in the straight 4 camp will be in the 8. So, performing in the pair is going to get you there. We'll just see how the other parts of it work out.
So we see the Lone Star flag blades there. That is Texas crew, bow number 7, coming through Weeks and headed through Anderson, picking up the point on that next bridge. And this is the men's club 4s, Colleen, and again, another one of these events, the club events, where you just have such a mixture of athletes, of ages, of sort of when they were at a certain place, be it a club, an actual club or a college, and coming together to continue to represent that club here at the head of the Charles.
Yeah, and it's always a competitive event. The men's club 4 this year, it's a bit of a rematch of 2019 with the 2019 first place winner Dartmouth College returning to take bow number 1. We saw them earlier. The 2019 second and third place winners, that's Harvard and Riverfront Recapture, are returning in bows 2 and 3. So, definitely a lot on the line, especially for these early bow numbers. We're now looking down from Weeks Bridge towards the powerhouse, so athletes racing toward us in the men's 4 will start to pick up some of those other bow numbers, probably in the teens, 10, 11, 12, around that area. But always a lot of depth in the club events, a lot of heart. Several good clubs all along the Charles River. I know Union Boat Club we saw earlier, that's bow number 6. Their bio, they say they're a work in progress, which I love. But for now, this is bow 15. Just coming up, bow 15 is Lincoln Park Boat Club out of Chicago.
Yeah, rowing in the north side of Chicago. Really beautiful little body of water that their boathouse is on. These men coming from Chicago to Boston to race ahead of the Charles. You're not typically going to see a coxswain sit up in the boat like that, but coming through the Weeks turn might be a point where you might want to consider sitting up.
Yeah, I don't blame him.
And that's bow 13, having come through the big turn, or the Weeks turn, and bow 13 is the University of Vermont crew. And they do typically row in 4s, so it's probably a pretty old hat for those men to be in a 4, as you see good side-by-side racing.
Perhaps a little bit of a tussle, not quite. Tightly packed, which is exciting. But of course wanting to make sure that they have enough room, and you can see these 2 crews start to separate just a little bit. It is tricky in these bow loader 4s because, as we saw, the coxswains are in the bow, and so typically they're laying down, which means that they don't have the same vision and kind of 360 that a coxswain in an 8 would have. The implication is that they need to have a really tight relationship with the person that's rowing bow seat. So the bow person has to commit to just over communicating throughout the race. Shell moving behind us, boat moving up behind us, that type of thing. It's a bit of a special relationship. So coming through Anderson Bridge now, the men's clubbed coxed oars. Casey, any advice that you give your coxswains if they're in bow loaders? I mean, in general, it's a different type of position, but especially for the Charles.
Usually I just say, I don't care, you're a missile out there. No, I'm just kidding.
You're like, go for it.
What David was speaking to at the coxswain sitting up like that, that's something, honestly, that's like a true sportsman. Didn't want to cut anybody off, I'm sure, and they were probably sitting up at that tight area to make sure that they weren't going to steer into somebody that's maybe passing them, because that is, like you said, there's not a lot of vision you have laying down like that. So.
Yeah, your vision is, what, 6-8 inches off the water, and you just feel like you're going a million miles an hour. It is really a lot of fun, but the other thing that I was remarking about when we had the 4s earlier on today is the fact that the coxswain being down in the front, they really can't see what's going on behind them, and in a head race, you kind of need to know what's going on behind you if there is anything going on behind you that is worthy of note. So typically in a 4 with a coxswain in a straight line 2,000 meter race, the rowers would not be talking, but oftentimes the bowman is really going to have to be, or bowwoman's going to have to be in communication with the coxswain if there's something going on behind them, because the coxswain just simply can't see it.
Yeah, it's magic in a 2K race. It's really amazing to be in that seat and go down a straight buoy line, but it's difficult in the head racing. And all of these coxswains handling it quite well. We just saw bow number 3 for a moment ago. That was, again, Riverfront recapture. So bows 1, 2, and 3, keeping an eye on them after the 2019 performance. We'll see them come through Elliott, I'm sure, quite soon.
So Casey, another one of the things I want to talk about from the youth rowing perspective in particular is somewhat of a move to age groupings and group categories, where you see at the world rowing level, for instance, there's been an under 23 championships for a long time, meaning that the athletes have to, qualify age-wise to be under 23 by a certain date range, or date set in stone, excuse me, and then we're starting to see at the youth level, under 15, under 17, under 19. Do you think we're going in that direction, sort of both at the international and the national level?
Yeah, I think it's existed in other places for a while. Easy reference, U19, U17, U15, or the British, they sometimes reference it as J16, right? It's J18. But that's a good thing. I mean, there are other sports. Soccer's a good one, right? You see a lot of age group every 2 years. I mean, I played soccer when I was a kid. A lot of kids that row play soccer. It's easy formulation for families to understand. Rowing's a tough sport for most to understand all the details and classifications. But there are lots of clubs that have been doing it for a while. We are one of them. We promote it down in the southeast with a lot of regattas, all the way down to the U9 level. So trying to get kids involved. And it, if like for a lot of people, they talk about well, somebody's going to pot hunt a U17 boat. Well, if you got an all-star U17 athlete, they're probably going to be in the U19 boat because so it does keep related talent together, and it makes it more exciting for everybody.
Yeah, I wonder if it's going to go, I don't know if you've read Malcolm Gladwell's book, but he talks about how all the best hockey players were like born in January or something.
Oh, yeah.
That's the age cutoff for juniors. And, knowing just having a 3-year-old at home and seeing him play soccer with some kids that are 4 years old, and knowing just the difference that a year can make, could be interesting in that process. But I think you're right, and we're starting to see it quite a bit as we see. That's bow number 5 coming through. That's the Charlottesville Postal Workers Rowing, is what they want to call the UVA alumni boat. And look at those unisuits. They must have made them special. It's even got the Postal Eagle on the back.
I wonder if that's an official sponsorship.
That would be pretty cool. Bow number 5.
And they're really going after it. Another thing of note in that boat is that you see a bucket rig. We haven't talked about it a whole lot because we haven't had a lot of sweep boats, but you see 2 oars on the same side there in the middle on this starboard side closest to the camera as those men finish up with a lot of power, it looks like, in that boat.
Yeah, good sprint at the end. We'll pick up now. It looks like the Blades and Unis of Northeastern University in the men's Club 4. So we'll get a look at the bow numbers shortly, but
I think that's the camera from the Anderson Bridge looking out from the top of Anderson. So it's probably about bow 32. So that's there are 45 boats in this men's Club 4 race. Of course, record held by Union Boat Club. And
a bit sticky over here as 3 shells jockey for the inside of that long turn. Of course, the next turn is to starboard. So while it's advantageous to be on the inside most of the way, right about now, the shell on the outside, that's bow number 15, will be able to cut to starboard.
Very spicy around the end of the big
turn. This will make a website. A picture, or it'll be a sports graphic.
If you've watched,
there you go.
Yeah, if you've watched sprint racing, the Olympics or otherwise, the lanes are not that close together. That was
it's a bit of a tussle here then, because you can see again they're all trying to move towards starboard, and that's difficult to have 3 boats in bow loader 4s get through there successfully. So
and hopefully
they can separating.
Yeah, hopefully they can separate and get out of the middle of the arch as more boats start to approach that arch at Elliott.
It's bow 22, that's Harvard University. I'm sure happy to not be caught up in what they see behind them.
It looks like thankfully it did clean up with one boat kind of going before the other. And
you can hear the crowd in the background. I mean, You can just barely see all of the folks standing on the Elliott Bridge. It's completely packed on all of these bridges for the Charles, so it's fantastic to row under them. This is bow 15 again, Lincoln Park Boat Club.
It's packed to the point where if you stand in the center of the bridge, you literally can't see anything, unless maybe you're 7 feet tall, which I am not. So it goes 3-4 people deep on the edges of these bridges, and it is just an amazing place to watch rowing from.
Looks like a little bit of a tussle between these two shelves. We saw the boat just off to the left, off to the port side, had to stop, but here comes Virginia.
More typical Virginia costume there for these men in this 4.
Their bio says, these are hopefuls.
Yeah, and so many of these bios we've talked about all weekend are just written so positively. Everybody's so excited to have the head of the Charles after a 2-year hiatus, and rightfully so, given that it is just such a it's such a fall classic event in Boston, but it's also just a huge reunion event for the rowing world.
It's bow number 26, Union Boat Club, so they train here. They'll know the course quite well. They're getting a really nice line all by themselves, which just feels great, and not like the last time we were looking under the Elliott Bridge.
So Casey, one of the things I'm thinking is when you come to something like the head of the Charles, do you have a bunch of youth athletes kind of seeking you out and trying to find you and trying to say, hey, I'm Joe Smith from, you know, X club, and I want you to keep me in mind and consider me, and I'm going to send you my ERG scores?
That would be really exciting, but no. The only people that find me out are honestly Sarasota alums or junior national team alums. You see a lot of them. This is probably, outside of the racing, is that, like you said, is the most exciting piece to see how they, you know, grown up, what they're doing. You know, it's amazing, you know, having coached in Sarasota youth from 2007 to see, you know, what alums are doing. You know, the real adults. Kind of makes you feel old, but you know, it's nice to see. You know, just really nice to see. But no, most of the kids are getting autographs from actual Olympian athletes. You know, so it's pretty much behind the scenes.
Getting their pictures taken for social media.
Yes.
So you're not taking selfies with too many people.
Not one. Imagine that. You know, I don't know how many people want my ugly mug in their photos. So.
We see a few more of these men's club 4s finish up, and we see, what was that, about 28 and 32 coming through the Elliott Bridge. 28 is Undine Barge Club. 32 is Northeastern, another one of the Northeastern men's club 4s.
Look at that course right over the green buoys, exactly where you want to be. This is bow 27, Iona College coming through, returning 3 members of the 2021 Dowdeville Bronze Medal Lightweight 4.
Another great example of a crew that just wants to keep rowing together. And again, they're in a club event and they're lightweights, so they don't have to weigh in, which probably makes them happy as well.
You get to eat. Did you notice all those people in that safety lunch? No PFDs.
Well, there are 1,500 volunteers at the head of the Charles, and there are plenty of people in the trees and otherwise who are probably taking note and making sure that those officials get adjudicated as necessary, because it's always, I think, half the time it's shocking to a boat when they get assessed a penalty because they typically don't even remember that maybe they cut a buoy. But I will tell you that the volunteers that are out there and the officials that are out there, they will see it, and you will get adjudicated, and then it will come as a surprise to you.
Well, and again, for these local crews, you know, the Northeastern, Bostons, the Harvard men and women, you practice a little bit more aggressively, right, than you race in the Charles, and it's really important as a coxswain, and if you're in a coxless boat, to remember that and to keep that in mind, that, you know, it's one length of open water between these crews that you need to yield if someone is passing you, and just be very, very compliant, because you won't get away with what you do in practice on the race day.
That is Austin, out of Austin, Texas. Their bio says, all right, all right, all right, which tends to be the motto of everyone in Texas these days, including the Texas women who won the national championship at Nathan Benderson Park. I think they launched with that Matthew McConaughey motto. As you see more boats coming through Elliott in this men's Club 4. The next event is going to be the women's Club 4. So we're going to have more, hopefully, excitement and more variety of crews in that women's Club 4 event. We're going to have 54 boats in that event. There are 45 men's Club 4s. As you see, it looks like another boat from Virginia on the right, about 40.
Yeah, we saw them earlier, so now rounding out the last 500-600 meters or so. Just behind them, that's bow 38 Michigan State University. 37 Northwestern. And 36, so pretty tightly packed here as they come around. That's Baltimore, about 36. And then just behind Baltimore, West Point, U.S. Military Academy and Army crew. That's bow number 41.
It looks like it's going to be very interesting. These 5 boats really separated by maybe 3 or 4 boat lengths total, and they've got this straightaway once they get past this final little turn for the finish line, and they probably can go 5 or 6 wide if you need to. So should be some good racing for those 5 or 6 boats to finish up. As you see more coming around and really taking good tight turns there on the big turn in front of CBC.
And beautiful water this morning. Really favorable conditions. Of course, the wind changes as you sort of move throughout the course, depending on which part you're in. The water tends to be better up around Elliott and through that last finish point because it's quite protected, but it looks like less, 5-6 mile per hour winds, which is really nice.
Pretty big gaps. Looks like that's going to basically end the men's Club 4s as we see some of these bows in the 30s finishing up. And then, like I said, we're going to have the women's Club 4s.
Oh, it's the best feeling to pick up that finish chute line and just have one straight shot. Those yellow buoys marking the finish.
So Casey, when you bring Floridian teenagers to Boston, obviously you're hoping for weather like we've had this weekend so far, where we're talking 60s, maybe even 70s, but when you bring them up here and it's 30s, 40s, and there's no way for you to have possibly given them an experience of rowing in the 30s and 40s, what types of things are you trying to arm them with, at least from a mental standpoint, to deal with that?
Usually, the biggest thing for me is giving them an extra long warm-up. It's counterintuitive. Most coaches are launching their kids as close to the start as possible. I have to fight with some of the parents and kids why we're launching so ahead of the schedule, and that's usually because of the traffic jams, so we can get up in the warm-up loop and just actually warm up. And that's probably the biggest thing I arm them with. I've seen some of our greatest successes over a decade ago. I think we were here maybe 2010. It was snowing. I think it was 2010, and launched quite early so that we could get up there and get in the warm-up loop. That was a big help. I think we finished way ahead of where we should have been, and that was for good warm-up.
Yeah. Find your own water. I know that when I on the bottom right, bottom left is the camera from Riverside Boat Club.
So we have 9 cameras across the Charles River, 3-mile course. Pretty incredible this year, and a really exciting way to watch racing live on YouTube.
Got two chairs. No, I'm carrying two big boxes.
And welcome back to the 2021 head of the Charles. We'll pick up in a moment with the women's club fours where we left off. I'm joined by David Wyan and Casey Galvanic. Pleasure to be commentating with you both. And we're here live from Cambridge, Massachusetts, just around the finish line and watching very exciting racing this morning. Yesterday, the first time that the head of the Charles has been 3 full days. So exciting racing behind us and lots to come, David.
Yeah, getting ready for this women's club fours. They're actually already on the race course is most of the event, and we'll throw it to our 9 beautiful camera angles, some of these from atop bridges, some of them from the boat houses, and we're happy to have Casey here to give us some insight into his world as head coach of the U.S. Junior National Team and Sarasota crew, with most of the youth events going to happen tomorrow. And you can see this has really been one of my favorite shots that we have, which is right down the powerhouse stretch from the Weeks Footbridge, because the camera, as you can see, can pan over and you can start to see the turn happening for these crews. But also, if it pans to the left, you're seeing all of the crews coming down the powerhouse stretch, which really is, as we've talked about, one of the only straight lines that you can find on this race course. So just checking in with some of these crews, it looks like about 21 and 22. It looks like Carnegie Mellon University from Pittsburgh, College of the Holy Cross from Shrewsbury, Mass. is about 22. And then this is the camera angle from atop the Anderson Bridge. You see the Harvard Men's Boathouse on the left. And all these coxswains, Colleen, looking like they're taking pretty good lines to that apex turn.
It's exactly what I was just thinking, David. The idea coming out of the Anderson Bridge is not to get sucked too far to port, which would be the left side of the screen, and really to pick up the apex of the big turn. The big turn, well, that's what we're looking at now. This is like a half-a-mile long turn that these athletes will row around as they move towards the last half mile. It's exactly what we're seeing now with the University of Tennessee women in this women's Club 4 event. They placed second in the 2019 Club 4 event. They're coming off their 9th appearance at the NCAA Championships, where they finished 17th overall.
So Casey, one of the things that I think we'd be also remiss not to talk about is simply how the world has changed a little bit over the past couple of years and how that's affected things. Obviously, you know, at a lot of rowing in this country, we sort of lost a season.
Correct.
And obviously that's a big change. But even moving forward, what some of these, you talked about how there's a lot more small boat racing for, you know, reasons related to not having a bunch of athletes together. But one of the talking points that we have been going over with regard to having the head of the Charles this year is that, you know, all these athletes really are traveling in pods, right? They're traveling in their crew pods.
Right.
So it is a pretty safely put together situation in that respect. But how has it changed the training? I mean, were you having to split youth athletes up into smaller groupings?
For us at home, our program is really run like a COVID year all the time. We do in the fall and winter, we're always training in the singles groups. So we do groups of 8, and those groups, based on their speed in practices or time trials, get grouped together and say our top 8 single scullers are our first 8, all through February from August. So we've had that, you know, we've kept them in small groups. It's the same this year, so it's really no different. But you know, there's always the fear, right? Of, you know, nobody wants to spread anything, nobody wants to contract it. You know, you got to be a little more safe. Things that, you know, maybe we just took for granted. Like, oh, we're sanitizing. We made sure, you know, that there's 2 shifts of sanitizing. We did split people up between. We're lucky. We're in, you know, Nathan Benderson Park, where we get to partner with them, but we also have 2 locations, so we split in shifts. And also split up the location. So we did split up a little more just to be cautious, but rowing wise it was the same. They knew if somebody was tested positive, their whole group, so that whole 8 wasn't allowed to come until.
And to be able to have the warm temperatures to erg outside and to row on the water is certainly an asset, no doubt. This is bow number 8 coming around the University of Connecticut, just off to their port side. That's Boston and College. And a nice line inside for UConn. You can see that getting that inside on the starboard side, that inside line, just allows the shell to take meters to shoot out a bit. It's exactly what's happened. And now about 1 length separating those 2 crews.
Yeah, and you saw those women when they were really close to the camera. They were really putting in the effort to make sure that they could hold that line and they didn't have to yield to Boston College. And from my eye, I'm obviously not one of the rules officials, but it looked like it was pretty safe and probably okay. But they were really putting in a maximum effort, and that probably was some communication between the bow woman and the coxswain to say, hey, you know, Boston College is kind of on our heels here, and then the coxswain really asking for some power, maybe even taking up the stroke rating to make sure that they can continue to stay out in front, as you see Boston University there.
Boston University with bow number 6 and currently riding in 3rd position, which you can see on the graphic in the top right. So they're having quite a good race. They will not know that. They're not privy to the information that we have, but I'm sure that they know that they're having a good race, and it's taken them up 3 slots. Coming around the turn for now, that's bow number 15 and bow number 18. 15 Vesper Boat Club out of Philadelphia, bow 18 Fairfield University Rowing.
And so sometimes you have these alumni boats, you have club events where you will sometimes see some, you know, alums also, just given the fact that not every team, club, university, etc. has many entries. So they have to kind of use what they have. You know, this is an invitation event mostly. The head of the Charles, as you see side-by-side racing continuing between those 2 bows, Vesper on the left, as they come through Elliott and they look at this, really just, it has remained beautiful flat water. Yesterday, Colleen, we saw a little bit of a headwind towards the end of the morning in this stretch of water that was kind of really rippling it, but we're probably going to see, and we haven't seen all the sort of times and compare them relative to like course records. We're probably seeing pretty solid times today throughout these events.
Yeah, I think that's right. Again, the wind, last I checked, about 5 miles per hour, which is really negligible. And makes for beautiful water, so agreed, it'll be interesting to have a look at times down the line.
So that's at Boston College on the right, UConn on the left. You saw Boston College did get past them there, but we did see UConn really putting in the effort to stay in that line. And they did, but then as Boston College picked up their straight line to the finish line, they really started to show that they're just a faster boat than UConn as they went through that stretch of water. So we're seeing all these fours come around the big turn. We're seeing some blades in some buoys in some of these fours. In fact, looked like a blade maybe caught on a buoy there for a minute. And these split-second decisions that have to happen as coxswains. I know, Casey, that the stretch of water that your youth athletes row in Sarasota has other things such as channel markers or wildlife such as manatees and otherwise. And so oftentimes the coxswains, even from Sarasota that come up here, they're pretty knowledgeable about having to make split-second decisions.
Right. They know how to avoid things that don't move pretty well, but they've been known to hit a few.
From time to time, it happens.
Manatees and alligators. The visiting crews know about those.
Well, the different sites have the different wildlife.
Correct.
Depends.
On the Intracoastal, we've got manatees and dolphin or porpoise, and then you know, the freshwater. You can always, even in the retention ponds, you can find some alligators.
So that was about 25 coming right in front of the camera. That was the West Point U.S. Military Academy Army crew, Women's Club 4.
This is bow 26, TBC Racing out of Arlington, Virginia, getting a nice line. It's a delight to have this much space at this moment in the race and be able to take that cut to the right towards starboard without anyone around you.
Yeah, that Thompson Boat Club coxswain probably taking a sigh of relief, quite frankly, and also not seeing any pileup under Elliott like we saw earlier that she's got to deal with. So she's got her line. She's kind of hugging that that port side, but has her bow pointed right at the shore as she comes through.
About 30, that's the University of San Diego, USD Division I rowing program under head coach Stesha Carle. And a good press coming out of that shell, that rhythm working for them as they come toward the last stretch of their race in the Women's Club 4 for folks just tuning in.
And if you look beyond those rowers, you're seeing just how many people are now out on the shores. That's the finish line area. That's also the launch area for most of the out-of-town crews, and really where all of the main vendor setups are here at the head of the Charles. And man, is it packed already. Bow 31 on your right. And that is Chicago Rowing Foundation. And looks like bow 37 probably having a pretty good race from a speed standpoint. That's Austin Rowing Club. Looking to get past Chicago Rowing Foundation. And they're going to go too wide under Elliott.
So again, tricky for these bow loader coxswains, but got through quite nicely there. Having a look then at bow number 34, Riverside Boat Club. Those unis and those blades are hard to miss. The Riverside Women's Sweeps team.
And as expected, a very tight line there on the green buoys for Riverside, local crew. Coxswain knowing just what to do, especially with clear water.
No.
It's like 41 coming around the big turn.
Like this when I was still on.
University of Miami women. The U, so to speak, as everybody in South Florida would call it. So this is kind of, we're getting toward the end here of the women's club 4s, and then we're going to have the men's club 8s following. And just the relative speeds, I would expect that the officials make sure that those men's 8s don't start too close to these women's 4s, just simply because of the difference in speed. We've got 8 athletes versus 4. And when you're in a position like this, Colleen, when I was as a coxswain, where really you don't see much of anything in front of you, and if you're not in communication with the bow rower, you're really trying to figure out how to motivate, knowing that you can't really see anyone to motivate off of.
Yeah, it's really difficult. You rely almost entirely on boat feel, so you become really adept as a fours coxswain if it's a boat that you steer quite often. at sort of understanding set and catch and rhythm without seeing it as you would as a coxswain in the 8. I'd say, as we've been chatting on, it is tricky to steer the Charles in a bow loader in a 4, but the one advantage, no doubt, is that the Weeks turn's a little bit easier for you. Cut that earlier, so it's less stressful than it is in a longer, 63-foot boat in an 8.
So Casey, another one of the things that's kind of, at least I would say, is different about this year's Head of the Charles is the fact that I think every youth 8 that entered was accepted. So I think we have something in the neighborhood of 100 youth 8s that we're going to have go off, which definitely differs from in the past. I know even Sarasota Crew really had to build up its reputation with the regatta to even get up to the point where they had an 8 for a long time. They were rowing 4s here and doing quite well.
Right.
But now, with the fact that we're down on international entries and otherwise, just simply because of the state of the world, we've got a situation where we're going to have almost 100 youth 8s. So it's actually probably going to be pretty exciting, but also it's going to be a lot of 8s out there.
No, I think it's great, to be able to involve this many youth athletes. It's an exciting event. I mean, just walking around, like you mentioned, how many people are out there on the shores. It's incredible. There's not an event like this anywhere. There's just so many people. I mean, our national championship doesn't have this many people. Worlds doesn't have this many people. It is incredible. And these kids get to walk shoulder to shoulder with Olympians, current Olympians, ex-Olympians, people that are alums from their universities or the schools they want to go to. I mean, it is truly a great, exciting time for these kids. And I think being able to have that many more youth entries just brings more kids into the sport. Leave here with a smile, go home, finish out the year, have a great time.
It's a race you don't forget in the youth 8s.
No, certainly not. I mean, these kids, we've had kids that have never traveled outside of the state before, and rowing has taken them so many different places. And that's a really big excitement for me, seeing whether they, get 83rd or 1st. It's an exciting time. They put everything they have out on the water, and they leave here with a great memory.
Yeah, and full disclosure, I've known you for a long time, and you've always said that. It's always as many athletes as we can get involved and get to these major events and get these experiences. It's always going to make our team stronger, and I think it's really going to make all these teams stronger because they've had the experience and being able to get it under their belts. And quite frankly, I'm really excited to see that many youth 8s tomorrow. So
this is the one exception to our rule at our program, and that is this is the only race the entire year that we don't take the entire team. Right? We don't go to regattas that don't allow us to row our entire team. So this is the one. So we have a small contingent here, and they're excited to come. So are the parents.
A little bit of a pileup we saw through the center arch of the Elliott Bridge. Bow number 45 got out of it. That's UMass Lowell, followed by bow at number 49, Loyola, 47, Treasure Coast Rowing Club, 46, University of Pittsburgh. But that's several boats trying to get through Elliott at the same time. So a little bit of an oar clash. Everyone's managed to successfully separate, but it can get tight in there. It's one of those pinch points on the course.
Yeah, you wouldn't know it looking at the picture now and watching them go by that happened under Elliott. The other thing that we have always noticed is the jolt of adrenaline that these athletes get when they get into a situation like that. I mean, even as a coxswain, if I was ever in a situation like that, I mean, it just, the body responds with chemicals. And oftentimes, if there's a clash or you got to stop or whatever, the speed that you have coming out of it is tremendous. It's faster than maybe you were going in. As we see the first couple of club men's 8s going off, that's Harvard. They are off as bow 1, going into the powerhouse stretch and wearing very interesting costumes. Looks like with some, what they would call in England, braces.
Once again, the event is a 2019 rematch of sorts. So the first place winner, Harvard, in 2019, we just saw them. They return with bow number 21. And in 2019, the second and third place winners, Dartmouth and Brown, they return with bows 2 and 3.
Looks like Michigan coming under the BU bridge. The Wolverines.
I always find that this regatta is the hardest to identify crews. So many people sharing equipment, borrowing equipment. You want to say, oh, hey, that's University of Miami. Yeah, well, you don't know if that's somebody else rowing their equipment. So
It's tricky.
yeah, it's definitely a tricky part of it.
That's Penn on the right, bow number 5, and on the left, bow number 6 is BU. Nope, excuse me, I'm looking at the wrong one here. It's Navy and Northeastern. Or Navy, closest to us, excuse me, and Potomac Boat Club above them. That's what happens when you have so much information in front of you. But you see the distinctive Navy gold and Navy blue, and then you see Potomac Boat Club, that very distinctive star. And so those are two crews that are easy to pick out, but they do appear to be also rowing with their equipment.
And this is a part of the course where, we talked about passing and finding the room to do that. Ideally, you would execute a pass through here before the Weeks Foot Bridge, where you really do want, there's just one lane that ideally you would have in an 8. So we'll have a look as those crews progress. We're back up at the start, though. The Boston University Boathouse just off to the left, which signals the start line. And these crews will be in probably a little bit of a high cadence, taking it up maybe a couple beats, and then as they come out of the bridge, lengthening into more of a base cadence as they come around Magazine. This is bow number 20. It's MIT lightweight men's crew out of Cambridge.
Looks like bow 10 on the right, bow 11 or 12 on the left. We'll see exactly as we get a picture that's not getting hit by the camera, but looks like bow 10 is MIT on the right side of the screen, and that is bow 11, which is another Dartmouth boat. So you have 2 Dartmouth entries in the top 11 bow numbers, as they went off second. As Colleen told you, they finished second in the event last year, did Dartmouth.
This is their B lineup for the event, the Dartmouth crew, and you can see them pulling away from MIT. A great spot on the course to do it if you can execute the pass then. Clean water, and they'll set themselves up nicely to take the center arches of the powerhouse stretch.
So side by side, you see the Dartmouth coxswain. She is looking over to her left.
Seems the stroke seat into his right.
Yeah,
there he goes.
Maybe he should just let the coxswain take control of that, and he should be worried about what he's doing. But maybe he's looking at his blade. In fairness, maybe he's making sure that he's setting the exact right cadence and showing the right blade work before he gets into the part of this race where his family might be watching him. As you see Harvard again with those suspender shirts and bow number 1 as they came through Weeks and they approach Anderson.
Yeah, whatever Dartmouth was doing, though, it's earning them a first place position, which you can see on the graphic. So they started with bow number 2, but they're running first. So that rhythm really working for them. And we'll see if they can sustain it in the middle mile. This is bow number 18. Bow number 18, the U.S. Coast Guard Academy. Most of the rowers in this boat will be serving in the Coast Guard within a few years.
And one of our notes here is that the U.S. military academies are well represented. We have Navy, we have Army, we have Coast Guard. And that was bow 16.
College of Holy Cross.
Holy Cross.
So you can start to see as you get into the teens and some of the higher numbers, it starts to get a little bit sticky in these areas. So several boats really vying for a clean line, and that'll be quite tricky to do. That's Riverside Boat Club out of Cambridge, Mass. The Stripes, bow 17, who will have just rowed by their home club, Riverside.
Noticing that bow number 1 doesn't seem to have a result or a time here. Wonder how they're doing. Maybe they're just too fast.
Yeah, maybe they were so fast when they came through, the timing mechanism couldn't even register. As you see bow 4, that's Navy. As we are getting some real-time timing information on the right side of the screen.
Yeah, it's a good point, though. So we see Dartmouth as running first, but we don't know the time of that bow number 1. So we do know Dartmouth is having a good race either way. And for now, we're looking back at Harvard with bow number 1.
Well, they win the prize for the best costume so far in this event.
No doubt.
And they do seem to be kind of rowing away to some extent with it. That is the camera on Anderson. So they are going past their Harvard boathouse at the moment. And this is the men's club 8s. They are competing for the Howard D. McIntyre Cup, and there are 35 boats in this event. here in our afternoon of Saturday of the 2021 ahead of the Charles Regatta. More side-by-side racing. And it looks like, what do we have there? It looks like Pitt. And I did know that I got a bow number on 23. So Pitt is right next to Lincoln Park. So bows 22 and 23 that are kind of trading punches as they get into the powerhouse stretch. Good shot at bow 9. At least rowing with Harvard equipment. It is another Harvard entry.
A nice line for them. Some good water to be able to just row on their own and pick up the course that they want. Good rhythm coming out of that shell. You can see good suspension in the middle that's working for them nicely as they move towards Anderson Bridge.
So the other boat's dressed up as firemen? Is that what that is, the suspenders?
That's what it looked like, because it looked like the 7 or the 6 man had a fireman hat on.
I wonder if they're doing a fundraiser photo shoot after this.
Oh, I like that idea.
We can only wonder. We can only wonder what,
just not for too long.
what those costumes might mean off the water. As you look at Boston University, really giving us their traditional uniforms to help us out. That's bow number 8, Boston University.
Coached by Tom Bohr, we saw him race the single yesterday.
Did we ever figure out if he beat his boatman? The boatman went off as bow 1. I think Tom went off as like bow 4. And we were basically hypothesizing as to what the winner would get in that situation, knowing that the boatman is rowing against the head coach.
I wonder if the boatman still has a job. That's the question, right?
This is bow 17 once again. Riverside Boat Club able to clear some of the traffic behind them. And then coming out of Weeks, I mean, you can really appreciate that hard turn. And that is not an easy thing to do with this many 8s at the same time. Bow 15 coming toward us, Brown University. So able to pick up a good course in hot pursuit just behind them. Looks like bow
13, Michigan.
Yeah, 13, thank you. Bow 13, Michigan. But well done to all of those coxswains to get through Weeks.
Yeah, that looked like it was going to get a little squirrely, and thankfully there wasn't even any clashing of blades. Possibly there are some boats not taking the course that they wanted through Weeks, but crisis averted in terms of keeping the equipment off of somebody else's.
Potomac Boat Club, bow 14 with the red unisuits, and we're riding back up now with bow number 1. Once again, Harvard University. Looks like they're moving right around the big turn. Maybe a little bit before that, yeah, through Elliott.
They're moving. I don't know how that 7-man's hat is staying on. That fireman's hat, it looks like a Halloween costume fireman hat, and certainly can't be made of very thick plastic, as you see bearing down on them is Brown right behind.
Beautiful course, no surprise from this local Harvard crew, picking up that starboard line. A couple minutes ago, we saw Boston University, as we mentioned, pursuing Northeastern University. Of course, big rivals here on the Charles River, so we'll have to get a sense of how that pans out in a few minutes.
I love that we have a microphone there so that you can hear the coxswain a little bit coming past that camera at the Windsor dock as Harvard gets into the final stretch.
And bow number 16, just further back behind them, that's the College of Holy Cross. It's Holy Cross's 2nd varsity racing in this event.
Dartmouth. Bow number 2, they were 2nd place in the event in 2019.
Saw them with an aggressive start earlier. They're keeping the stroke rate up.
But I think we saw coming through Elliott that Brown had overtaken them, because it looked like Brown was the 2nd boat. So looks like to me it's between Harvard and Brown of those top 3 bow cards as they come through. That's Potomac Boat Club coming through Elliott, and hearing their club name being called out by the announcer at CBC.
Northeastern University just behind them. That was bow 6 that just passed by, is passing by. the Naval Academy. And we can see up in the graphic, once again, it's looking good for Brown, then Harvard with the U.S. Naval Academy running third. And a good look for bow number 9, another Harvard boat. Then back up with PBC. Beautiful camera shot here. Really, really nice to be able to get up that close and personal. That's bow 5, Potomac.
Yeah, it's almost like that camera person that is helping us out with this broadcast can give them a high five from that vantage point. They're getting so close to that Windsor dock. All these coxswains really nailing the course at that particular point coming through Elliott.
BU and Northeastern, rivalry between these two crews, and you can see on the graphic they are so close. Of course, the athletes in the boat don't know that. They're not privy to the information that we have, but within a half a second of each other.
That was Dartmouth's B lineup, as you have another picture here at Navy. Really rowing well. I always think that Navy should row well. I don't know, I just have always felt that way. U.S. Naval Academy, though, with a very strong rowing program. And, you know, it's so rigorous to get into the Naval Academy, and they really produce some serious athletes as well.
This shell in particular to the Navy lightweight crew coming off of a sweep at the 2021 IRA Championship. They did quite well there this past year, looking really solid as they move through the finish line. Bow 10, that's MIT out of Cambridge, Mass. So another crew that will know the course very well.
So Casey, now that we have a broadcast for you to go back and watch your cruise from tomorrow, you're going to be going back and going over it with the coxswains, showing them that Anderson camera and seeing what their lines look like.
No, I don't know if I want to revisit it one way or the other. No, one of the things that with technology that we've been able to do is to honestly track the GPS line, so we can overlay a map and review. This year we have some younger coxswains, so they'll most likely have the opportunity to come back. So it'll be a review, but I probably don't want to watch the rowing. So.
Well, it's just like me. I can't speak for Colleen, but I'm not going to go back and watch the broadcast and listen to myself. As you see, bow number 14. Is that another Potomac Boat Club?
Yes, it is.
Coming through past CBC, finishing the big turn, going through Elliott, and they're doing it behind who appears to be having a nice row. And that is Riverside out of bow 17.
Stripes of Riverside. Love those unisuits and blades. Good press through the middle of their stroke, taking a nice inside line here as they come around that last big starboard turn. Coxswain with a GoPro on their head. And then we'll pan back to the big turn. Again, if you're just joining us on the live stream, this is the men's Club 8, which started at 12:55. So catching up now with bow number 18, the U.S. Coast Guard.
I love that Windsor camera because you also see the athletes' faces pretty up close, and knowing that they have already to that point rowed about 4,000 plus meters, and what they've got left really sort of shows in their face. The grimaces start to come out, and you start to really see them think about, okay, this is it. This is the final stretch, kind of the last little turn around the corner, as you continue to see Coast Guard helping us out with the typical unis of the United States Coast Guard. There we go, another costume.
Bow number 10, once again, that's MIT. We saw them earlier, and then another Harvard shell out of bow 12. They're quite creative, Harvard, with their costumes.
Well, they seem to be going with traditional uniform type costumes. This must be the G.I. Joe boat. Earlier we had the firefighters.
That's bow number 25. Boston University men.
Chicago. Helping us out. I didn't even have to look down.
They say they're excited to enter an 8 in head of the Charles for the first time in several years. Members of this crew, they've rowed at Cambridge in the UK in the famous Oxford-Cambridge lightweight boat race.
And that's Michigan, the Wolverines from Ann Arbor, as they finish up their race. And Casey, as we have you for a few more minutes, what is your I wouldn't say advice, but how do you help the athletes in certain situations interface with colleges? I mean, these are high school athletes. I've lived in Sarasota for a long time. I've been tangentially or somewhat involved in your program, and I see these athletes going to major colleges. I know that they're being recruited on their own, but are there things that you're helping the athletes with in terms of, these are the things that you should be doing. This is the type of data that you can develop for yourself to put them in a good position to be recruited and continue rowing in college?
Yeah, I mean it's pretty simple. I think, lucky or unlucky, we have this international standard of the 2K erg, right? That's something that's pretty simple to work on. But then the other, legs of the traditional 3-leg chair, right? You have your erg, your 2K, your grades, your test scores, and then a lot of it is personality too. So you have to fit with these teams. You can't just expect your 1600 SAT and your 4.0 is going to get you there, right? It's a lot more to that. And these are living organisms, essentially, these teams, and they work together. And if you don't really fit, then there's a team that you may fit with. But a lot of it is talking to them, making sure that they're getting their priorities straight, because these admissions, they have to hold high standards still, right? And then a lot of the times it's making sure that you're choosing or setting yourself up for where you want to go, like making the right decisions, right path. It's not always Division I. There's great schools, Division II, Division III, and some of our athletes are choosing those long before they choose rowing, and rowing does help them with it. So it's just really, I guess the hardest thing for me is managing expectations. Like, you went to the school in our area, it's a school for the gifted. A lot of the parents put pressures on the students that is a little undue if you're not successful unless you go to an Ivy. Well, there's plenty of successful people that don't do that, and trying to break that stress or that pressure, break them away and make the right choice so that they have the right school for the things they want to do. So just offer up help, try to lead them right down the right path, or give them the resources to do so.
Makes sense. As you see, Worcester Polytechnical Institute, WPI, another one of these crews that spends a lot of time on Lake Quinsigamond.
2017 New England champions. And picking up that straight line through to the finish, so a good place to pick up the stroke rate, execute whatever energy you have left into some kind of a sprint. That dock, you can see just a phenomenal showing, the crowd, the supporters, and that signals in an 8 the last 20 or so strokes to go. So really in their last few from the vantage point we're at now.
Yeah, 35 boats in the event, as you see the high 20s and low 30s coming through. So the last few crews to finish the Men's Club 8 event here at our 2021 Head of the Charles Regatta. And then this race will be followed by the Women's Club 8s. As you see, that's about 32 coming through and past CBC. It's Harvard Business School, which in one of our camera shots, you're getting a good picture of throughout the racing. The physical business school that's basically located right in between the Weeks and Anderson bridges.
Their bio, the HBS Men's 8 is in the business of winning races. Phenomenal.
And
Wow,
they're
32.
exploiting the synergies of the stroke. So obviously they have a rower's sense of humor to add to their business school experience at Harvard. And if you see their blades, that makes some sense too.
Looks like it might be casual Saturday.
Yep. Will it turn? It looks like risky business, huh? So
Coming around that last starboard turn, bow 32, Harvard Business School. So if you're just joining us, you're picking up the tail end of the men's club 8. A nice shot here of a couple more of those crews. Looks like bow number 34. That's Yale grad crew out of New Haven. They're across Yale Graduate Club. They take rowers from all backgrounds coming through the Elliott Bridge now.
and you see the Y's of Yale University. We want to thank Casey Galvanic for joining us and giving us some insight into his world for a few of the races here to start our afternoon at the 2021 Head of the Charles. As I said, this is going to basically conclude the Men's Club 8s, and the next event that we're going to come back with after break will be the Women's Club 8 event.
Gorgeous shot of these two crews side by side. Group from MIT and Yale MIT grabbing that inside of the turn. And I believe that rounds out the event. Casey, thank you very much.
No, thanks for having me. This is great. Hopefully I could, answer some questions that didn't bore you.
Not at all.
Non-boring answers.
Not at all.
Head coach of the U.S. Junior National Team, Sarasota crew. Great to have you here and to learn from you, to hear your advice to many of these young athletes and hear your stories.
Well, again, I appreciate it. This is great. It's great coverage.
Well, trying to keep people informed. That's the goal. As you see Harvard Business School finishing up Men's Club 8.
Oh, you're done?
Yeah, I was gonna go across and then I can come back. There's like,
This is tight.
this knob comes on and off to loosen it, and then that zooms in, that zooms out.
Yep.
That's about it. And then what I've come to learn is until he says take to another camera.
2-minute break in the studio.
Balls decided when.
Use proper terminology here, woman.
I'll let you guys duke it out or do business.
Yeah.
Apologies, I wish I would have grabbed another.
All good options.
The finish,
Yeah.
they tend to not really pay attention to us, but eventually they run out of boats, and then they come back to the year like next start.
That's the middle of the boat, also known as the engine room. You've got one job in this boat generally.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
It's okay.
Welcome back to the 2021 Head of the Charles. I'm joined by David Wyant here in the studio. Hello, David.
Good afternoon, Colleen.
And we've been privy to incredible racing this morning for those who have been with us on the stream. We've just wrapped the men's Club 8s, and we'll kick off with the women's Club 8s in just a moment. And we'll give you a quick preview. The 2019 Women's Club 8s, the first place winner a couple years ago is Potomac Boat Club. They returned with bow number 1, and we're now picking up the race with bow number 2. This is a look then at Yale University coming around that last starboard turn.
Yeah, Colleen, in these club events, we were talking about the costumes that we saw from the men's Club 8s, the event that preceded this one. And Yale not doing us any favors here. I didn't see any Ys. I didn't even see any Navy. It looks like they were wearing some gray and maybe had some different blades. But that was the Yale University crew, bow 2, that came through. And now you're seeing 3 wide, and is bow 1 going to take the small arch closest to the shore? We've only seen that happen once or twice so far today. It does appear that they will. And as you know, Colleen, if you take that arch, you really have to then go back to port quite a bit to stay off that Windsor dock.
Yeah, it's a savvy move if you're in a situation like we just saw the bow number 1 Potomac Boat Club shell in. If it's a bit too sticky in the center arch, you are able to take that right arch, but indeed you'll have to sort of course correct almost immediately. So interesting to see, you know, this is the top of the pack, so these crews are seeded generally by speed, more or less based on the last performance. Oftentimes at the front of the pack, you don't see crews get that tight, but this year we're seeing that it can make it really exciting, but also, of course, challenging to steer. Bow number 1 just sneaking by, that's Potomac Boat Club with the inside line.
Yeah, and just in front of them, also with the inside line, was University of Pennsylvania. And then the boat that was just above them from the camera, it was Eastern Michigan. So those 3 boats, you know, looked like they were going to get pretty close to one another or go 3 wide under Elliott. And then it looked to me like Potomac, as we talked about, decided to just take the inside arch, the arch closest to that Windsor dock as they come through Elliott. And they were able to navigate it and not have to take off the pressure or stop going through. So it's a decision point, and you know, it is a savvy move to keep the boat going full speed, and if you can navigate it, and that's exactly what Potomac Boat Club did. As you still see Yale, and they are out in front, and from a timing perspective, it looks like they are also unofficially winning this race. It's Women's Club 8s as Yale University comes across the finish line.
They were the 2019 second place winner, so they returned with bow number 2. They earned that position, and indeed looks like they've bested that position to unofficially take first. Formerly coached by Nikolai Kermakov, Riverside Boat Club, not on the picture, but they are with the bow number 6, or in the top 10 positions in this race. A new trophy in honor of Nikolai Kermakov will be dedicated this year and awarded annually to the winner of the club's 8s. Nikolai Kermakov, native of Ukraine. He was a Soviet crew champion. He met his wife of 45 years while rowing. And after immigrating to the United States in 1992, he joined the rowing community of Boston as head coach of Simmons College and head women's sweep coach at Riverside Boat Club. He taught his rowers and his children philosophy, which is how we do anything is how we do everything. And he continued his love for the sport as a masters rower. He competed in national, international races, including the Head of the Charles. So wonderful to see this race dedicated to him starting this year and for all years forward. Beloved rowing coach.
And the mural on the BU Bridge dedicated to him that we are seeing. Sometimes we're getting that shot from the BU Boathouse at the start line as you see those 3 boats that we talked about before, University of Pennsylvania finishing ahead of both Potomac Boat Club and Eastern Michigan on the race course at least. I'm not going to say ahead of them in time. We'll let the timers figure out the timing. Some of our 1,500 volunteers here at the Head of the Charles Regatta, as you see the picture from Anderson Bridge and toward the big turn, as a great line taken there by bow 16, which is Georgetown University. The Hoyas coming past our camera on the Windsor dock.
As bow number 12 just behind them, College of the Holy Cross. So Georgetown able to overtake number 12 there. And then just coming now through, that's Dartmouth College, the green unisuits racing towards Elliott Bridge. Just behind them, Austin Rowing Club, bow 17. So this is about the last half mile, and we've talked about the long turn. It is called the long turn for good reason. It's a good half a mile, and you'll see all of these boats doing their best to hug that port line, right? The inside of the turn that will give them the quicker point between those two distances. The last turn, though, of course, moving towards starboard, so these crews will come at the bridge, ideally through an angle, then pointed toward their right.
So as you see Austin coming through the Elliott Bridge, and we go back to our finish line camera, that's getting us a picture there of bow 11, which is Fordham University from the Bronx, New York. And they are into their last 10 strokes, is about where that camera is. And across the finish line.
Looks like perhaps with a bit of a protest. So coming through the line with a hand raised.
Yeah, coxswain hand raised, which typically would be them asking either for medical attention or for some sort of protest related to what happened on the race course. As you see bow 15 coming past the Cambridge Boat Club, that is the MIT Rowing Club.
And here's Colgate now. Love this camera shot as it pans through. You get that up close and personal look. Colgate University, the nice tight course to starboard. If you're just joining us on YouTube, again, this is the Women's Club 8 with a new trophy dedication this year that will be awarded annually, honoring Nikolai Kermakov, longtime Riverside Boat Club and Simmons College coach.
That was bow 22 coming past. That was the University of Delaware.
And so far, so good, David, with these shells. Good spacing. Everything seems to be going as planned. Good, fair water. Looks like this is the Northeastern University Huskies.
Yep, safety first, Colleen, and we've really seen really any of the incidents that were about to happen have really rectified themselves before they became major incidents. Obviously, over a 3-mile race course that has, 10 or so turns, there can be all kinds of different things going on. These boats are not all traveling at the same rate of speed, certainly not over 3 miles. They're starting staggered. It is not side-by-side racing like you would watch on the Olympics. This is head-style racing, staggered starts, and it often means that there can be, especially with a race course like this that has pinch points, there can be incidents, but we've seen very few and really not bad ones. So
well done to St. Joe's University, who just went by getting their oars right over those green buoys, which is a blast if you can do it, and your rowers will thank you. It'll save them some time. They say the hawk will never die in their bio. And we'll get a look then. It's looking like bow number 29. That's Marist College crew from Poughkeepsie, New York, joining us at the 2021 head of the Charles as they approach their last stretch of this 3-mile race.
And as we talked about, as the numbers get higher, they're typically newer entries that have been made and accepted at the head of the Charles. The lower numbers are typically the competitors that automatically qualified to come back, or the winners, the medalists from the previous event. Obviously, we did not have a 2020 head of the Charles, so we're talking about 2019. But everybody is excited to be back, and you can tell, looking on the shore, that everyone is back for this 2021 head of the Charles, this fall classic here in Boston, Cambridge, Massachusetts, as we see a few more of these Women's Club 8s cross the finish line.
I believe that's Marist College once again with the bow number 29, indeed, as they come through this last vantage point. You'll see these boats start to turn to the right, and the idea is to pick up from here a straight line to the finish chute. So this feels really good for everyone in the shell, from all of the rowers to the coxswain, to be able to just point straight, get that last bit done. Because I think, one thing that's worth noting is that because the river is full of so many twists and turns, these coxswains are steering with a rudder, so they're using their hands to pull a rope gently back and forth. Sometimes less gently than other times if they're taking a big turn, but the implication is that it can upset the balance in the shell. Anytime that rudder is not straight, the boat can sort of rock back and forth. And so it feels great for the athletes once the coxswain comes off the rudder, picks up that straightaway to do just that. That was bow number 31, Lincoln Park Boat Club going by.
And Lincoln Park's first appearance in the Women's Club 8 at the head of the Charles. So again, accepted to be in, and they are bow 31 of 31 competitors in this Women's Club 8 event. Just looking at the schedule and what we have next. The next event will be the Men's Masters 4s when we get to it. So as you see Lincoln Park coming through the Elliott Bridge, and you see the signage that has become pretty typical, the BNY Mellon sponsorship of the head of the Charles. And we've got side-by-side racing, which we have seen a lot in that stretch of water so far today, Colleen. That stretch of water from Elliott to the finish line. We've seen so much side-by-side racing.
It's a great point to pass, as we've talked about. There's not always areas that you can easily or safely pass, and these athletes doing just that as we round out the end of the Women's Club 8. The last several boats coming in through the last 500-meter stretch or so. Again, we'll have several new trophies dedicated this year. We've mentioned a few that are annual trophies, and this year's Women's Club 8 dedicated to Nikolai Kermakov, a longtime Riverside Boat Club Simmons coach as well, beloved rowing coach, father, husband. And now starting to pick up the next event, which is the Men's Masters 4 40 plus.
So, Masters category, they have to average at least 40 years of age in these fours, all of the athletes and the coxswain as well. So you've got 4 rowers, 1 coxswain in each of these boats. You're seeing that in probably all of the shells, you're going to see the coxswain laying down in the bow, as we've discussed throughout the morning. What that's like, I'll tell you, it's very exciting. It's very fun. You feel like you are going a million miles an hour, and there's no real vantage point where you can be that low to the water, I think, in any other type of boating situation that I can think of, unless you're maybe on like a kneeboard or something, if people still kneeboard. So you see these 4s coming through that start line chute. Again, it's a staggered start. It's a head race, and they're not starting side by side. They're starting roughly every 10 seconds. There sometimes is some jockeying going on in terms of coming through that start line, as we see these Men's Masters 4s come through. And these are actually some of the Men's Alumni 4s that were going through the start line. But we're now back with Western Reserve Rowing Association out of Cleveland. That is bow number 2 of this Men's Masters 4 category. And they row on the Cuyahoga River in Cleveland. And their unisuits are ones that are very easy to pick out for us commentators on the video. And they came through weeks, it looked like, very well, set themselves up for Anderson.
Yeah, nice, clean water all around them. It's one of the advantages, not all the time, but often, of starting at the front of the pack. And you can see evidence of that as they move through Weeks now towards Anderson. A great spot to be in to get a Weeks footbridge behind you and on toward that last mile. Right as these shells come out of Anderson Bridge, they will be in that last mile mark. So it's time to kind of sit up, regroup, and get through the last stretch of the race. This is Anderson Bridge. That's bow number 2, Western Reserve Rowing Association.
So the storyline of this event on paper really is just the diversity of where these crews are coming from. You've got from the UK, Puerto Rico, Oregon, Delaware, Connecticut, Illinois, California, Tennessee, Massachusetts, Washington, D.C., Virginia, Texas, Washington, and Ohio, all in only 18 boats. So as you see bow 10 coming through, bow 10 in this event is North Adams Rowing Club from Williamstown, Mass. And also we're about to see bow number 8. I saw them sort of in the picture there for a second. Another storyline here, which is bow number 8 is the Massachusetts State Police crew that is sponsored by Community Rowing. So you have Massachusetts State Police rowing in bow number 8 that I think you'll get in the picture here relatively soon, as you see that boat from DC from, well, that actually looks like it's, maybe we're into the next event. So we were calling off, it looks like maybe that's the Men's Alumni 4s that we were looking at.
Fast and furious, they come.
They do.
And some events, of course, are longer than others. So depending on the number of entries, we mentioned there's like over 100 entries in the youth 8s that we'll see a little bit later in the program, but certainly varies. So indeed, it looks like this is the men's Alumni 4. They took off at 1:36 p.m. This is bow number 2, BMA Boat Club from New Canaan, Connecticut. They're Cornell alumni coming at us. And we'll kind of, with 9 cameras across the course, which is quite incredible, be able to hop around the race course. So we'll be moving between that men's Masters 4 event, the 40 plus, and the men's Alumni. And
this is the aforementioned Massachusetts State Police rowers, and you can see them in the CRI equipment. And that's a very cool storyline for this men's Club 4, Masters 4 event.
Bow number 11 just off the other side of them. That's Nashville Rowing, a group of masters from Music City, Tennessee.
Nashville, very proud to call themselves Music City. And they've come from Tennessee, and they're probably pretty pleased with the weather, as any of the crews from the southeast or the south who have come to Boston this weekend and found themselves in 60 or 70 degree weather as opposed to 30 or 40.
This is Bowdoin College, that's bow number 5, so riding back with the men's Alumni 4s, Bowdoin College 4.
And that's our camera at Riverside Boat Club. So they've come around Magazine Beach. That's kind of a long sweeping turn, not very, it just takes a while to get through it. It's not a sharp turn. And right behind them, it looks like Williams College.
And then over to bow number 12, Angry Beavers Rowing Club. This is the MIT Heavyweight Alumni. So you'll notice on the top of the screen, there's an overlay graphic, and it's using live data from the 4 timing stations positioned along the river to show a leaderboard. So we're able to get in real time timing markers from those 4 positions. So of course they're subject to change at the next timing marker. It's not that there's a GPS device on the shell itself, but very, very cool this year to be able to be involved in the race to that level in real time. So have a look at that graphic, and it'll change throughout. For now, though, picking up these crews as they move towards the long turn and indeed row around the long turn. So we'll get a look at this bow card in just a moment. Looking like bow number 1.
Yeah, and that is the boat from San Juan, Puerto Rico, I believe. That is the Club Náutico de San Juan. And they say that they're back for another spin on a great course. This is the men's Masters 4s that are approaching the finish of their race, coming through the last bridge, Elliott. And they were sitting in second place in terms of where you see on the leaderboard as they came through the last checkpoint. And their coxswain is Benson Stevens, a coxswain that I worked with back when I was working with Sarasota crew more often. He went to Brown University, so maybe that's why it looks like they're using Brown equipment.
Coming then towards that vantage point on the Windsor dock. Great part of the race to be in, because it means you're almost done with it. Now we're back at Weeks Footbridge, though, which is about halfway or so, a little more than halfway through the course, riding with bow number 13.
East Bay, and it looked like 16 was right behind them, Coast Guard Academy, unless that's 6 from the net. No, 16, so Coast Guard. Those are the 2 boats in your picture.
Getting a little tight there, aren't they, as they come toward Anderson, but making it work for them. They're pointed towards the center arch of the next bridge, and you can pretty safely have 2 crews row side by side here.
Yeah, Anderson is one of those bridges where you're probably okay going 2 or 3 wide if you had to. So you see Coast Guard a little bit more speed, but they're rowing at a very low stroke rating if you kind of see the difference. I mean, both crews not rowing terribly high, but the Coast Guard style and their rhythm is to really let the boat glide out. They're rowing at a low stroke rating. And coming around the big turn, looks like bow 6, which is the boat from Occoquan. They say they're all alums of George Mason University, are these 4 rowers in coxswain.
Picking up a good point as they come through the center arch of Elliott. Just behind them then, bow number 4, that's Pocock Rowing Club.
so we don't know relative to the others, but it does look like Occoquan, let me correct myself, Occoquan has gotten past Pocock at least. And we'll see if we get more pictures of the boats trailing, whether they also got past Bow 5 Texas Rowing Center. But again, if you see these boats coming out of order, that means that the higher number, if the higher number is ahead of a lower number, that typically that higher number is having a good race because they've passed some boats.
And Pocock Rowing Club, PRC adult crew wrapping around that last starboard turn. So again, 2 events on the course if you're just joining us on the live stream. The men's Masters 4. And we're riding with up at the finish line. That was Club Nautico de San Juan getting through the finish. The men's Alumni 4s on the course as well. That event took off just about 10 minutes ago. And we can see them now coming out of the powerhouse stretch, and you see those numbers start to get lower again. So this is bow number 6, Evergreen Boat Club out of Hanover, New Hampshire.
Dartmouth. I had to guess, and I don't want to make generalizations. Looks like maybe former lightweight rowers from Dartmouth in that boat. It's like Bowdoin College just above them.
Tricky to come through the weeks together. And beautiful, we get to see, and not quite beautiful unfortunately for them, but a nice shot for us to see how that fared. Had an inclination as they came through, because as you can tell now from this angle, it's truly like a left-hand turn that these boats need to make. So if you're coming through with 2 boats across, you need to do it, you need to be communicating coxswain to coxswain to make it work, and that's less likely to happen in a race than it is with your teammate in practice. So these athletes have recovered, well done, but their job now is to get back on pace, get back into a rhythm, and pretend like it never happened so they can focus on the second half.
What would you say, Colleen? It's about a 60-degree turn that needs to happen as quickly as possible.
Yes.
So in as few strokes as possible. And so going too wide coming into that turn, you better hope that the inside boat makes that turn as well as they possibly could. Otherwise, if you're on the outside, you are really going to be in trouble. And it looked like that's exactly kind of what happened there. The inside crew didn't take the turn quite as well as probably the outside crew had hoped.
Yeah, you know, what I probably would have done in that case is actually had my 2-seat. So if you're looking from where the coxswain's head is, it's the 1-seat, 2-seat, then 3, then 4 is setting the pace. Have my 2-seat stop rowing just for a few strokes to allow the boat to really cut hard, because that's a space where you'd need that extra water. So there's all kinds of strategies and tactics. By the way, it's really hard to make these decisions in the moment, isn't it, David?
Without question. I mean, it's just like making a split-second decision if you're in a car and somebody's coming at you or otherwise. I mean, you've got to do what you think is right, and you have to commit to the decision. But just knowing going in to the Weeks footbridge, too wide, that's probably not going to work out in anyone's favor unless both coxswains nail it to a T, and that's what we saw there. So coming through Anderson, we still have really bunched up 4s, and that's probably going to make for some good racing, trying to get to that apex of the turn first here, Colleen. If you're in one of these trailing boats but you feel like you got more speed, you're going to really see what you can do to get past these crews so that they don't hinder you all the way around that big turn.
That's right. Coming toward us then, we'll get a sense of bow numbers in just a moment. Looks like bow number 18 in the men's Alumni 4, which is Fordham Alumni. They say the 4 that never was. So here they are getting their chance to race together, as it were, at the head of the Charles after missing this live regatta. Of course, there was the live erg event last year, which was wonderful and a great way to keep folks participating. They were able to submit on the water times for a very specific distance. But this is the first year since 2019, of course, that we're back together. And coming through the bridge, then the Fordham Alumni. University of Pennsylvania lightweight alumni.
I think we're still looking at Masters, because that's a finish line camera, and it looks like Quinsigamond Rowing Club is on the picture, as they sort of put both of these events on the race course at the same time, making it interesting for us. But that is Quinsigamond Rowing Club out of Shrewsbury, Mass. And they say they're just sneaking out of the 50+ category with an average age of 49.5. So they want to be in that, or they assume they will be in that category next year, but they are trying their hand against, in many cases, much younger crews in this men's Masters 4 category at the head of the Charles. And that's bow 16 Coast Guard Academy. They are active and retired Coast Guard officers that are also alums of the Coast Guard Academy rowing team.
Starting to see some of these shells come through the line from the men's Masters 4.
Yeah, that's Nashville coming across the line. Side by side coming out of Anderson, a couple of crews. Those are probably from our next event, the men's Alumni 4s, as we are finishing up that men's Masters 4s category.
And the advantage here to be on the left side as you see these crews start to pick up that long turn. So always a lot of depth in these Alumni boats. Good to get the gang back together. We saw it in the 8s on both the men and women's sides. We're seeing it again in the 4s, varying levels of speed, of training, but fantastic to see everyone kind of come back together.
That's bow 3 Columbia University. And their heavyweight rowing alumni. As obviously, there's also a lightweight team at Columbia in their classes of 2020 and 2021.
So I expect these guys to be quite fit.
And your winner last year was UVA. That's UVA right there, bow card 1. And Cornell was bow card 2. They finished second last year. 27 boats in this men's Alumni 4 category.
Good look at Virginia as they come around the turn. And towards the last stretch of this race, well into the last 500 meters.
Continues to be more and more people as I look up at the crowd that is adjacent to the race course as you see Columbia go past.
Yeah, great showing on the shores. Over 1,500 athletes at the 2021 head of the Charles. Couldn't happen without all of the wonderful volunteers, of which there are many, with all kinds of jobs from on-the-water safety, officials, starting, more announcers on shore for those who are watching in person. Taking a look at bow number 10 coming just by us, it's Hobart College crew. Alumni, they say that they're a new crew, a new combination, getting the job done as they come past that last starboard point on what is truly a beautiful day.
Yeah, they have to be doing pretty well. I mean, we'll see where the times shake out, but bow 10, and we had just seen bows 1 and 3 come past that camera not too long ago, maybe a minute ago. So we will see where Hobart lands when the official times come through. As you see some of the men's Masters 4s finishing up. Looks like East Bay right there finishing.
That's bow number 2. BMA Boat Club out of New Canaan, Cornell alum, through the line.
Bow 7 is St. Joe's University out of Philadelphia.
The hawk will never die, they say, with 3 exclamation points.
Yeah, that whole town's birds, right? The Eagles football team.
Yeah. And looking really collected together as they come by this last point. I mean, this is a really difficult part of the race. It's a 3-mile race. You're now in the final several hundred meters. Again, we're in the Alumni event. It's not a championship event, so kudos to them to keep the timing on and the power. It's looking like the blades of perhaps a Boston College, but we'll have a look at the bow number in just a moment.
It is. It's Boston College. And they took a great turn there, Colleen. One of the best I've seen all day. Just kind of coming out of the turn in perfect position to nail Elliott. They say that they believe in the cleansing power of character examinations and that they're a very, very moral crew.
Saw that. Well done, guys. We appreciate that. This is bow number 9, University of Penn lightweight alumni. They say, let's go, JV. And their coxswain able to keep that position laid down in the bow, probably knowing that she's got good water around her, which she does.
Watch out for the birds.
So your vantage point now is from a little bit, not quite the finish line, but closer to the finish line. And you're watching the crews come around the corner to pick up a straight line towards what they call the finish chute. These big 2 triangle yellow buoys, making it really easy for folks to point towards and finish out the race. Looks like, I don't know if there's a little bit of wind out there or what, but folks are losing their bow cards.
They are. It looks like to me that's Williams College, so I'm going to call it as the Chocolate Lab Boat Club out of Williamstown, Mass. As they come across the line, wearing that sort of light purple of Williams College that I got very used to as one of my main rivals in college. As you see bow card 18 going past CBC, that's the Fordham alumni.
So folks just joining us again, we are in the men's alumni 4s, which took off at 1:36 p.m. down by the Boston University Boathouse. Once again, bow number 18, Fordham alum out of New York. And a good look then at them making that turn through the Elliott Bridge and coming out along the other side of it. So on the course already, although not pictured at the moment, the women's Master 4s, the 40 plus, will be taking off down at the start line at the Boston University Bridge. So not quite yet, but I'm sure in no short order we'll get down there to see how that event is unfolding. But for now, riding still with Fordham alumni. Beautiful shot then. Look out for the geese. Out of their way just in time to come around that last starboard turn.
It's just like the squirrels that I drive past, and I don't understand how they miss my wheels. It's exactly what we just saw there with the geese just getting out of the way just in the nick of time to avoid some carnage from those blades. As you see some of the women's, Masters 4s coming through the start line chute next to the BU Boathouse. In particular, looking at that boat there, it looks like maybe it's a brown boat. I can almost see that face on the front of it, and it looks like their speed was a little bit fast relative to the boat in front of them. I don't know if they're gonna have to let off the gas, but they certainly aren't gonna be allowed to pass under that bridge. So again, we've talked about the various strategies coming through the start line chute. As you see, bow number 1, which is River City Rowing Club in this Women's Masters 4 event from West Sacramento, California.
I think we might run out of battery before the races are over.
Yeah, nice shot, and you can see clearly they have the preferred line because the folks sort of queuing up behind them want that at some point, which is what we're seeing now, the crew just to the left of them. At some point you'll need to decide you know, which path you want to take. If you are the faster crew, you have the right of way by way of the Charles Law, if you will, right, by the rules. And so once you are within what they call one boat's length between you and the crew that you're moving on, then you are entitled to the right of way. And so we can't hear that now, but you know, oftentimes on the water you'll hear the coxswains, or if it's a coxless boat, the athletes shouting to each other to say, I'm moving on you, move to starboard or move to port, and then that way you can take your preferred line. Really interesting though to see those strategies unfold on this ever-winding river.
So these women coming from Sacramento, California to be at our 2021 Head of the Charles Regatta. And they are starting with bow card 1. The winners and runner-up Marlowe Rowing Club and Lake Union from last year have not returned. And this crew from River City is certainly not doing anything other than justice to the bow card 1. I mean, just amazing course so far for the coxswain. Pretty much textbook where she was coming into the Weeks turn. Great Weeks turn, and setting herself up and her rowers to row just hopefully 4,702 meters, not a meter more, if she can continue to take her preferred line all the way down this thing.
Yeah, it's a really nice Weeks turn, and you can see that just by cutting the turn that way, she's managed to put one of the crews right on her tail, a little bit further behind them, so we'll get a sense of exactly what those margins are as we pan out in a little bit. But it's worked for her. This is bow number 3 now, Western Reserve Rowing Association out of Cleveland, Ohio. Gold medalist crew at the Masters Nationals Open B event. So great to see them back together as they start their turn through Weeks Bridge.
It looks like I've got nothing for a little bit. So what were you going to say?
A little bit easier to get through Weeks in a Cox 4, but definitely a lot of skill, right? You still need to decide when to cut the turn. The boat's significantly shorter than an 8, but still takes a lot of focus and skill to get through it.
So I think that's actually a shot of the next event, which is the Women's Alumni Fours, because it looks like a bow card 3. They're coming fast and furious at us here, Colleen. That's University of Rhode Island, I believe, with a bow card 3 in that next event, which is event 33, again, the Women's Alumni Fours. There's only 13 boats in the Women's Masters Fours and then 15 in the Women's Alumni Fours. So it's not a huge surprise that they're kind of moving through both events relatively quickly.
And here comes Radcliffe, bow number 6. So we're back now in the Women's Masters Fours 40 plus. You see that coxswain sitting up. She knows the line that she wants. She knows this river, right? Presumably coming from Radcliffe. And then bow number 5, Carolina Masters Crew Club, from her standpoint, in her way. So you can see this is that communication and that sort of shouting that's required in this race to make sure that you get the line that you want if you're the faster crew, which we can see currently. It's appearing like she is, but she'll need to ask her crew for gas to continue to have the right to take that water. And David, it's looking like Carolina Masters Crew Club has a bit of an answer for her.
Without question in terms of speed. So Carolina's answer was, hey, we're going to move out and we're going to try to keep ourselves from being adjudicated as somebody who didn't give the line or yield like we're supposed to under the rules. One of the things that actually is kind of a savvy move in my mind from the Radcliffe coxswain is that she sat up. So it's the officials on the shore can see that she is actively trying to do something in order to get that line, in order to have the rules function the way that they're supposed to function. If she was still laying down and yelling from her laying down position, she may not have sort of done anything physically to show the officials that she's looking for that space or looking for that yield to happen. As you see, bow 11 coming through Weeks, River City from Sacramento.
And a great look then at bows 8 and 10 as they come through.
Yeah, it's Sammamish, bow 10, and then San Diego right behind them, bow 8. Sammamish being one of those clubs that they will just keep their uniforms consistent throughout the different crews, which is a great help to us with their navy white sash and then red uniforms coming from Seattle, Washington area.
Yeah, nice look for them. Clean, clear water.
That looks to me like Minneapolis, about 7, and they have passed through Anderson. Looking for their line on that big turn. And if you can see, if those are unofficial times, but it looks like they're doing well relative to their bow number. Their bow card being 7, sitting in 5th place at the last checkpoint.
So Women's Masters for 40 plus age category with some Women's Alumni fours on the course as well, closer to the start. So you can see this shell from Minneapolis picking up the big turn here. All of these crews setting themselves up, well, most of them, not all of them, trying to get the inside line, the favorable position. That's exactly Minneapolis with a nice point, looking to do just that. We'll see if they are moving faster than the shell. It looks like potentially in front of them, then they'll have that right of way. The shell in front of them potentially already starting to yield by design or by coincidence.
Yeah, very interesting actually, even just above them in our picture. Just some of these lines coming in. Got a couple boats wide there and side by side as they try to come around. That's really the kind of the apex of the turn is also the hardest part of that turn. It is where you really have to go pretty hard to port. And you're seeing those boats do that now from that vantage point. Really great camera shot all the way back. The camera's on the top of the Anderson Bridge, and we're getting it all the way down there to the apex of the big turn, or the start of the big turn.
Yeah, it's a bit of a hard left-hand turn that this Minneapolis Rowing Club shell will have to make. So to your point, David, this is a place where you'd start asking for more pressure on the starboard side to start to pull you in a little bit tighter to port, or maybe have your port side lighten up. Ideally, you're not having anyone lighten up for these 3 full miles, but if you need to pull some of those tricks out of your bag to make the turns work for you, then that's what you have to do. Just behind them, though, we can see a little bit of a battle happening for the inside. We'll get a look at bow cards in just a moment.
Yeah, it's San Diego and Sammamish there. As you see bow card 1 coming through, that's River City. They have finished the big turn, and they're going to come through Elliott with, I think, still nobody in front of them. Looking up at the timing from the Weld Boathouse, they were ahead by a second.
Really long stroke, and that's part of what's making this rhythm really work well for them. So no doubt there's power, but you can see the legs coming down together, good length into the back half, what's called the finish. And it's just working nicely for them. Now we're seeing from the back, you can see the blades coming in, clean catch, clean entrance to the water at the same time. And they'll look to hold off the crews behind them. And it's looking like they're in a good position to do that, but they'll need to keep the pressure on.
It does, and another nice line as we see the buoys come into the picture. Nice tight line on those green buoys as they make that final just slight turn, and then they will start, the coxswain will see that finish line.
Yeah, job well done to her as she gets her hull just on the other side of that green buoy to cut the starboard turn as close as possible. They're going to be hard to beat, I think.
Yeah, there used to be a buoy right there, Colleen, back the many years ago that I coxed this regatta. There was a buoy, there was one more buoy, I think, that was near where that outcropping is. And oftentimes people were missing that one because it came out a little bit. And if they held that one so tight and they're trying to go really along the shore, that one would be cut or missed. As you see the next crew come, I think that's Greenwich crew.
You know, part of it might be too that the depth is actually okay there. So I coxed in college at Northeastern University, so this is my home water, and you're okay to get really tight. They might have decided they just didn't need it.
Oh,
that's a little bit
little tight.
hairy.
They've missed one buoy, but I think just got on the correct side of the next one is this bow card 4 Conibear Rowing Club from Seattle, Washington. Hate to verbalize it, but I can guarantee the officials were right on top of that, so I don't think they're listening to our broadcast anyway. And that's Radcliffe ahead of Carolina Masters. So Radcliffe did get past Carolina Masters.
Exactly. Right around the powerhouse stretch, for those who were tuning in at the time, we saw those crews having a bit of their own kind of private battle, and indeed looks like Radcliffe has pushed ahead. We see bow number 3, then that's Western Reserve Rowing, again gold medalist crew at Masters Nationals Open in the B event just behind them. So they've been overtaken by Radcliffe and Carolina.
So bow number 1, River City Rowing Club. They started first in this event. They will finish first across the line at least.
Looking so solid, good power, really nice look at that crew and their technique. Again, this is the very last stretch of the race. They're exhausted. They've worked hard for nearly 3 miles and they just need to get to the line.
Sacramento, California being the location of one of the premier rowing venues in the country for straight line rowing.
Ooh, and look at this. Tight turns, well done to bow number 11, who's been able to hold on to that.
Yeah, bow 11, also River City. So both of those coxswains pretty proficient on this river. What, 3,000 or 4,000 miles away from home. And they're staying ahead of the boat from San Diego. And then I think Sammamish continues to be just behind San Diego.
And love that we're able to get so close with these cameras this year. Once again, we have 9 cameras across the course. We're able to pick up times from those 4 timing points. That's the graphic that you see in the top right. And this is Sammamish Rowing Association rowing toward us. Bow number 10, Sammamish.
Sammamish out of Redmond, Washington.
Coming through their final right-hand turn.
And so this is the Women's Masters 4s finishing up in the last 1/5 of this race course here in Boston, Cambridge, Massachusetts, the 2021 Head of the Charles Regatta. I'll reintroduce myself. My name is David Wyant. I am here with my broadcast partner for this stretch of racing, Colleen Seville. As you see, bow card 3, Western Reserve out of Cleveland, Ohio. They are going to finish their race into the last 5 or so strokes to the line. And you can see all the spectators even hanging their legs over the dock right at the finish line.
And a good look then as they come through Western Reserve Rowing Association out of Cleveland. And these are quite the oars.
Yeah, that's Middlebury. It stands out, and that's the next event, which is the Women's Alumni 4s. I think if we got a picture, that would be bow 10, Middlebury College. And it's the class of 2020, so it is the class that missed out on rowing in their senior years, but they're out here on the Charles, rowing at the head of the Charles.
Picking up the long turn and into certainly the last mile, a little bit less than about 3/4 of a mile to go.
That's bow 13 of the Women's Masters 4s. That's Burnt Hills Rowing Association. And it's the first head of the Charles for 3 out of 4 of the rowers.
Burnt Hills, an upstate New York neighbor to Saratoga Springs. You see sometimes some overlap between those 2 teams.
You see Sammamish on the right side, getting into their final strokes. In the Women's Masters 4s category, at least average age of 40 years of age or older.
And a good look at Sammamish. Full crew coming through the line.
That is bow card 1, Fat Cat Rowing Club, and they are coming through. This is the Women's Alumni 4s. The Princeton Lightweight Alums Fat Cat Rowing Club is bow number 1, and they are rowing in honor of the late Larry Gluckman, a legend in the rowing community.
Good look at Fat Cat. That's the coxswain, Catherine Andre. Bow seat, Maya Nafede, Emily Schneider in the 2 seat, Emma Hopkins and Grace Miles in the stroke seat.
And right on their heels there was bow 3, University of Rhode Island women came into the picture. And that is bow 7 coming through, and it looks like Boston College blades, and it is Boston College.
And this is a new event for 2021.
15 competitors. So we're going to have a new champion of a new event. As you see that Boston College boat come under Elliott. See they are trailed by, it looks like bow 2, Wellesley College.
Class of 2020 in the Wellesley College shell. In fact, class of 2021 from Wellesley, even they say they lost 2 spring seasons due to COVID. They're so excited to race once more in Wellesley blue. So great to see that energy and excitement. This is Manhattan College of Riverdale, New York.
Very distinctive style of rowing. They're all doing it. So clearly that is the way that Manhattan College rows, and it's working for those women with very deliberate body over. Right behind them looks like bow 8, which is Northeastern maybe?
Northeastern University, the Huskies. So the red and white blades from Northeastern, coxed by Sarah Corey. And over to bow number 5, the Friends of WPI. Good look at the shell there. That's bow seat Rachel Leah.
Worcester Polytechnic Institute. Always a mouthful.
Yeah.
It's helpful that they shorten it to WPI for us.
I'll take it. So once again, a new event for the head of the Charles. We've always had the Alumni 8s. They're just a blast. We had the pleasure of commentating on those earlier, but it's fantastic to have a few more seats available for additional alumni who want to participate, more bids, more entrants.
And it looks like based on unofficial times, Brown really showing some speed in this event at that Cambridge Boat Club checkpoint, being 40 seconds ahead.
Ooh. Really can't see anything.
That's Bowdoin College.
It's like, I hope it's in the frame.
Bow number 15 from Brunswick, Maine.
Nice clear water for Bowdoin to get through the Elliott Bridge. And this Women Alumni 4 event. Alicia Edwards in the coxswain seat. See her peeking over her left shoulder, making sure that she's good, but she'll be able to pick up the line she wants.
Middlebury.
Love those oars.
From Middlebury, Vermont, Middlebury College. They say they are pandemic graduates, so another crew that unfortunately didn't get as much racing time as they would have hoped going into college, but they're out here making hay of it on the Charles River.
And once again, this vantage point shows all of these shells coming towards the very last stretch of the race. So they will be delighted to see those yellow buoys at the end. That was bow number 2, Wellesley College, that just is coming by in their last stretch. Coached by Tessa Spillane.
Okay. That's bad.
Penn State, the Nittany Lions in bow 14. I'm assuming borrowed boat because it's purple. Not typically a Penn State color, but it does look like they're rowing with their correct blades.
You're just joining us on the screen. You join us at the Elliott Bridge in the Women's Alumni 4 event. Penn State coming through the Elliott Bridge. You can see the crowds up on top of the bridge, one of my favorite places to watch racing. All of the bridges will be packed with spectators, the shores, spectators, athletes alike, just really, really happy that we're able to get back together for the head of the Charles in 2021 after needing to go virtual last year due to the pandemic. Good shot of Penn State coming through. See Cox and Heather Isaac sitting upright, making sure that there's no one around her. action here at the head of the Charles, and you join us for folks who are just tuning in some of the Masters events. So we've seen Alumni 8s earlier this morning. We just watched a handful of Alumni 4s, the Alumni women's 4s closing out their race. And at 2:14, the men's Masters 8s went off. 2:24, so just a few minutes ago, the women's Masters 8s, both in the 40-plus category. We have 9 cameras across the head of the Charles course, so we're thrilled to come back and see what's been happening on the course during this about 5-minute break.
Glad to be here for all the excitement. Looking forward to another great day. Perfect weather and water for these.
Perfect conditions. And coming towards us then, looking like out of the men's Masters 8. Get a look at just a moment at the bow number for that.
That was Fat Cat, bow number 2 on the screen.
Princeton lightweights and a couple of small heavies, they say, from the 90s. They're honoring the late, great Larry Gluckman.
And it's bow number 3 coming into view, Old Glory Boat Club.
Beautiful shot as they come by the Windsor dock into the last stretch.
Old Glory Boat Club, by the way, is a bunch of, that's a former national team boat club. So I think generally the membership there means you have to have rowed on a national team. There's a look at bow number 1. They apparently have a camera behind their coxswain, so they're doing their own video. That's Marin Rowing Association. They're really sprinting to the finish.
Yeah, it's a nice lift in the stroke rate to take them through the finish chute.
This is a 40-plus event. That means the rowers here have to average over 40 years.
It's Northeastern University alumni, athletes from various classes. And a nice shot as they come by the Windsor dock.
It's a Northeastern crew, alumni crew, bow number 5. Close up and personal by the cameraman at the dock at Belmont Hill. So the shots that you're getting on this race are coming from near the finish line, the final bridge, Elliott Bridge, one of the hardest turns to make on the head of the Charles. And then around the next bend past Belmont Hill into the finish. That's bow 10, Penn AC Rowing. And they are rowing today dedicated to the memory of Ted Nash.
I used the push to talk, nobody responded.
Over there, for me.
Wonderful to even pick up some of the audio of the coxswains as they come by. It's California Rowing Club.
Yeah, that's bow number 4. They certainly are sporting some
Okay, that's fine.
Hawaiian shirts or something as they cross the line.
bows number 8 and 9, comprised of active duty or retired Navy and Marine Corps officers. Shot through the Elliott Bridge, the final bridge of the course.
We've seen most of the boats in this event. There are, as Colleen mentioned, 11 competitors in the men's Masters 8s. That's the 40+ category. And I guess we can tell this is the Navy Masters, judging from the shirts. Little pose for the camera. Well, that's pretty much seen the full field on the men's side. And I guess we will be getting into the women's Masters 8, also the 40+ category. In that race, the course record is held by Chinook Performance Racing, set in 2019, the last time that we were out here together on the Charles. And like the men's counterpart, there are 11 competitors in this event. Chinook returns with bow 1 this year, but with the all-new lineup.
No pressure.
Well, they did. They won by a lot the last time they went over the course. So we'll see what they can do today.
And here we have those women's Masters 8s. The event started at 2:24, so just about 10 minutes ago. Performance racing, all the fields for these women, they say in their bio, zoom, zoom. Texas Rowing Center coming toward us with bow number 10.
Bow 6 is Community Rowing, another local group. The hometown advantage on this course is rather severe. I think, Colleen, you'll agree, because I know you must have coxed this a number of times.
Yeah. And both of these crews, Dave, will know what the course is that they want to take. CRI out of Boston, Cambridge Boat Club just down the river.
Well, this is clearly a coxswain's race. If there ever was a race where the coxswain makes an enormous difference, it's in an event like this, where you go for a long time and it's very, very challenging course. It's never truer, of course, than in an 8, where not only is it a challenging course, but the boats go really fast.
And that week's turn, harder to take.
This is a beautiful view off of Anderson Bridge, looking upstream toward the 2-mile gone in the race, just past Newell Boathouse. And these are the crews coming out from under Anderson Bridge. community rowing in the red boat with the red blades, followed by Riverside, another hometown favorite. Bows 6 and 7, rowing very close to one another.
Riverside trying to grab the inside of that big turn.
As you mentioned, they know the line they want, and I think both of those crews are really going at it aggressively. That looks like both of them on track. Bow 9 in view now is from East Bay. That's out of Oakland, California.
That's okay. Should we stop it now?
The tall coxswain in that shell, so he's got a good vantage point.
He looks like he barely fits.
I would say now.
Yes?
Yes, now.
I really like the uniform hats. They really pick up the sunlight very nicely.
Hurry. Yep.
The red and white blades of Northeastern University.
Leap.
For the local crews, this is not only a home regatta, but it's kind of like a homecoming regatta. There's so many teams that find their alums coming back and jumping in boats, whether they've prepared for it or not. And I'm sure that really tends to build those lifelong attachments to the sport and to one another.
Yeah, I think it should be fine. You want to
Nothing like it in terms of
Yep, we're good. We're good. I'm good here.
the
but
team
great.
feeling of rowing in a shell.
Ocock Rowing Center approaching the Elliott Bridge.
Good try that. Hey Dan, we just swapped.
Looking at the update on the times, it certainly does look like Texas Rowing Center is doing a good job of moving up from bow 10, sitting in third place. They certainly have done well at Masters Nationals and San Diego Crew Classic, and they came here wanting to raise the level of competition at events like this. So good for them.
Texas is having a moment in rowing. From the
Well, they
NCAA
certainly
to
absolutely true in the NCAA's last year, and they were quite a force to be reckoned with. So, this is a growing, and it's a nationwide sport. See from the number of crews we have coming this far to compete from all over the country, both coasts and all of the center combined. College Club Seattle, bow number 4.
Dave pointing out the bio. If you hear us chuckling, they say 9.5 women.
I don't even know. I don't know how to respond to that.
The bios are a fantastic addition for us to have. Lots of folks with good sense of humor.
Well, as you can imagine, I mean, these bios are self-written, many of them humorous, a number of them quite serious about their accomplishments. that I can only count 9 in that boat. I don't know where the half is.
And riding once again with Pocock as they come around that final starboard turn, pick up the straightaway toward the finish chute.
Well, looking at the running times, we have the advantage of knowing that they are certainly doing really well, apparently in the lead as they come right up to the finish with their final sprint. They've had a good row over the Charles this day. Their coxswain is applauding their efforts.
Union Boat Club, bow 5, another local.
Colleen, I think that the camera angles that we're getting today as these, as our volunteers and all of the people along the course get used to it, they've really got some good shots for the spectators out there. The people watching this online are really getting a great view of the full course.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the first time that they've been able to deliver a live feed in the way that it's being produced this year, and it involves 9 cameras across this 3-mile course.
Well, I'm sure you've been saying a lot about how many volunteers it takes to run this event. It's an extraordinary event, one of the largest events that happens in all of Boston at any time, but certainly the biggest event in all of rowing. And the volunteers on the cameras and all the volunteers that it takes to make a smooth running of what is an incredibly complicated event. And it's just gotten more and more complicated and larger every single year.
That's right, and it's the first year, in fact, that it's become a 3-day regatta, so with a half day of racing yesterday.
Now that included a lot of challenges. It's allowed for expansion of all these kinds of races with the bigger boats, but with the bigger boats, you end up with more people, more problems. So bravo to the organizers at the head of the Charles for being able to pull this off after a full year of not having an on-site regatta. You know, when you pause for a year, you lose a lot of the attention of some of your best volunteers.
Yeah, it's a great point.
You forget how hard it is to do parking and docking and all of the kinds of little details that people work so hard on.
COVID, layers of COVID officers and protocol.
Absolutely. Everything's a little bit more complicated in 2021.
But you know, Dave, one thing we have been remarking on is the fact that the theme for the year is kind of reunited. I mean, it's what's painted on the Boston Bridge currently, this idea of coming back together, of a reunion. Several of the bios, athletes have actually said thank you, which is touching. Thank you to those volunteers.
I've been out and walking around, and there seems to be a real sense of joy on everybody's in everybody's spirit, on their looks on their faces, doing what they want to do. They want to be back competing. And here we have the men's double coming into view. This is the men's championship double, so we can expect some exceptionally good rowing in this event. Speedy. This is going to involve a number of Olympians, Olympic aspirants, top scullers from not only the United States, but also from a little bit of international flavor. Certainly we'll have some Canadians. The course record is held by the Sinkovic brothers, who were in fact an Olympic gold medalist double. Now they're an Olympic pair gold
They're
medalist.
incredible.
So
They really are. So there's an international spirit here either way.
that's bow number 1 coming out of Weeks Bridge. And they are just probably the hard, well, you've said it before, it's the hardest turn on the course. It's almost 90 degrees. The footbridge, you have to do it right. If you wait too long, you end up going quite a bit farther. They did a really nice job on that. This is the U.S. Rowing Training Center out of Oakland, California. Michael Grady and Justin Best. They were 2020 Olympians. Michael in the straight 4 and Justin in the 8. So today they decided to try a little bit of sculling. I guess if it's good enough for the Sinkovics to go the other way, why not?
It's working quite nicely for them, isn't it?
Yeah, they look really, really well synced up and doing a great job in that little straightaway stretch between Weeks Bridge and Anderson Bridge.
Yeah, beautiful finish. You can see that power just pushing them out so nicely.
For the spectators who aren't quite as familiar with the head of the Charles, this is a little bit more than halfway in. They're past the halfway mark at that point. Here we have bow 8 into view. University of British Columbia out of Vancouver. Maxwell Latimer and Aaron Latimer. A couple of Canadian lightweights just now going into Weeks Footbridge.
Some more Olympic pedigree out of that combination. Maxwell raced the lightweight men's double at the Tokyo Olympics.
That really looks powerful. That is a really good shot going away from Anderson Bridge, continuing upstream. So they're just about to reach the 2-mile mark out of this 3-mile long journey.
And a beautiful line set them up for the long turn.
A very competitive 33.5 strokes a minute. Tend to see that the faster boats are going to row a little bit higher rating. That indicates a level of their conditioning, and the fact that, as a general rule, the more strokes that you can put in during a minute, the faster you're going to get your boat to go. Can't miss Undine from this angle. Across those yellow jerseys, the Undine Boat Club logo there at 32.5 strokes a minute. There are also some lightweights, a lot of lightweights in the doubles event.
William Risco, Dylan Hartwick.
Well, there's bow 12. That's Gentle Giant. Another really good bio for Harut Kodaverdian and Harrison Grams. They tell us that Harrison is a chef and Harut likes to eat.
It's a Good combination.
That's it for a double. Can't get much better than that.
So for folks just tuning in, you're riding with the men's championship doubles, which took off at 2:39. We'll hang with them for a while longer, but just want to note that the women's championship doubles will be getting underway right about now at the start line. That was San Diego rowing.
You didn't have.
And once again, you're seeing the view from Anderson Bridge, coming out of Anderson Bridge, approaching the 2-mile mark. This is a CRI boat. At least they're rowing with CRI equipment. I'm assuming that must be bow 7 out of community rowing right here on the Charles River.
They say what they lack in technique, they make up for with heart.
There's bow number 1 from the U.S. Rowing Training Center.
Dave, what's your favorite part of their stroke if you were to comment on their technique? It looks so smooth to my eye.
I think their leg drive is pretty well synced up. It looks very strong. A lot of people think that you've got to have super arms to be able to be a rower, but really the true power is out of the legs. What you can do to get the hips locked in and get your weight onto the oarlocks, that's where you find most of the power is centered right around that hip joint as the legs press down and the backs come open, and they seem to be doing that very smoothly. Good leg press and the body's locked into the swing. And this again is what it looks like from the finish line side of Anderson Bridge. People coming around the sharpest turn of the course. That's the Elliott Bridge turn. Elliott Bridge on to the finish.
It's Baltimore Rowing Club. Mark Hoven, Tristan Amberger.
Yeah, that's the closest that the competitors get to camera placement. The camera on the dock of the Belmont Hill Windsor dock, and that dock is just upstream of Elliott Bridge, so it's very close to the finish line. It's probably what, 800 meters from the finish. So what you're going to see, a little bit of course correction. You get a little bit wide on the Elliott Bridge turn. You really kind of got to think about whether or not you want to take on that very solid bridge abutment. The bridges don't really move very quickly.
They're not very forgiving, are they?
No, they sure not. Better to stop than to not make it. And this is the finishing sprint that we're going to see here for bow number 1. They're still really rowing smoothly. In spite of the effort, they don't look like they're under stress. Of course, we know that not to be the case.
3-mile race, they make it look solid. Getting a little sticky here, though.
Yeah, 2 crews going a little wide trying to make it under the bridge is always going to be a problem. And they're going to be through before it becomes a big traffic jam. There we have the finish. This is again, that's the finish line that you see when they cross that line. Everybody's kind of going to, hopefully, they're going to slow down. They're going to say finally.
NAC bow 13 closest to us. Soren Kozak and Dominique Williams. Dominique at stroke, 2019 Eastern Sprints champion with the Penn Lightweights.
Yeah, and Soren was an IRA champion with the Cornell lightweights in 2019, in 2017. And he's also represented the men's quad in a World Cup event. So a lot of international experience. There is no lightweight double event at the head of the Charles. So they just enter the championship double. These longer distance races are more suited to lightweights anyway. You know, the longer you go and the more tired your muscles get, the more advantage it is not to have as much to move.
That's right.
So we'll see that tomorrow in the singles events, because some of the fastest times at the head of the Charles have been put in by lightweight single scullers. Clearly, as you can probably see from the heavyweight men, they generate a lot of momentum, and that extra muscle mass translates to greater boat speed. But endurance, as that becomes a bigger factor, frequently there's some leveling out of that. So you'll see some of these lightweights doing a great job. And then, got the women's doubles on the course as well. Event number 37 is the women's championship double.
This is racing for the Craig Swayze Trophy, the women's champ double.
Yeah, and bow number 1 are Allie Riley and Danielle Hansen of the U.S. Rowing Para Training Center. They are both Paralympians who won silver medal in the PR3 4+ in Tokyo, and they've switched to sculling for head of the Charles. That's pretty remarkable.
It's bow number 8, University of Calgary, Alberta, Canada.
So being this close to Halloween, we've been treated to some nice costumes today, as well as some great rowing. Just a little bit of a nod to the fact that although this is a real serious competition, people don't have to take themselves seriously while doing it. Kind of a little bit of a break when you train so hard for something like this, and this is really a all-out effort. No matter who you are, it takes a lot to be able to go 3 miles in a rowing boat, in a shell.
Yeah, that's right. We've seen great costumes from Harvard, especially. I think they get a notable mention. The Harvard Business School white crisp shirts that we saw earlier. A couple of Harvard boats just in fantastic costumes.
Well, we have 16 competitors in this event, and that's bow 16, and that's just right up at the sort of the beginning, just coming around at Magazine Beach, sort of at the beginning of the race. The MIT double. It's the MIT lightweight women's boat, and they've already made up some ground. They're looking like they're passing bow number 15 from Riverfront Recapture. So that means that all of the women's championship doubles are on the course, spread out from one end to the other, and you're looking right now down the powerhouse stretch. You're seeing pretty much an awful large portion of the first mile of the race, and then going into the midway point, which is just somewhere around Weeks Footbridge. Got some passing going on with bow 1 being passed by bow 3 and bow 2 on the outside. That looks like, Colleen, that may be kind of interesting if they all get to Weeks Bridge in the similar fashion. That's never easy to do with 2 boats, particularly without a coxswain.
Yeah, this is a part of the course where my heart would be racing. These two crews, though, doing it in style, a little bit easier to maneuver in a smaller boat, but you need to trust the folks around you. And a job well done to all of these crews.
Yeah, that's amazing to be able to get through that at any speed. A lot of adrenaline, though. You certainly, when you see a bow of another boat coming at you, you go very hard. It doesn't matter what you have left. Well, advantage to the crew on the inside. Bow number 3, Club Nautique de Libourne, French champions 2018 women's double.
Yeah, great pedigree in that shell. And now through Weeks Bridge and able to really capitalize on that straight stretch to Anderson.
Still keeping the international flavor of the head of the Charles. As has been mentioned, there are somewhat fewer international entries this year, travel being a little bit more challenging during a pandemic.
But Dave, you know the event that I'm really looking forward to, one of the events, is the Championship Women's 8, because the Canadian women, of course, will be there.
Everybody's looking forward to that. Nothing like having a gold medal crew. A lot to be looked forward to at the head of the Charles. Every event has a certain flavor to it. Unlike some of the bigger sweep boats, the double really depends on a really perfectly matched partnership. I think the power application in a double, you either are very fortunate and it just comes naturally, or it takes lots and lots of miles to develop a real partnership that can do the same thing at the same time. And that's critical to the boat speed of a double. You can probably, in the bigger boats like an 8 or even a quad, you can get by a little bit more with power, but the combination of power and skill, the skill of sculling and the timing is critical in the double.
Yeah, it makes them a pleasure to watch. That, and the pair is another one of those boats. It's just a joy to watch for the same reasons.
Well, yeah, the pair's just crazy hard to row, and the head of the Charles showed a great deal of wisdom getting rid of that about 30 years ago. I actually rowed in, I think, 2 or 3 different pairs races at the head of the Charles. Ooh. And it was challenging.
And it wasn't a Cox pair, it sounds like.
No. You think you've seen interesting steering here. The symmetry of rowing in a double, where both scullers have 2 oars, makes it a lot easier to balance and also to direct it. You know, everybody, each rower controls the direction stability of the boat. In a pair, the 2 oarsmen with only 1 oar, good luck. It's not that easy to go through these bridges and make these turns.
Well, I wish we had live stream footage from back then. I'd go back and find it in the archives.
I think it was in the interest of saving equipment, they kind of cashiered the pairs race for something better. Although I think probably the first women to actually row in the head of the Charles back in the days when it was started, in the 1960s, most of the men who were rowing on the Charles, most of the people rowing on the Charles were men. And I think the first women to enter the head of the Charles banded it in by entering under only their initials.
Clever.
And they were in a pair. and they were really good.
Well done. I like that.
You know, those were the days when people would, if a woman entered the Boston Marathon, people would run out of the organizers would run out of the stands and try to grab them and pull them off the course. It was just absolutely horrible.
Awful.
And now look at, we've got these fantastic, just fantastic rowing going on, men and women.
And more gender equity. Happy to say at the international level and several facets of the sport.
Yeah, actually, this year the Tokyo Olympics was the first Olympic Games where they matched up event for event the men and women.
For folks just tuning into the live stream, you're riding with the Women's Championship doubles that went off at 2:52 p.m. So great depth in this category. And we have the champ singles to look forward to quite soon as well.
And this view here is coming around the Elliott Bridge turn, closing in on Cambridge Boat Club and the Elliott Bridge. Probably about a little more than 1,000 meters to go for bow 2 and bow 3. I don't know whether this French double has been here before, but they're doing a pretty good job of getting around that Elliott Bridge turn, which is far from easy. You can see woman in bow turning around, taking frequent looks. She knows what happens if she doesn't make it through that bridge, and it's really hard. That is really a difficult turn to make when you don't have a rudder.
Yes. Yeah, they've done a great job with the course. We rode with them a little bit between weeks and the Anderson Bridge kind of mid-race, and now we have the pleasure of seeing them wrap up in the last 500-600 meters. Really nice course, Dave, as they come through. They've clearly studied the map.
They're doing a fantastic job. I don't know how long they've been here, but they're really comfortable with these turns. Bow 2 is from the U.S. Rowing Training Center.
Bow number 5, Vesper Boat Club.
And this is bow number 6, and of course the unofficial time on the screen has them in the lead at this point.
Another Vesper shell, bow number 11, Gabriella Thomas, Emma Tierney.
That's a familiar name. Emma Tierney writes in her bio that she's a cancer survivor since December of 2019. Great spirit.
Great water this afternoon for these smaller boat races.
Yeah, I was out racing earlier today, and I would say the conditions are quite nice. Sometimes you get those really howling winds that funnel through on the Charles, but today it looks, almost gentle. A little bit of wind, but the water's really, really nice.
Course changes based on where you are in the course, so on a windier day that will come into strategy and tactics too.
Well, you know, in the course of the head of the Charles, because of the sharpness of the turns and everything, you just about hit every point on the compass in terms of direction. So you're bound to have a variety of conditions, almost no matter what kind of wind you get. Looking at bow 7, coming past the Belmont Hill dock. Oklahoma City. That's the Oklahoma City River Sport. That's a Masters double, who are here racing in the championship double, lamenting that there is no 30-plus double.
There, of course, was a 30-plus single this morning in which we saw Jevi Stone make her debut into Masters rowing, she said in a tweet, with the hashtag all for fun, no pressure. So great to see Jevi on her home water. And Christy Wagner will take bow number 1 in the women's champ single in just a little bit. I
saw Christy earlier today. She came by and said hi, and it's been a while. I haven't, since she rode on the Housatonic, I don't think I've seen her. But been following Jevi and Christy in the double, of course, in their 5th place finish at Tokyo.
All the way to Tokyo.
And Christy is psyched to be getting bow number 1 in the single.
It's fantastic.
She hasn't rowed here that many times in the single. I think the last time in 2019, I think she rowed in an Alumni 8. So, but after a hiatus of a year, I think if I were going to give out bow number 1, I'd give it out to an Olympian.
Yeah, I know. You know, it's a pretty good bet. And fantastic, of course, for all of these Olympians to be back with spectators, because in Tokyo, they weren't able to have them. So exciting for them as well, I would imagine, on that front.
And that's bow number 16. That is the MIT lightweight women. Just coming around the final bend before their sprint to the finish line. They're just about at the end of the women's championship double. And event 37 is just about over and in the books for 2021. We'll soon be moving on to event 38, championship singles. Another one where things get really interesting. These championship events are really inspiring. The level of rowing is so high, and the dedication and intensity of these athletes can be felt even probably through the TV screen.
And I think the elite athletes just have fun at this event too. So of course it's wildly competitive, but coming off of 2K racing and the elite circuit, just a chance to get out there and have another race.
Well, you know, the men's championship single is course record held by Andrew Campbell, who was in fact a Harvard lightweight oarsman. And he set that course record in 2014. One of the longest standing records at the head of the Charles, probably the longest standing record at the head of the Charles, is in the men's lightweight singles, which is where the course record is held by Paul Fuchs, who set it in 1984. The interesting thing about that particular record is that for just about 30 years, not only was that the lightweight record, but it was also the course record for any single in the head of the Charles. So Paul, as a lightweight, still holds now after 37 years the lightweight singles record performance. Obviously, rowing is a very dependent sport in terms of record time, because if you get the right kind of wind and the right kind of day, things go a little bit better. But for an athlete to hold any kind of a record for almost 40 years is just absolutely, it's off the charts.
Well, and you mentioned earlier, you know, lightweights often be able to sustain themselves over 3 miles more efficiently, than open weight rowers. So.
Well, we do have a men's championship single and a men's lightweight single and a women's championship single coming up and a women's lightweight single. Now, one of the reasons to enter the men's championship single is you don't have to make weight. So if you like to eat, chances are you might see a lot of these lightweights rowing in the heavyweight single, in the open weight championship single. The championship singles are among the most spectated events at the head of the Charles, and this year's lineup will no doubt have the world watching. So for those of you watching on the internet, it's one of your favorite events. Starting second is former champion Ben Davison in the men's championship single. Davison rowed for the U.S. men's 8 in Tokyo, just missing the podium at the Olympics. This is his first time racing a single since his win here 3 years ago. Kevin Metter of Riverside, who raced the men's single at the World Rowing Championships in 2018 and 2019, will be one of the competitors pushing him, and national team member Michael Nippen also. We get a view of some of the men on the course. And these would be the early part of the field coming out right in front of Harvard's Newell Boathouse. This is the view from Anderson Bridge looking upstream.
And we'll have a look at times then on the graphic up above. As a reminder, there's a few, I believe 4 timing points across the course. So able to get a sense of positioning in real time, knowledge that of course we have, but the athletes won't know exactly where they shake out at this moment.
Now they just start off in numerical order in this down at the starting line at about 20-second intervals, whatever, and everybody's racing against the clock. So they're trying to put in their best efforts. Kevin Metter of Riverside, who has bow number 1, said he wanted to thank his coach, Sam Hausman. Unless it looks like I'm losing, in which case I would like to apologize to my coach, Sam Hausman.
Well, it's looking really good for Ben Davison, isn't it? And that's, as you mentioned earlier, Dave, perhaps no surprise, but holding on to that first place position with bow number 2 according to the last timing point. So we'll keep an eye on that graphic and hopefully get a chance to see him a little later in the course. For now, riding with bow number 22, which is Luke Seldenbach of Riverside Boat Club.
And that view from the camera that we just saw, that must be, where is that, at Weld? That camera that views across?
Yes.
Nice look at the Harvard Business School from that angle.
Yeah, beautiful.
Bow 12, obviously a Riverside sculler, or at least rowing with Riverside blades. Christopher Carlson won the 2021 Club Nationals in the single and coxless 4s, doing a nice job. There we have bow 2, who apparently is, at least what we're getting on the clock, the leader. Coming right up into Elliott Bridge, very good line. Ben Davison looking to reclaim the title that he first claimed 3 years ago. That's a perfect line coming out of Elliott Bridge. Takes a look over his left shoulder to see the green buoys. If you cross over the green buoys, you're going to get a 10-second penalty. So he wants to just keep as close as he can to that green buoy and then make his turn. Turning to starboard and coming to the finish. And this is the best view you're going to get of his rowing as he comes close to our camera and drives into the final 500 meters of the course.
And if you blink, you might miss him. He was very quick around that turn. You saw the purple shirt he was wearing. He rode at the University of Washington, maybe representing the Huskies a little bit there.
It's bow 5 here is Texas Rowing Center, Kevin Cardno. He won the 2021 Olympic trials in the double, and they competed in the qualifying regatta in Lucerne, but didn't quite make it to the Olympic Games, but nonetheless, certainly a championship caliber rower himself. Going back and forth on either side of Elliott Bridge. These two scullers are approaching the bridge. They're on the downstream side of it, and this is the upstream side of it with bow 6 and bow 10 coming out. Bow 6 is Adam Randall, and bow 10 Elliott Putnam.
Elliott Putnam of NAC Rowing Association, lots of experience. Another one that was in the Olympic trials. He placed first in the men's quad.
And this is at least what we think to be our leader right now. Bow number 2 coming right up to the finish line. That's Ben Davison. Recently the bowman of the U.S. men's 8 in Tokyo. As Colleen mentioned, his rowing pedigree includes his time at the University of Washington. Approaching Elliott Bridge, bows 16 and 19. That's Andrew Rato and Ezra Carlson. They are doing a great cooperative job of getting through that difficult arch together. Colleen mentioned you have to trust your competitors' abilities and their wisdom.
Yeah, you do, and oftentimes it's a bit easier to trust them when you're starting up at the top of the pack. It's a bit more of a gamble with lotteries and bow numbers as you get a little bit further back. They did a great job getting through that arch. The green unisuit of bow 19, that's Ezra Carlson, Craftsbury Green Racing Project in Vermont.
Yeah, Ezra says he's a Taurus and ready to rumble. Well, he's going fast. Good enough for me. And this is going to be the lightweight men's single, I suppose, because we're seeing some small numbers, right? Isn't that
Yeah, that's right. The men's lightweight singles, they took off at 3:06 p.m. This is the Ernie Arlett Trophy the lightweight men will race for.
This race predicts to be a Riverside Boat Club showdown with 6 athletes representing the club, almost a third of the field. There are only 19 total entered. If they want to take the gold, though, they're going to have to get through returning champion Jesper Liu, who finished well up in 2019. He also represented the United States in the lightweight men's double in the final qualifying regatta. And as you can see, the lightweights are just now starting to pass some of the back end of the men's championship single. That's bow 22. Riverside Boat Club's Luke Sendelbach, who is actually the 22nd and final sculler in the men's championship field.
Quite
And
the Riverside showdown in the end.
So we're back to the finish line, and this is the finishing group of men in the championship single. And very soon after they are done, we're going to see the lightweight men sort of pushing into that, catching up.
It's Vesper Boat Club. You can see the V on the back of bow number 7 is James McCullough.
And Riverside's bow 6. Mats Turwish, national champion in the heavyweight and lightweight elite quads in 2021. Bow 10, following that small pack, is Oxford Brooks, a British entry. Jamie Copas, 5th in the lightweight men's single at the 2019 European Championships. He's a Henley Royal Regatta winner 2 times, quite an international pedigree. So very high quality in the lightweight men's single. Remains to be seen, however, whether, and I kind of doubt that anyone is going to beat the 37-year-old record of Paul Fuchs in the lightweight men's single. So
this is bow 22, once again, Riverside Boat Club, Luke Sendelbach.
I think, this may be a little bit like the Miami Dolphins undefeated season team, where, they pop the champagne every year as soon as a team loses because nobody's had a perfect season since. I'll go over to Paul's house and we'll pop the champagne if and when anyone ever does break his record.
It's a fabulous record. It's a long one, isn't it?
Bow number 13, University of Rhode Island Boat Club. That's John Mannion. Followed closely by bow 14, another Riverside entry, one of their 6 entries in this event, Sean Richardson. And this is a good view from the finish line camera. You can see the scullers coming into their final bit. You'll hear some crowd noise. People who like to watch what's happening at the finish. Kind of give people the incentive to get up that sprint.
It's a nice finish from bow 10.
Yeah.
Jamie Copas.
Elliot Putnam really trying to get every ounce of energy into it.
Harry Alex of Seattle Scullers. Second time at the head of the Charles, 4 years later as a senior in university. He's a full-time student at Western Washington University.
Making a nice turn there, very close into those trees. You want to be over where those geese are, try to stir them up a little bit. The closer you can get to that, the better. Shorter course, a little more protection.
And Richardson of Riverside Boat Club. Says he loves training. Doesn't eat meat. He needs to sleep in 68 degrees or cooler.
Who are you cheering for?
Very specific. A great shot of the
Wasn't
finish
sure
line
if that was,
buoys.
or maybe it was the U.S. rowing. Hometown favorites. Good luck tomorrow, Josie, if I don't see you. Good luck tomorrow.
The women are on the course in the women's championship single. The Women's Championship single is showcasing several Tokyo Olympians, including Christy Wagner and Allison Rusher, who have bows 1 and 2 respectively. Also, Christy did finish 5th in the women's double, rowing with hometown favorite Jevy Stone, who is a 10-time single champion here. Jevy's back to her medical residency, while Christy said she's just going to have a good time. I think if you probably put everything you have into the Olympics, it's a little bit more easy to just have a good row at the head of the Charles.
I think that's right. And there's her bow number 1 charging down the course. Christy Wagner representing Orion out of Saratoga Springs, New York, coached by Eric Catalano. She's carving that river, Dave, isn't she?
Yeah, she's really become a seasoned sculler in a short period of time after graduating from Yale. She's got a good line on Weeks Footbridge. Just about halfway through the course. This is where you got to really take that sharp turn in order to line up for Anderson. Of course, Christy spent the summer training here for the Tokyo Olympics, so maybe she has an advantage on the course, even though it's not her home course.
With Jevy on her side, I think so.
Yeah.
Look at that beautiful turn through Weeks from Christy Wagner with bow number 1, and teammate Allison Rushner just behind her out of Cambridge Boat Club. So teammates on the U.S. level, perhaps not the club level, but certainly no stranger to one another.
Well, you know, Allison is like, comes from rowing royalty. She's was a member of the U.S. women's quad in the 2020 Olympics. A Stanford graduate of 2018. Moms Cindy and Jack were both Olympians in 1988 and 1992. And her brother Nick is rowing bow tomorrow in the Yale Championship 8. He's currently an undergraduate, having also represented the U.S. in the under-23 men's 8. So it's in the family. It must be something about the genetic disposition of the rushers that make them fast. Christy right in front of Harvard Business School, going for Anderson Bridge. Good little fight here between bows 2 and 3. Mary Nabel, the Cambridge Boat Club, lightweight single bronze medal at the World Championships in 2017. 2018 lightweight double silver medal. So again, a lot of international experience.
Be interested to get times at the next timing checkpoint. But for now, looking really nice for Christy with a good line, good spacing all around her.
Clearly got some good challenge behind her. Bows 2 and 3 really kind of, you know, pushing one another.
Fighting for the inside of that big turn. So if you're wondering why they're starting to move themselves to the left of the screen towards the port side, it's because they know that this nearly half-mile turn is what's next on their plate. So to get that inside line will save you significant time. The good news for Christy up at the front is that she's able to grab that, but she'll need to keep an eye because these battles can result in crews getting faster behind you and closing that gap.
As you know, when you find yourself immediately behind another rower, like that set of singles, significantly slower. The water no longer smooth. You're rowing in in a lot of wake. And these boats, although they're small and they don't seem to do that much, they create a great deal of wake as they cut through the water. And you feel it because they're light. It'll upset both your balance as well as the sense of drive and stability of the boat. So that's a tough situation to find yourself in, being locked in right behind another sculler. Motivating because you want to do something about it, but it's tiring, and it can be kind of psychologically depressing also.
Hard to get out of.
Well, it's good that right now these single scullers don't see a lot of boats going down to the start, because as close together as the racing lane and the recovery lane are, 8s going down river really set up a lot of wake that single scullers just don't like. So they've done a good job to separate out, not have 8s crushing down the course in the return lane, and that gives the scullers, the best possible water that they're going to get. That's at least one of the reasons that it's such an advantage being in front. When you start out with bow number 1, you don't have to deal with the problems of wake, and you've got a clear course to row. You don't have to worry about any of it except perhaps the bridges. You should worry about that.
We're into the women's lightweight singles. Riding with bow number 1 is Elizabeth Martin, Riverside Boat Club. She recently raced at the Olympic trials in the lightweight double. She also won the Canadian Henley in 2019. So great lightweight pedigree.
The lightweight women's single record stands for a long time. It was set in 1992 by Teresa Zarzheshny, herself a real championship lightweight sculler. Say this is a lot of new faces in the lightweight event. Only bow 10 returns from 2019 when she finished 17th. And again, we see a lot of Riverside here. Riverside has kind of been specializing in lightweight rowing over the last several years, and they've done a really good job of developing some of our best lightweight scullers, sweep rowers.
Yeah, great for those athletes to have lightweight teammates to be able to race with, to pace off of, to compete with. It's become quite the hub for lightweights.
I always remembered the Riverside team as having a chip on their shoulder from back in the days, many, many years ago, when I was coaching the lightweight men's national squad.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah. It was a big rivalry.
Yeah, it's a special boathouse. It's a fun place.
No doubt. And it's the dock, it must have a new dock. It looks beautiful. A lot of great renovations at Riverside. One of the classic. There we go. Bow number 1 getting a good cheer. This is the bow number 1 in the lightweight women's single. It's event 41. I think the singles, where things tend to string out a little bit, are really good for these camera placements, because if you're at home watching to see a single sculler rowing here, this view from the Belmont Hill Bridge, Belmont Hill Dock is one of the better ones. You get to see exactly close-up view, see their face, whether they look pleased or agonized over their efforts.
Yeah, it's a bit of an intimate shot, isn't it? Straight from that dock. It's the closest that you'll you'll get, looks like this is rounding out the women's champ singles. So the women's champ singles with 23 entrants.
I'm sorry.
And
He's coming to me.
event 40, the women's champ single, and event 41 were started together. So that's why you see some of the top lightweight scullers having passed some of the trailing pack of the championship single, because it was really run more or less as one event with the two separate sets of numbers. So you went through the 22 or 23 scullers of the championship single, and then you started off with number one in the lightweights. So that number one ranked lightweight sculler really had a chance to pass a lot of people.
And getting unofficial times on the graphic in the top right. Margaret Fellows starting bow number 20, moving into the first place position again, unofficial. With Christy Wagner, bow number 1, unofficially in second place. And Mary Nabel starting third, and then officially finishing third.
Well, that's certainly a good result for Margaret Fellows, who, and I'm pretty sure that Christy will be somewhat disappointed but very happy with her row after probably taking some time off after the Olympics.
And bow number 1 just carving the river in the lightweight single in the women's lightweight event. So we were riding with her earlier just before the powerhouse stretch. Riverside Boat Club Elizabeth Martin making it known that she wants the inside of this turn, and of course she'll cut to starboard through Elliott very shortly.
We do see a lot of good sportsmanship in the singles. The scullers will say, you know, I want this side or I want that side, and if you're getting caught, for the most part, good sportsmanship prevails.
So bow 12 of the open weight champ single. Emily Frohlich, Craftsbury Green Racing Project. She rode at Texas. Just charging towards us, it continues to be Elizabeth Martin of Riverside Boat Club. So she's through Elliott. She's been able to pass the cluster of boats that were just behind her, including bow 18 from the open weight event.
As motivating as it is to be able to pass boats, it takes a lot out of you. It's not that easy. She's been able to get her preferred line, though, and having another boat outside actually probably keeps you a little tighter on the line you want to have anyway.
Yeah, it's a great point, though, because ideally you're somewhat pacing the race somewhat evenly. So taking a push at the front and the back of the race, but ideally even pacing it. But you don't really have that option when you're passing, do you? No. And if you don't get by, the penalty can be enormous if you're on the wrong side of the next turn, or you just get stuck, or you get tired after you get by, and then you're always vulnerable to being passed back. It can get really messy. It's interesting, since you did mention the pacing of a long distance race. One of the really more experienced moves that the scullers will make is if you know the course and you know what you're doing, your sprint will start somewhere around Elliott Bridge, and it's not the same kind of sprint that you see in an all-out drop-dead 2,000 meter. Let's see how fast we can get to the finish line in the last 20 strokes. This is the kind of thing where you just got to dial it up a notch, because you don't want to leave anything in the tank.
But leaving it to the last 20 strokes is just, it's a non-starter. That isn't going to really get you the kind of performance you want. What you want to try to do is finish up that turn, and then as soon as you get that straightaway, start taking those splits down, making your boat go a little bit faster, and trying to hold that extra speed for the entire last part of the race.
Yeah, it's a build. I used to like in the 8 calling it up 2 and then up, 2 more beats to charge through.
And we all know that sometimes when you call it up 2, you go slower.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
that's no guarantee. Bow number 8. It's from Milwaukee Rowing Club. That's Grace D'Souza. She also has lightweight quad international experience.
Yeah, the under 23 Worlds and just this past summer in the lightweight quad. A name I thought I recognized. So great to see her out here now at Charles.
That's Hannah Painter. From Orion.
And looking down the powerhouse stretch to Weeks Bridge. This is actually a really nice shot that we haven't seen a lot of yet. So it's a really good picture of what that looks and feels like when you're going through the powerhouse stretch and preparing for that big Weeks turn.
Right, this is event 42, of course. The mixed para legs, trunk, arms, fours.
So the mixed para legs, trunk, arms, fours. This event started at 3:41, so just a few minutes ago. And the athletes in this division must all have an eligible impairment for the Paralympic Games, with the exception of the coxswain. So the crew must have 2 men, 2 women, all with physical or visual impairment. It's not an easy combination to field for many clubs, who often opt for the inclusion divisions, regatta. And so, we'll have a look now at event 42. That's again the mixed para legs, trunk, arm fours, with community rowing A out of Brighton, Mass. And then event 43, the mixed para inclusion coxed four. So both of those events currently on the course.
Yeah, these athletes are classified for competition as PR3, formerly known as LTA, which is legs, trunk, and arms. Simply means para rower 3. This category is for athletes who meet the minimum eligibility based on their impairment, and as such, they do not require extensive equipment modifications. They'll be rowing in a standard bow-loaded Cox 4 and will be looking to beat the course record set by the U.S. Para squad after they returned from the Rio Paralympic Games in 2016.
And that's bow number 1, community rowing A. You can see the ponytail of Jacqueline Smith, the bow-seated rower with a visual impairment. She competed at Sacred Heart University and Our Lady of Mercy Academy crew before coming out for the U.S. Para team in 2013. She has 2 World Championship gold medals in the PR3 pair and serves as an athlete rep on the U.S. Para High Performance Committee. So a beautiful look at that lineup here. That's Peter Choi, Jacqueline Smith, Andrew Wygren, Todd Vogt, and Molly Moore.
Earlier today, this event was officially designated as a trophy event. So this crew will be the ones to hoist the trophy for the very first time. Trophy will be named in honor of longtime CRI coach and outreach director Ellen Minsner, who led the US LTA 4+ to 5 silver medals at the World Rowing Championships and Paralympic Games from 2014 to 2018, before taking the helm of the US Para program in 2019 as the Para High Performance Director. In an interview with Rowing News earlier this year, Menzner said her focus is to build a program of sustained excellence for U.S. para-rowing across all para-disciplines, while keeping her sights set firmly on Los Angeles 2028. It's going to take more than a year-to-year view and even more than a 2024 view to get where we want to be. I'm most excited about building a roadmap to LA 2028, she said. And Ellen, of course, is a very long-time volunteer here at the head of the Charles, and she organizes all the announcers who are at the venue along the course at the various tents and spectator areas. So that's a great honor for Ellen to have a trophy in her name given at this regatta.
So again, riding with that community rowing a shell composite crew of the two men's and women's PR3 pairs for the 2019 World Championships. Molly Moore and Jacqueline Smith were the 2019 World Champs in that event. 4 members of this crew were slated to compete in the 2021 World Championships in Shanghai. Of course, that was before its cancellation due to concerns over COVID-19. So fantastic to see them on the river together today.
This event is open to people with physical, visual, and intellectual disabilities.
So coming out of the Anderson Bridge, these athletes, as Dave mentioned, are chasing the course record. They're coxed by Peter Choi, who coxed competitively at CRI. You can see the top of his white cap there in the cox seat. He's also coxed at Riverside and Nyack, New York Athletic Club. And just a great shot. You mentioned earlier, Dave, the cameras and its ability to sort of get intimate with the athletes. It's a really nice feature.
Yeah, they've got a great zoom on this angle, and that really is a nice shot. Not sure that this is record-setting conditions today. It seems like there's a pretty nice headwind in this part of the course, and obviously a headwind is going to really make it a lot longer race. But they're giving it a good go. They're the only crew in the event, so they're going to get to hoist the trophy.
Beautiful line from Peter Choi. You mentioned like run and wakes and some of those pieces earlier, and what you can see coming off of their stern is just a really tight, straight line, not too much wobble back and forth, and it's a job well done as he looks to pick up the apex of the long turn.
Yeah, if you're coxing this, you definitely want to go the shortest possible course, because every extra meter that you have to row is going to be extra time on the clock, and doing a good job of getting into that sort of maximum tangent point for the turn, that apex of the Elliott Bridge turn. The hard part for those people who haven't been on the Charles or don't have a map in front of them about this particular turn is that it is a full, almost it's more than a quarter of an arc. It's of an arc of a full circle. What you're sort of doing is going around a horseshoe bend on the Charles River when you're doing this, and you end up like almost pointed the entire other direction. But even more than that is the fact that this turn keeps getting sharper with every stroke you take. It's more like a spiral, and sort of a death spiral into Elliott Bridge. And the last part of it is really tight.
And look at Peter Choi do that with style, getting the port oars over those buoys and getting that hard left-hand turn right at the apex, just nailing it.
Give her a hand, a good cheer. She's making the most of the day.
Hi everyone, Colleen Seville here with Dave Vogel. Pleasure to bring you the racing this afternoon, and we've seen some great competition, haven't we?
Awesome competition. I can't wait to get back tomorrow and see more. It's after a year without head of the Charles on the Charles, this really does feel like normal.
Yeah, it starts to have a bit of normalcy. We talked earlier about Reunited, which is painted over the Boston University Bridge, and that's just become such a theme for the 2021 Head of the Charles Regatta. So more racing to come. Still in the middle of the mixed para legs, trunk, and arm fours. The mixed para inclusion four, both of those were just on the course at the same time. They'll be looking to wrap up their race, and then we get to do it all again tomorrow.
a lot of stuff going on tomorrow. I'm excited to be back tomorrow afternoon with you when I start again for my afternoon session, because we get to see a lot of those crews that we saw at the IRA when we were doing that.
We do, don't we? And
Yeah,
fantastic
absolutely.
to Gary Caldwell and the full IRA team for being able to put that on this spring in the middle of the pandemic.
Yeah, that was sort of the shot across the bow, saying that we can actually do that again.
Yes.
So here we are a few months later and seeing some of those same teams coming back at it. So a lot to look forward to tomorrow. A lot of good championship racing, a lot of great youth rowing, juniors, and all kinds of stuff. So I hope everybody who tuned in today gets a chance to tune in tomorrow. We'll be back here doing what we can to help you see what's going on.
Over 100 youth entries I've heard in the men and women's youth 8, so we'll look forward to that one especially. And a beautiful look down the course here in the final few minutes of this afternoon's program.
Okay, here we
And
go.
Michelle from Community Rowing in the mixed para legs, trunk and arms fours. So Molly Moore, Todd Vogt, Andrew Wygren, Jacqueline Smith, and Peter Choi.
The water here is almost a little bit sheltered from the wind as they make that full turn. It's almost completely flat in that area, where there were some ripples that you saw as they came out of Anderson. And then they get back into the turn to the port side, or turn back to starboard, coming to the finish line. So
Yeah, it certainly changes, doesn't it?
well, that's the line you need to take through Elliott Bridge, and as you can see, it's not a straight line, it's a diagonal. You go from that port side bridge abutment right across to the middle or even farther, so that you can pick up the green buoys off of the Belmont Hill Windsor dock. That's where our camera is. You're going to see a close-up view right there. That was a perfect rendition of it as you get right into the green buoys with the oars. That's actually a great line to have. Hard to do in a bow coxed four, because you can't see the blades.
Spatial awareness is very different in these bow loaders. So you saw the tip of Peter Choi's hat. He's laying down because that's what makes the most sense in terms of kind of the dynamics of the shell. But yes, it does mean that you don't sort of have that ability to sit up and turn around as easily as you would in the 8.
Well, and you saw how he was coming around the Elliott Bridge turn. He was very close to those buoys, just off to the port side. And if you happen to miss one of those and get your boat across the line, you're going to get a 10-second penalty for every one you miss. So it's a lot of risk to reward. You can go a little bit shorter, but if you go too much, you lose 10 seconds, and that's not worth that.
So what was your advice back in the day then to your coxswains when you'd set them out to compete in the head of the Charles?
Oh, yeah, just get in as close as you can, and if you miss a buoy, you're dead.
Then just don't land, keep rowing upstream, don't come back. A great shot of Cirai coming around the corner. This boat is stroked by Molly Moore, who competed successfully as an undergrad at Harvard Radcliffe. She's now completing her PhD while training for the U.S. national team. So quite a packed schedule, I'm sure, day by day for her. And in addition, she serves on U.S. Rowing's DEI committee.
And this is a power inclusion event in the back.
As Dave mentioned earlier, this event was officially designated as a trophy event, named in honor of Ellen Wilson.
You want me to do the phone?
We'll come back here in just a second. I hear our camera guys throwing it back to us, so here we are. Dave and I have access to all kinds of fabulous vantage points and cameras, though, here in the studio. Truly, it's a delight.
Yeah, it's incredible. While the lucky audience at home gets to see so much of the course, we get to see all of it at once. We've got all 10 cameras on our screens in this. Can be a little confusing.
Depends on where your eye kind of wanders, right? For now, though, just wrapping up the end of these events, the mixed para legs, trunk, and arms fours, the mixed para inclusion fours. Dave, that wraps up our program for the day. So looking forward to tomorrow and coming back to the studio with you.
Be sure to be back, folks. More rowing to come.
We'll see you then. Take care.
Oh, and this will be the last boat of the event.